The Chronicle of the Dungeon Master of Slaughter. A reclusive beautiful girl became a dungeon master. Volume 2 by Taroma Taikin. Translated by Webstrees. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 56. The Existence of the Hero. A hero's debut ceremony, you say? I've heard something outrageous. If I hadn't been eating, I would have definitely burst out laughing. That was close. But let's talk about the hero. When you mention the hero, it's that hero, right? An otherworlder like me. In other words, people who have the same cheat ability as me. And, historically, the demon lords have been killed by the hero, making them potentially more terrifying than the demon lord. And you're telling me that thing is in this country? You're joking, right? Tell me it's a joke. If that's the case, survival would be a struggle, let alone destroying the country. Calm down. Be cool. First, gather information. I start up the automata and approach the group that was talking earlier. Master Leif is making a surprised face, but I don't have the time to deal with him. I quickly approach them and start a conversation. Could you tell me more about that story, huh? What do you want to hear, miss? It's about the hero's debut ceremony. I just arrived in city and I don't know about it. It's a relief that the voice of the automata is inorganic, so I don't have to worry about voice trembling. If it was my main body, I would have had to make a great mental effort to disguise it. Ah, I see. You're a traveling adventurer. It's no wonder you don't know. Do you also have a grudge against the demon lord? Well, something like that. Let's settle for that. Actually, it's not that I don't hold a grudge against the demon lord. I didn't like it when my sanctuary was trespassed without permission. The difference in power was so desperate that I couldn't even complain. All right. Then let me tell you. 4 days ago, the king issued a decree to the whole capital. Our country has finally succeeded in summoning the legendary heroes. They said we can win the war against the demon lord. And, 5 days later at noon, that is, tomorrow, there will be a ceremony to present the heroes at the Church of the Goddess. It's going to be a huge festival. After all, preparations are underway all over the capital. These guys were drunk and talking quite freely. Come to think of it, the capital was quite noisy. I see. That was the preparation for the hero festival. Thank you for telling me. It's not something worth thanking us for. That's right. Your grudge will surely be cleared by the heroes. I see. Then, excuse me, I moved the automata away from the drunkards and back to where Leif was seated. While I was talking, it seemed that Leif had finished eating his kid's meal, so we went straight to the inn on the 2nd floor. We booked one room for 2 again. Please be quiet for a bit. I sat on one of the beds and told Leif. Then I detached my consciousness from the automata and started operating another automata, a Mamori doll. Inside the dungeon. Demon Lord Sama, I have a report from the mouth of the Mamori doll. An almost identical voice to mine, emitted. Hearing this, the automata placed opposite the Mamori doll, the Chaos doll, reacts. What is it, Mamori? I was in the middle of a nap. This demon lord is so composed. I have obtained important information, so I report. In the kingdom of Wolfless, there is to be a ceremony to present the heroes. So the heroes have finally arrived. Good work, Mamori. Tell me in detail. Yes. And so, I told the Chaos doll as much information about the heroes as we currently knew. But to tell you the truth, there isn't much information. All we know is that at noon tomorrow, there will be a presentation ceremony at the Church of the Goddess in the capital of Wolfless Kingdom. I also told them about my prediction. And, this is just a guess, but I don't think the heroes are very strong yet. Why do you think that? It's simple. If the heroes were powerful enough to be called a mighty force, there would be no reason for them not to come and subdue the Goblin Lord. If there were heroes of the same rank as me in the extermination team led by that old man, I'm sure we would have been cornered. No, if that were the case, they wouldn't have let the Goblin Lord escape to the 2nd floor, and they might have just returned. But that didn't happen. The heroes did not come, even though an emergency situation was occurring with the senior members of the Demon Lord's army inside the country. Doesn't that mean that the heroes are still weak with low level? That's the kind of speculation that can be made. And actually, It's only been 2 weeks since the extermination arrived. No matter how cheat-like the growth rate of the heroes is, they should not have reached a level that can fight the Demon Lord in such a short period of time. I see. In that case, it's best to crush them while they're weak. Good. I will go myself. I'll also bring the executives who are nearby. Let's make a bloodbath of the heroes. Oh, this is an unexpected development. The heroes are done for, but if possible, I hope my prediction is wrong and they will fall with the Demon Lord. Well, I don't think that's likely. Mamori, I am going to prepare now and use the function of the Chaos Chandol to jump to your dungeon. Therefore, prepare the guide to the royal capital. Understood. Also, if the hero is still weak, some of the 12 apostles might be escorting him. Be careful if you have to fight. Yes, I see. There's a high chance that some of the 12 apostles are escorting the hero. I overlooked that. I need to be careful. Well then, shall I start preparing? I began to move to set up the sudden hero vs Demon Lord battle. Chapter 57, Preparing for Battle. For now, it should be fine to use Leif as the Demon Lord's guide. For now, besides the automata, he's the only piece that can move properly outside the dungeon. He doesn't need combat power for guiding, so Leif should be sufficient. So, I rebooted the automata and gave instructions to Leif. Leif. Why, yes, the Demon Lord will come to my dungeon with her executives soon. I will give you a map, guide them to the royal capital. Eh? Well, it's surprising. But, I'll have him do it. That's an order. Yes, I understand. And, never be disrespectful. If you do something like that in front of the Demon Lord, saying that, I brought the automata close to Leif. Then, I gently placed my hand between Leif's thighs and put a little pressure. Hi-ah? I won't just crush you. Why, yes. While tearful and pale, Leif gave me a good response. That's good. Also, if you were to be disrespectful, he would be killed on the spot by the Demon Lord or an executive, not me. So he needs to be careful. But, well, if it's just a whip, he might not work well. So I should prepare a carrot, too. In return, if you do well, I'll give you a reward. So, do your best. With that final word, I transported Leif to the first lair. I moved the wall of the communication room with the Demon Lord in front of me, told the Mamori Chandol to enter, and put him inside. Until he leaves the dungeon, he will follow the instructions of the Mamori Chandol. Once outside the dungeon, it's Leif's job. I wish him luck. And, the automata that separated from Leif is going solo. She will walk around the royal capital to gain any information about the enemy, even just geography. If she's lucky, she might get a glimpse of the hero or one of the 12 apostles. If she encounters someone who can see through her identity, it's game over. That's the plan. For now, I visited the Church of the Goddess Religion, which seems to be the battleground. Yes, it's big. Not as big as a castle in sight, but a very big building. The exterior is pure white. It really feels like a holy place. According to Leif, the Goddess Religion is a huge organization with branches all over the world, so they must have considerable power in this country. At least, they have the power to build such a big church. As I was walking around the church, I saw a group secretly coming out of the back gate. There were 4 people. All of them were dressed like ordinary residents. But, since they secretly came out of the church, they can't be ordinary people. I might have hit the jackpot. With that thought, when I confirmed the faces of the 4 people from behind cover, I was shocked. First of all of them had black hair and black eyes. That in itself isn't so rare. In this world, humans have colorful hair and eye colors, but it's not like there are no black-haired, black-eyed people. But, I recognize their faces before I came to this world. And the faces I saw before I became a hikikomori. 3 of the 4 are not very memorable, but I clearly remember the last one's face. I stealthily approached the automata within 10 meters of them, within the range that the pseudo-dungeon area could capture, and appraised their status. Otherworlder, LV20. Name, Sereno Akane. HP, 100-100. MP, 800-800. Attack, 42. Defense, 31. Magical power, 711. Magic resistance, 201. Speed, 29. Unique skill, Spatial magic. Skills. MP auto recovery, LV30 fire magic, LV15. Titles. Hero Otherworlder. Sorano Akane. Sorano Akane. Akane Sorano. That was the name of my homeroom teacher before I became a shut-in. I don't know the real story, but at least on the surface, I think she was a good person. She tried to stop the bullying against me, and she often visited me at home after I became a hikikomori. Regarding the latter, I was quite angry. Why is such a teacher in this world? The moment I thought about it, a speculation popped into my mind. The title, Mistransported, displayed in my status. Until now, I thought the meaning of this title was that the goddess or something failed to summon me. But what if it wasn't? Instead of trying to summon me, she tried to summon the whole class. And as a result, I was the only one who wasn't in school and my coordinates shifted to the dungeon core. Thinking this way, it seems to make some sense. So, does that mean the heroes I've been worried about are my classmates? Are they, who bullied me, hurt me, made me a hikikomori, now in this world as enemies? Ha! In my living space, I laughed scornfully. Oh, is that so? That's how it was. The heroes with them. They weren't satisfied with just making me a hikikomori. Now they're trying to take my sanctuary. If I keep fighting as a member of the Demon Lord's army, the chances of clashing with them are very high. And if they find out where my main body is in such a state, they will definitely come to attack. They will invade. With their unique skills, like the stalker from that time, they will step into my sanctuary with their shoes on. I won't let that happen. I'll kill them before that happens. If their summoning time is the same as mine, they shouldn't be that strong yet. So I'll kill them. I'll kill them before they get stronger. This time, I will protect myself from their violence. First, it's them. And so, I began to exterminate the pests. Chapter 58, Teacher's Revolving Lantern. Why has it come to this? Why has it ended up like this? Cough. A clot of blood spills from my mouth. My heart must have been pierced by the sword, damaging my lungs. Blood flowing from my lungs through my windpipe seems to be overflowing from my mouth. Probably. I can't be saved anymore. With my last strength, silently, without changing my expression at all, I look at the face of the child who pierced me with the sword, Mamori Honjo-san, a student I, as a teacher, couldn't save. And a student who ultimately became a murderer. I'm sorry, but even the words I intended to say didn't become a voice, blocked by the blood stuck in my windpipe. And perhaps due to the bleeding, my consciousness keeps fading. Just before dying, memories of my not-so-long teaching career floated in my mind. Is this what they call a life flashing before one's eyes? I was a novice, only in my first year of a teaching career, the class I was first entrusted with as a newly appointed teacher. At that time, I was full of motivation and enthusiasm. I was determined to guide these kids to grow up to be fine individuals. However, such ideals were shattered in an instant. One of the students, Mamori Honjo-san. Even from my same-sex perspective, I thought this student was incredibly beautiful. Yet she was suffering from intense bullying. I tried to counsel her many times, but her eyes were clouded. She wouldn't listen to my words. Then, not even a month after I became the class's homeroom teacher, Honjo-san became a non-attender. I visited her home many times and discussed it with her parents, but Honjo-san never showed signs of leaving her home. As time passed, and then that incident happened. During a homeroom session one day, a strange light suddenly appeared on the classroom floor. Swallowed by that light, me and the students were transported to an incomprehensible place called another world, as nonsensical beings called heroes. And then, we were told to fight against a terrifying entity called the Demon Lord to save the world. I can't involve the students in such danger. I have a duty to protect the other students, even for the sake of Honjo-san, whom I couldn't protect, and to make up with Honjo-san someday. Despite that, the students were enthusiastic about the fight. I don't understand the thinking of the young. What's so fun about a life-threatening battle? Still, I somehow negotiated and ended up borrowing the power of Shindokan, but at the very least, we made a promise not to force students who didn't want to fight. But that's all I could do. All else I could do was keep training my unique skill, spatial magic, to prevent the fighting students from dying, so I could escape with them at any time and follow them to the battlefield. And battles were terrifying. Even if it's against monsters, seeing the moment a life is lost was truly scary. Seeing students happily taking the life of monsters was scary too, but I couldn't be the only one to run away. My job is to return everyone to Japan without losing a single person, reflect on the case of Honjo-san, and get back to a normal school life with everyone. I've been trying my best, reminding myself of that. As a result, I'm on the verge of dying like this, and by the hand of a student I was supposed to save. Truly, I'm an incompetent teacher who couldn't accomplish anything. The direct cause of what happened was my speaking to 3 students, Sakuma-san, Hagakure-san, and Ishijun-kun, who had been acting suspiciously. These 3 were a close-knit group and non-combatants. After the debut ceremony tomorrow, it has been decided that they, along with other non-combatant students, will evacuate to a country known as the Aephalite Sacred Nation, said to be the safest in the world. When the people from the Goddess Church came to escort them, I felt a mixed emotion. It was something like relief, yet somewhat unpleasant. I didn't want the students to be scattered in this world, but considering their safety, it was the best decision. However, before leaving this country, the 3 of them expressed a desire to take a walk freely in the city, just once. They said they were fed up with being cooped up in the castle, only going outside when it was time to level up. Thinking that they too were stressed, I agreed, on the condition that I would accompany them. No matter what dangers we might face, as long as I was there, we could escape instantly with spatial magic's teleport. But in hindsight, this was a bad decision. It was inappropriate to act on our own on the eve of an important ceremony. Maybe my thinking was impaired due to fatigue and stress. So, we sneaked out of the church where we were staying overnight for tomorrow's event, hidden by Hagakure-san's unique skill, spirited away. Hagakure-san, with her low MP due to insufficient level, couldn't sustain her energy-intensive unique skill for a long time. She deactivated the skill after exiting the back door. However, there were no guards at the back door, so we could easily get out. As we were secretly moving through the back alleys, she appeared. "It's been a long time, teacher." A voice that shouldn't be here. The figure of a student I had wanted to meet but couldn't. A student I had tried to save but failed. She looked at me with an expressionless face, like a mask. Honjo-san, in contrast to me, who froze due to the sudden reunion, Honjo-san slowly walked towards me. And with a very natural movement, she pulled out the sword at her waist, and pierced my chest. I couldn't comprehend what happened, but the pain in my chest was real. The fact that she had stabbed me was real. I kind of understood that I was going to die. My life flashed before my eyes. Finally, the thought that I was hated after all, crossed my mind. I'm sorry. The words I wanted to say disappeared without becoming a voice, and my consciousness began to fade into the darkness. In the end, I couldn't do anything. I really am a terrible teacher. I'm really sorry for being such a terrible teacher. Honjo-san. Chapter 59. Murder from the same country. The automata impaled the teacher with its sword, and she breathed her last. A huge amount of DP and experience points flooded in, and my level increased. To get this much income at such a low level, heroes are amazing. Teacher? I shake off the teacher's bloody corpse. The only ones left in the chaos of the sudden situation are 3 former classmates. I don't know what their situation is, but these 3 have even lower levels than the teacher. At most, they're level 10. Moreover, 2 of the 3 have unique skills that are not suited for combat. No matter how brave they are, if they are this weak, even the automata will have an easy time. I control the automata in charge at the 3 who are frozen in place. I won't let you touch the other 2. The one who recovered first, Ishijun, moved to become a shield for the remaining 2. He's the only one with a combat-type unique skill called Iron Wall, and despite being level 13, his defense and magic resistance are as high as 2,500. That's higher than the automata's attack. If I take too long dealing with him, The other two might get away, so I ignore Ishijun and aim for the two behind him. Eek, huh? Spirited Away. The remaining two are girls. One of them activated the unique skill, Spirited Away. According to my appraisal, this skill is like a super advanced version of stealth, making it impossible for others to detect her by erasing all signs of her presence. Moreover, she can even apply it to her allies. It's blatantly cheating. However, it's a bad match for me. I'm a dungeon master. No matter how much they erase their presence, I can't lose sight of things within my dungeon territory. As long as I have them captured within a 10-meter radius of the automata, within the pseudo-dungeon territory, I can sense them through the effect of Spirited Away. The automata's sword pierced through Hagakure, who had activated Kamikakushi. Can this be? Just to make sure, I decapitated the astonished Hagakure to finish her off. Next, I aim at Sakuma, who is pissing herself while being showered with the blood gushing from Hagakure's neck. Stop it. Ishijun tried to strike from behind, but there's no way it could reach me with my bird's eye view monitor, and I easily avoided it and kicked him away. The damage isn't significant because of his high defense, but he's embedded in the back alley's wall, so it will take some time for him to get out. Honjo-san, I'm sorry. I apologize for what happened at school. So, forgive me. Just spare my life. When I face Sakuma again, she is bowing down in a pitiful state, her face smeared with tears, snot, and blood, and he's still pissing herself. It's disgusting. But it's somewhat refreshing. Saying something like this means she was also part of my bullying. There were many people who bullied me, so I don't have much of an impression of her. She's probably a small fry who thought she'd join in because everyone else was doing it. Still, stepping on the ones who hurt me like this, is very satisfying. Even if it's through the automata, I stepped on Sakuma's head with the automata's foot while she was bowing down, and crushed it. Blood and brains bloom like a disgusting flower. Gross. Why? Finally, the last one left, Ishijun, fell to his knees with a look of despair. I rushed over to him, slammed his face into the ground, and pressed him down from above. Because of Ishijun's unique skill Iron Wall, his defense is high, so a proper attack from the automata doesn't go through. However, as you can see from my Grand Magic Senpai, even if it's a unique skill, the enhancement is only equal to your level in everything except the category it enhances. In other words, Ishijun has high defense, but its other stats are not much different from ordinary low-level ones. It's just a bit better than a pumage like Leif. He can't shake off the hand of the automata that's holding him down. His HP is low, so if I suffocate him by blocking his mouth and nose, he will die as usual. While holding down Ishijun, I collect the bodies of the 3 people I killed with the item collection function and turn them into zombies in the dungeon. As I do this, the body that was struggling and writhing stops moving, and Ishijun faints while incontinent and defecating. Disgusting. But he's not dead. There's still HP left. I'm sure suffocation causes unconsciousness in about a minute, but it takes a few minutes to die, right? Even though it's through the automata, I didn't want to touch such a dirty thing for a few minutes, so I used a different method. First, I move away from the unconscious Ishijun, shrink the pseudo-dungeon area to a radius of 1 meter, and make sure there are no intruders inside. Then, I use the transfer function to bring in a freshly made high zombie. The one I transferred is the teacher zombie made from the teacher's corpse. Let's test the zombie sensei's unique skill, spatial magic. This skill is, literally, a magic skill that manipulates space. Well, as you might expect, it can do things like teleport over space. You can teleport to a place you've been to at least once. And the targets you can teleport are not limited to allies or enemies. I instruct the zombie sensei to target Ishijun and activate this magic, teleport. As a result, Ishijun's body was transferred to a place the zombie sensei had visited, the 2nd floor of my dungeon. That's right, to the floor of death where deadly poison spreads. Just to be sure, I have the Gillam and the newly made gargoyles watch over and leave Ishijun alone for 30 seconds. He died quicker than expected. I think it's because the HP was reduced by suffocation. Anyway, all members have been killed. Huff. In my living space, I let out a light breath and felt a refreshing sense of accomplishment. Chapter 60, Revenge? After finishing off my classmates, I recall the immortal zombie and hot-blooded zombie, which I had been keeping on standby, along with the zombie sensei. I also collected the automata while I was at it. I was covered in splatters of blood. After all, walking around the royal capital in this state, I can't help but feel that I would be arrested. Now that I have the zombie sensei, returning to the royal capital should be easy. So I should wash myself in the dungeon. So, I washed the automata with gargoyle's water magic and prepared new clothes while thinking, was this act of mine? Was it revenge? You could say so, but you could also say otherwise. Surely, I had a grudge against my classmates, but the main reason I killed them was because I thought they would become a threat to me if they grew. That's why I killed the teacher, too. I killed her first. I removed the mask of the automata, showed my bare face to unsettle her, stole her thoughts of escape using spatial magic, and killed her for sure. In fact, I could say that killing the teacher was the main objective, and the remaining 3 were just a bonus. I even thought that it wouldn't matter if only the teacher was killed, even if the remaining 3 escaped, or if there were witnesses and it became a commotion. After all, spatial magic is, by any measure, the natural enemy of the dungeon. If the teacher were to ever reach the boss room even once, after that, I might have strong enemies suddenly sent to the boss room, ignoring all the traps of the dungeon. And I would be tormented by the fear of not knowing when they might attack. It's terrifying just to think about it. It was extremely lucky that I was able to kill the teacher, who had such a nightmarish skill, in such a sudden encounter, and even turn her into a zombie ally. Considering the bullying, the killing of my parents, the constant strong enemies coming to the dungeon, and finally being scouted by the demon lord, I thought my luck was depressingly low, but it seems it wasn't as bad as I thought. That being said, let's confirm the results of this battle. This time I only killed 4 people, but I can say that I obtained results that necessitate confirmation. First of all, the acquisition of the zombie sensei is noteworthy. Not only has moving become easier, but like I used on Ishijun, I can now use a trap that forces teleportation from outside to inside the dungeon. I don't like inviting intruders myself, but the effect is tremendously high, so I won't hesitate to use it when the time is right. Next, the corpses of the 3 classmates. In other words, the bodies of the 3 heroes. Even though they are around LV10 grunts, zombies with unique skills will become a great force. The stealth zombie made from Hagakure's corpse has a unique skill called spiriting away. Due to this effect, I could say that I am now capable of infiltrating any place. However, the effective time seems to be short, so caution is necessary. It seems the uses will be limited, but it is still handy. Next, the creation zombie created from Sakuma's corpse. He had a unique skill called creation, which has a cheat-like vibe to it. This skill seems to allow the creation of any material that has been touched once, as much as one wants using MP. It seems to be impossible for living beings, but for anything else, absolutely anything. Even mass production of mithril and orichalcum is possible. However, it seems to use a significant amount of MP to create high-grade items, so mass production of orichalcum is likely out of reach. Even so, it seems possible to create about 1 golem's worth of mithril per day, so I've quickly incorporated the creation zombie into the golem production line. I'm looking forward to the completion of mass-produced mithril golems. About Ishijun's corpse lastly, given that its stats are too low apart from defense, it was decided to discard it as it can only be used as a shield at best. If its level was higher, it could have been useful in battle, but considering it made it easy to defeat him, well, it's alright. By the way, Ishijun's corpse was recycled at a high price of 20,000 DP. Heroes are really something, aren't they? There are no other spoils of war apart from the corpse. Since it was in incognito look, it didn't have any notable equipment either. Instead, I gained a lot of experience. Believe it or not, my level jumped from 52 to 60 all at once. The experience points of heroes are amazing. At this rate, I feel like killing all the heroes myself. I wonder if I could compete with the Demon Lord then? Well, the other heroes probably have the 12 apostles as bodyguards, so it looks difficult and I don't want to be greedy. That's when I finished confirming my victory. I kept you waiting, Mamori. The Demon Lord was teleported into the communication room accompanied by a monster that looked like his subordinate. Leif, who was in the room, bowed his head vigorously. The Mamori Chandol also bowed. Oh? Are you the new executive? Yes. I am Mamori. You're pretty small. This is a temporary form. I see. The monster that looked like the Demon Lord's subordinate spoke up, so I had the Mamori Chandol respond. That monster was a black lizardman. It was like a bipedal lizard, or a human-shaped dragon walking on 2 feet, and it was all muscular. It's more impressive than the hot-blooded zombie. But I think this is probably a humanized dragon. I know that higher-ranking monsters like dragons can humanize. I learned this when I was looking for monsters that could conduct espionage activities, which was the reason I created Automata. And also, that humanization is not exactly human-like in any way. Anyway, appraisal. Black Dragon LV 108. Name, Draglight. HP, 25,300 25,300. MP, 23,000 Attack, 20,300. Defense, 20,015. Magical power, 18,840. Magic resistance, 17,550. Speed, 19,991. Unique skill, true equipment. Skills, Dragon, LV 108 HP auto recovery, LV 84 MP auto recovery, LV 71. What a monster! With an average status of about 20,000, it's as strong as the living armor senpai with its bear power. If it uses true equipment, wouldn't the odds of winning be about 50% even if I fully utilize the dungeon? Such a monster just comes out. The Demon Lord's army is dangerous. I am the Demon Lord's executive, the Black Dragon, Draglight. To the new executive, I welcome you. However, there is one thing I must tell you. Saying that, the dragon pointed at the Mamori Chandol with his sharp clawed finger. I gulp in breath. Of course, the Mamori Chandol is unresponsive. HMPH. And then, the dragon suddenly struck a muscle pose. The muscles swelled up. Moreover, the dragon remains in that posture, directing a passionate gaze at the Mamori Chandol. What does this mean? When I looked at the Demon Lord as if asking for help, she was shrugging her shoulders as if to say, there, say something. The beauty of my physique, which has not been lost even after humanization. You can fall in love with it, you know. Leif, please guide these people to the royal capital. Why, yes. For some reason, I, who found everything ridiculous, decided to ignore it and left everything to Leif. Although Leif was confused, he said, "This way, please," picked up the Mamori Chandol, and followed my guide to the exit of the dungeon. I was happy that he was doing his job properly. Indeed, Leif was a good purchase. He. You got turned down again, Draglight. HMPH. She's just shy of my muscular beauty. She's a Q junior. You're always positive. Well, now that the Demon Lord has arrived, the preliminary skirmishes are over. It seems like the real war is about to begin. For now, I tightened my focus and sent the automata, who had been dried with the gargoyle's fire and wind magic, back to the royal capital with the zombie sensei's teleportation. Chapter 60.1, The Worst Introduction Ceremony of Some Heroes. Heroes, it's time. Finally, the time for the unveiling ceremony. We were called by the church people and moved from the waiting room to a terrace-like place. From there, we only have a simple task of waving our hands towards the citizens. By the way, since it's a ceremony, the king is currently giving a speech on the terrace, and Ivy-san is acting as his bodyguard. However, even though such a day has come, Instructor Carpuxio and the others have not returned. Even though about half a month has passed since then, there has been no word at all. I can't help but think that something must have happened. However, there's nothing who can do nothing but appraise. can do. Moreover, it is precisely because I possess the appraisal that I know about the monstrous strength of Instructor Carpexio and Grandpa Randolph. All I can do now is believe in them. However, a separate concern has arisen. For some reason, Sorakan-sensei is not present at this unveiling ceremony. She used to always be where the students were, but she's not here today. It seems that the church people are frantically looking for her, but they can't find her. I'm worried. The unease I've been feeling for a while now feels like it's grown larger. But again, there's nothing I can do. The only thing I can do is to proudly wave my hand as one of the heroes. Oh, how pathetic. I want power soon. While harboring such a frustrated feeling, I head towards the terrace with my other classmates. By the way, only the 10 of us from the combat group are here. The non-combat group will apparently be protected in a country called the Head Temple of the Goddess Religion, without being unveiled to the citizens. A while ago, some guards came for that purpose, and 3 of them were surprisingly strong. There's Warlock-san, a giant tribald man who's about 5 meters tall. Garuda-san, a fierce-looking and intimidating wolf policeman, and Emma-chan, a very kind-eyed human beauty. They are apparently among the 3 members of the 12 Apostles, who are called by the Chunibyo-like nickname of the Goddess Religion's strongest forces. All 3 of them were much stronger than Instructor Carpexio. It makes me realize that there are such superhumans in this world, and I felt the ruthlessness of the inflation. Moreover, according to the trio of superhumans, if you're a hero, you'll easily surpass us. In reality, it's scary to think that Shindu and others could easily become stronger than those 3 if they level up a little more. Sigh, my route to an unmatched strength is getting farther and further away. Even though we're supposed to be the same heroes, why is there such a difference? And so, while I was getting indignant at the irrationality of the other world, I arrived at the terrace, and then, wow, I was overwhelmed by the crowd of people below. I was stunned by what sounded like a scream of great cheers. It wasn't just me, almost everyone was stunned. But, however, our handsome leading hero, Shindu, waved his hand confidently, as if he wasn't daunted at all. Seeing him calm down, the other members also regained their sanity and waved their hands. Of course, I did too. Ugh, my mob status is harsh. I unintentionally become distant. While becoming distant, when I happened to gaze into the distance, I felt a sense of discomfort. I could see a black dot in the distant sky. It looks like an airplane. But there are no airplanes in this world. There are monsters that fly in the sky, but I have never heard of them being seen near the royal capital. I heard that dangerous monsters like that are thoroughly exterminated by the knights. I was puzzled, and the black spot grew larger and larger. In other words, it was an airplane-like thing approaching us. In a little while, its silhouette would become clear. At the moment when the airplane-like thing came that close, a black laser beam was emitted from the airplane-like thing. The black laser beam blew away the city walls, obliterated the people cheering below, and approached us. What happened? My thoughts completely halted at the sudden apocalyptic scene. All I could do was stare blankly at the spectacle. Stand firm, Titan. As the black laser beam was about to swallow us, unlike me who could do nothing but be dumbfounded, Warlock-san, who had produced a gigantic shield of true equipment in both arms, jumped out and stopped the black laser beam head-on. Full guard. Thanks to Warlock-san's ridiculous defensive power, the path of the black laser beam was deflected, and it flew into the sky, obliterating the ceiling of the church. We survived, but I didn't have the luxury of rejoicing that we were saved, because I still couldn't understand what had happened. Ignoring my state, the situation kept moving without stopping. The airplane-like thing from earlier had already approached us quite closely. It was a huge black dragon, a truly gigantic dragon, about the size of an airplane. Seeing a force so different from the monsters I'd seen so far, I instinctively used appraisal. Black Dragon LV-108. Name, Draglight. HP, 25,300 25,300. MP, 22,000 23,000. Attack, 20,300. Defense, 20,015. Magical power, 18,840. Magic resistance, 17,550. Speed, 19,991. Unique skill. True equipment. Skills. Dragon, LV 108 HP Auto Recovery, LV 84 MP Auto Recovery, LV 71. It's a monster. Just a light body blow would easily kill me. But, while I couldn't defeat it even if I did a handstand, if the three apostles, Ivy-san, and the Shindu combined their powers, they might be able to win. But such faint hope was shattered in an instant. Oh, if it isn't Warlock. I thought you weren't seen on the battlefield lately, so you were here. I heard such a voice from atop the dragon. It was a girl's voice. Then, the owner of the voice jumped down from the back of the dragon. A very erotic-looking girl, with a demon-like appearance. A beautiful girl. I also used appraisal on her in a hurry. Dungeon Master LV 140. Name, Chaos. HP, 135,600 135,600. MP, 150,000 150,000. Attack, 100,000. Defense, 99,250. Magical power, 110,455. Magic resistance, 98,820. Speed, 110,000. Unique skills. Demon Lord True Equipment. Skills. HP Auto Recovery, LV 90 MP Auto Recovery, LV 100 Dark Fighting Spirit, LV 110 Swordsmanship, LV 120 Dark Magic, LV 105 Fire Magic, LV 90 Lightning Magic, LV 90 Healing Magic, LV 85 Command, LV 45 Parallel Thinking, LV 50 Arithmetic Ability, LV 50 Stealth, LV 30 Pseudo Dungeon Area Creation, LV 30. Title: Demon Lord. I don't understand. Dungeon Master? A status of 100,000? Aren't there too many skills? There's no way we can win. We're going to die. With these various thoughts in my mind, I reached the pinnacle of confusion, the Demon Lord. In a flash, I spoke the only word I could understand. Upon hearing my words, everyone else looked at the Demon Lord with surprised faces. Then, my classmates' faces turned cautious or aggressive. The King and Ivy-san showed openly hostile faces. The 3 of the 12 apostles had a bitter look. And so, you guys are the heroes. Nice to meet you. My name is Chaos. I am Demon Lord Chaos. I have come to kill you. The Demon Lord, with a cute smile on her face, sentenced us to death. At the same time, a large number of demons poured into the royal capital, clashing with the soldiers protecting the city. Chapter 60.2 The battle between certain heroes and the Demon Lord army. This has become quite a situation. Warlock-san, usually calm, twists his voice in bitter frustration, confronting the Demon Lord with his true equipment still manifested. At the same time, several knights escorted the king into the church for safety. I want to run away too, but whether it's fear or something else, I can't move my legs. Tear apart wild claw, take flight angel wing. While I was in a daze, following Warlock-san, both Garuda-san and Emma-chan activated their true equipment. In Garuda-san's hand appeared beast claws, indistinguishable from the real thing. On Emma-chan's back appeared majestic angel wings. Grant us victory, Tlufang. Furthermore, Ivy-san also brought out her true equipment. Thanks to her exclusive enhancement effect, Winner's Blessing, the status of everyone in the area significantly increased. The enhanced knights directed their swords at the Demon Lord, but they don't move. They can't move. Probably, they understand the difference in power between themselves and the Demon Lord. They understand that recklessly attacking would mean instant death, but there was one fool who couldn't understand that. Hey, if you're not going to do it, then I will. The class delinquent, Goda, said such a foolish thing as he stepped forward. I don't know whether it's a Demon Lord or whatever, but it's foolish for the enemy's leader to come out like this. I'll take him down. Tiki, stop. Ignoring Ivy-san's warning, Goda charged towards the Demon Lord. The delinquent group immediately followed him. Destroy-Buster Sword. Goda brought out his true equipment, a great sword, and slashed at the Demon Lord, a collaboration of his ridiculously high stats due to his unique skill, King of Destruction, and his true equipment. If one were to take Goda's attack head-on right now, even Instructor Carpuxio could potentially die in one hit, but the Demon Lord effortlessly stopped it with one hand. What? Ha ha ha, that tickles. Then, a counter-punch struck Goda. It looked like a really light blow. There was no force behind it, no power either. It was a light punch, incomparable to those Instructor Carpuxio demonstrated, so light that it felt like a girl's punch. Paired with the fact that it was delivered by a girl, it gave an illusion that it wouldn't hurt at all when hit. And yet, that punch effortlessly shattered Goda's true equipment and punched a hole in Goda's belly. Ah! Goda let out a scream, as if his soul was being scraped out. Hearing his shriek, the delinquent group who were about to enthusiastically charge came to a halt. They had been riding high on adrenaline. They might have thought there was no way they could lose. So they were stunned, unable to believe the sight before their eyes. Ah, so weak. It feels even weaker than the stats suggest. My prediction was correct. The Demon Lord, saying that, aimed to deliver the final blow to Goda, who was writhing on the ground clutching his stomach, by kicking him. Angel's Auxiliary Wing, activation. R/Claw. Garuda-san, in an attempt to stop the Demon Lord, charged at him at an incredible speed. On his back were angel-like wings, the same as Emma-chan's. They don't suit him, but they are strong. Fast. Then, following Garuda-san, Warlock-san also charged. He, too, had wings. It doesn't suit him, but he is strong. Fast. Will restrain the Demon Lord. Heroes, escape quickly. Do you think we'll let you? Draglight. Kill the heroes while we play. Understood. I had a bit of hope, thinking that Warlock-san and the others could fight the Demon Lord. The voice of the Demon Lord crushed that. The one who received that command was that huge dragon. From above, the dragon, familiar with breath attacks, began to take a firing stance. Black light was gathering in the dragon's mouth. Is this the black laser beam from before? No way. We won't allow any more rampages in our country. Flame sword. The dragon's breath was fired, and Ivy-san confronted it by launching the flames she had wrapped around her sword. The other knights also supported her with magic. But, the dragon was too strong. Too strong. Everyone, let's assist to shine. Excalibur. Why yeah. Strike down. Kladbulg. I get it. Spell. Grimoire. Shindu and the others brought out their true equipment, and assisted Ivy-san and the others with their own ranged attacks. The other classmates who had regained their senses also offered their support. I, too, provided support using magic, even though it was very weak. Really weak though. What? With the combined magic of everyone's powers, we managed to neutralize the dragon's breath. Not only that, we managed to pierce through the breath and even succeeded in blowing away the dragon's huge body. We did it. We managed to counterattack against that monster. Hope is rising. We can win. Just when I had that hope, counterattack. Immediately defeat that dragon and assist the 12 apostles. Captain. Suddenly, a fist wreathed in blue flames appeared in front of us and punched Ivy-san in the face as she was giving instructions to the knights. Even Ivy-san couldn't defend against the attack, which had no presence until the very last moment, and was blown away into the wall of the church. When I saw the person who did it, my mind went blank. After all, it was a face I knew well. Instructor Carpuxio? Instructor Carpuxio, who had stopped with his fist still in the pose of punching Ivy-san, was not his usual sweaty self, but it was eerily quiet. To me, it looked like something pretending to be Instructor Carpuxio. As I was thrown into confusion by the shocking turn of events, the situation continued to develop. This time, a beam of ice, coming from who knows where, was aimed at Maki. Kaya Ayaka. Ken shielded her from the attack in the nick of time, and both of them were injured. And if you look at where the beam came from, there was a familiar face. Randolph-san, Maki, who was good friends with Grandpa Randolph, exclaimed in surprise while holding her wound. I don't understand what's happening. It's too much. My brain can't keep up. But it's not over yet. This nightmare mercilessly crushed us, who had been soaking in the dream of dominating another world. This time, I heard Goda, who was supposed to be down, screaming. Looking at him, a masked woman was repeatedly stabbing her sword into Goda, who was falling over and over, until Goda became like minced meat and stopped moving. Is he dead? Someone in my class muttered quietly. He's dead. Goda is dead. A classmate is dead. The moment I understood that, I broke out in a cold sweat. I was struck by a terrifying chill and fear. Indeed, Goda was an unsavory guy. A delinquent, selfish, and made fun of me because I couldn't use true equipment. But he was still a classmate in the same circumstances. That means, if Goda could die like this, I might be next. My mind, which had been unable to keep up with the rapid developments, comprehended one clear fact. This is a world at war, and naturally, people die when they fight. Even heroes die. What a joke to think we were invincible in a different world. We were naive. Too naive. Like milk tea into which all the sugar has been dumped. Our thinking was so sweet it gave us heartburn and made us vomit. Holy fighting spirit. Then, as numerous people threw up at the sight of Goda's minced body, I was unable to do anything due to my own retching and hyperventilation. Shindu, who had the unique skill, hero, activated his exclusive skill and was the first to strike at the woman, but Shindu's sword stopped mid-swing. It wasn't that the woman had blocked him. Shindu had stopped himself because the moment Shindu moved, the woman removed her mask. Seeing that face, there was no way Shindu could fight because it was the face of the woman he loved. Bad things pile up. Unfathomable developments also pile up. Reality does not wait for our brains to catch up. I thought this, as if trying to escape reality. Honj. Shindu called her name. The idol of the school. Even though she has been absent for a while, nobody could forget that face. The unparalleled beauty. Even though she had just killed a former classmate, she didn't seem shaken at all. Honjo-san was staring at us with an expressionless face like a doll. And then, towards Shindu, who was staring with wide eyes and shock, Honjo-san swung her sword. Chapter 61. Hero Hunting 1. The time for the ceremony is approaching. I, or rather my automata, was observing the church's terrace, the venue of the ceremony, from the back alleys. At the moment, a middle-aged man who seems like the king is giving a speech on the terrace. I suppose the heroes will appear once that's over. There are two reasons why I've placed the automata here. The first one is for verification. I need to confirm if the identities of the heroes are indeed my classmates. If that's the case, the sight of the automata might shake them up a bit, so I hope they're my classmates. Well, since the teachers and others were there, I'm pretty sure they are. The second reason is that I'm thinking of outsmarting the Demon Lord and killing the hero myself. The desire for revenge plays a small part, but the main goal is the huge amount of experience I could get from killing the hero and acquiring a unique skill-wielding zombie. In terms of the zombie, given the teacher's level, I don't think it's reliable as a force against the Demon Lord, but there might be something valuable like the zombie sensei, and it wouldn't be bad as a regular force, so I want to kill proactively. While thinking about such things, the heroes appeared on the church's terrace. Yes, they are my classmates. There are several unpleasant faces. I can't use appraisal from this distance, but I can tell without it. However, even if I subtract the ones I killed, there are fewer than expected. I wonder what this means? I was a little puzzled, but I didn't have time to worry about it. Suddenly, a roaring sound comes from the monitor. Probably the Demon Lord has arrived and done something, and sure enough, a scene of the royal capital being destroyed by a black laser-like beam came into view. I hurriedly used the teleportation function to retrieve the automata. If I hadn't, the costly automata would have been engulfed in the friendly fire and annihilated. Damn Demon Lord. She unleashed it without considering me at all. Well, she probably did it because she knows that even if the automata is destroyed, I won't die, but still, I want to kill her someday. Well, I have no intention of rebelling, because I'm scared. Thinking about such things, I thought it was about time the storm of laser beams passed, and I teleported the automata back to the royal capital using the zombie sensei's teleportation. The automata in the royal capital, abbreviated as the royal automata, Well, never mind. When I returned to the royal capital thinking about trivial things, there was a dragon, as big as a castle and black, in front of me. That must be the true form of one of the higher-ranking officers from the Demon Lord's army who came to us. I could rest easy if he was always that size, because he wouldn't be able to enter the dungeon. Also, I can hear the sounds of battle from various parts of the royal capital. I wonder if it's the Demon Lord himself fighting, or if he summoned other monsters. Well, anyway, it seems like the war has started in earnest. While I was trying to understand the situation, I spotted a group rushing out of the back door of the church. Probably, or rather undoubtedly, they're trying to escape from the battleground that the royal capital has become. But seeing them, I thought, what good luck. The ones who came out of the church were about 7 familiar-looking individuals with black hair and black eyes, and several others in armor who looked like guards. They're definitely the remaining heroes who, for some reason, didn't participate in the ceremony. Yet, like with the teachers yesterday, encountering them at such a convenient timing is such good luck. I wonder if this is a reaction to all the misfortune I've experienced, or if fate is telling me to accomplish my revenge. Well, it doesn't matter either way. What I have to do doesn't change. Near the automata, I summon the hot-blooded zombie and the grandpa zombie as forces. I used the hot-blooded zombie as a shield and had it charge the automata. Burn, simmer, eat knuckle. Because they couldn't handle the speed of the hot-blooded zombie, which exceeded 5,000 due to the power of the true equipment. One of the escorts was blown apart by the hot-blooded zombie's punch the moment he let out a startled voice. Kaya? One of my classmates let out a piercing scream. The other classmates are also considerably disturbed. But the escort soldiers are surprisingly calm, not too disturbed despite one of their comrades being killed. They're standing off against the hot-blooded zombie and the automata with their swords at the ready. They're seasoned, thinking so. When I appraised them, every one of them was a big shot, with average statuses exceeding 2,000. Stronger than the automata? There are 10 such people. I see. That's why they are entrusted with the hero's escort. But I can't be stopped by that level of power. Freeze, Vanagund. What? Icicle Nova. Support fire from the grandpa zombie, who has unleashed the true equipment, comes flying. The target is my classmates. If they're escorts, they have no choice but to use themselves as shields to protect their charges. The magic power of the grandpa zombie who has released the true equipment exceeds 20,000. The escorts, who have a mere 2,000 statuses, can't withstand such an attack. They were instantly frozen and shattered. The ones who barely survived also died in an instant from the hot-blooded zombie's follow-up attack. And so, my classmates were left completely exposed. I began to kill them in an assembly line fashion using the automata. No, please, stop. Please help. Please help. No, I don't want to DEEE. Why? I'm going to DEEE. I paid no heed to their ugly screams. I continued to slash them down as if testing the sharpness of the sword the automata was holding. Their mithril sword I had the creation zombie make. If I dawdled, it seemed like my experience points would be stolen by the black laser beam from earlier. Still, it was a nice touch to cut them in a way that would cause the most pain and suffering. And so, I annihilated the heroes that were here. The moment that ended, the dragon released a black laser beam, a breath, aimed at the church. So it wasn't the demon lord but the dragon doing this. Wait, this is not the time to be casually observing. I quickly collected the bodies of the heroes, and I wanted to collect the 2 zombies and the automata too. But something seemed strange. The magic released from the church was contending with the dragon's breath. Moreover, it seemed to be pushing it back a little. Thinking that this might turn out unexpected, I only collected the bodies for the time being, sent the stealthy zombie to the royal capital instead. Erased the presence of the automata and the 3 zombies with Spirited Away, and directed them to the terrace of the church, which had already lost its roof. Chapter 62, Hero Hunting 2. When the automata arrived at the terrace, almost all the enemies there were casting magic to neutralize the dragon's breath. Perhaps they were concentrating all their nerves on it, or due to the effect of Spirited Away. None of them seemed to notice us. Also, A particularly flashy battle could be seen in the distance. The fight that was destroying the vast royal capital to such an extent that it seemed to belong to a different world view was visible. Probably, the one fighting there is the Demon Lord. The opponent is likely to be one of the 12 apostles they said might be in the guard. Anyway, I can't believe there are humans who can actually fight the Demon Lord. It's terrifying, but now is the chance. Now, it seems possible to outsmart the Demon Lord and hunt the hero. I use the skill of parallel thinking and perform an appraisal of the forces present in this place at the same time as these considerations. Even if you get within a 10-meter radius where appraisal is effective, nobody notices. Spirited Away is amazing. I'm really glad we were able to crush it before it grew. But anyway, according to the results of the appraisal, the most troublesome one in this place was this one. Human, LV90. Name, Ivy Blue Rose. Status, True Equipment is active. HP, 12,400 12,400 6,200. MP, 8,421 10,000 and 85,040. Attack, 10,510 5,255. Defense, 9,986 4,993. Magical power, 9,800 4,900. Magic resistance, 10,002 5,001. Speed, 11,442 5,721. Unique skill, True Equipment. Skills, HP Auto Recovery, LV35 MP Auto Recovery, LV31 Swordsmanship, LV50 Fire Magic, LV40 Command, LV25. She's strong, with an average status of about 5,000, and with True Equipment, it's 10,000. However, the most troublesome thing is not the status, but the ability of the True Equipment. True Equipment, Tlufang, durability 30,000. Effect, all stats times 2. Special effect, Winner's Blessing. Power manifested by the skill of the True Equipment. It can't be used by anyone other than the original owner. Winner's Blessing. Significantly improve the status of all allies. What's ridiculous is the multiplier of the enhancement by Winner's Blessing. It's a whopping 1.5 times all ally statuses. That's nothing but a cheat. It's not comparable to the Feast of the Barbarians, of the Goblin Zombie. Well, the latter was a flat plus 1,000 to stats, so if you're leading a horde of weaklings, the Goblin Zombie would be stronger. The only saving grace, or weakness, is that this enhancement does not extend to herself. And next most dangerous are the heroes. They're all quite dangerous just for having learned True Equipment and possessing 2 unique skills, but still, they're not that much of a threat because their levels are too low. But among the heroes, there are about 3 who are exceptional, and they are quite a threat even now. Especially, this one, Otherworlder, LV28. Name, Shinduma. Status, True Equipment Activation, Enhancing. HP, 33,750 33,750, 7,500. MP, 28,831 33,750, 7,500. Attack, 31,500, 7,000. Defense, 31,275, 6,950. Magical power, 32,175, 7,150. Magic resistance, 30,978, 6,884. Speed, 32,508, 7,224. Unique skills, Hero True Equipment. Skills, HP Auto Recovery, LV14 MP Auto Recovery, LV30 Sacred Fighting Spirit, LV21 Sacred Magic, LV20 Swordsmanship, LV19. Titles. Hero Otherworlder. Hero significantly increases all stats. Acquires exclusive skills, Sacred Fighting Spirit, Sacred Magic, True Equipment, Excalibur, durability 100,000. Effect, all stats x3. Exclusive effect, Hero's Holy Sword. The power manifested by the true equipment. It cannot be used by anyone other than the original owner. Hero's Holy Sword. The power of the hero that cuts down evil. Inflicts specialized damage against those belonging to evil. Don't mess with me. What? An average status of 30,000. No matter how much it's boosted by true equipment and winner's blessing. This is ridiculous. Even the true equipment itself has the highest performance I've ever seen. Even without it, an average status of 7,000 at LV28. There are also some cheat skills that somewhat overlap with the Demon Lord. The effect of Hero's Holy Sword is the worst compatibility for me. If he grows, he might actually reach the Demon Lord. I'm convinced this guy is the real deal for the goddess who summoned the hero. Despite the perverted look in his eyes towards me, he's this strong. It's annoying. The remaining two exceptional ones, Maki and Ken, are strong, but they can't possibly reach this guy. Ideally, I'd like to finish him off here and now, but I don't feel like I can defeat him with the forces I can currently mobilize. I might be able to win if I were in the living armor senpai, but that's a last resort, so it's out of the question. It's very regrettable, but if I want to defeat this guy, I'll have to wait for the Demon Lord to return. Then, I should whittle down other forces in the meantime. While I was analyzing their forces, the fusion magic blew the dragon away. The dragon, suffering significant damage, crashes into the royal capital. But, it seems it's not dead. If it were dead, I would have turned it into a zombie. No, if the Demon Lord was nearby, it could be seen as rebellion, so it's impossible. Well, anyway, now, the enemy's eyes are fixed on the dragon. The risk of automata being blown away by the dragon's breath is gone. Good. I'm going to move soon too. First, I'll have the hot-blooded zombie, still under the effect of Spirited Away, attack the most troublesome woman, Ivy. Just by being here, all the enemies in this place become superhumans. She's the one we should eliminate first. So, I give orders to the hot-blooded zombie to unleash that all-out attack that was intended for the living armor senpai earlier. Overheat. As the art is activated, the HP of the hot-blooded zombie starts to decrease rapidly. Instead, the fist of the hot-blooded zombie is enveloped in a blue flame with tremendous destructive power. In that state, he punches full force into the face of a woman named Ivy. The attack, which wasn't detected until just before we set it up thanks to the effect of Spirited Away, dealt heavy damage to a woman named Ivy, overturning the difference in status, as she had no guard. Captain, amidst the astonishment of the enemy's foot soldiers, the true equipment of the woman named Ivy is released and the effect of Winner's Blessing is lost. Instructing the hot-blooded zombie to pursue, I make my next move while the opponent is in a state of turmoil. Moreover, using the effect of Spirited Away, I hide the grandpa zombie and target Maki and Ken. Icicle Nova. Ayaka. As planned, the freeze beam hits both of them. It's a shame I couldn't kill them, but I still managed to deal damage enough to shatter half of their bodies frozen. With this, I can certainly knock them out with one more move. Next, I move the automata. For some reason, there's a hero who's already on his last breath, so I decide to finish him off to collect his experience points. Oops. He didn't die in one hit. This was unexpected. I thought I could kill him before he even had time to scream. Typical of a hero. Unnecessarily stubborn. So I reluctantly stabbed him with the mithril sword until he died. I stabbed him until his head became a mashed mince and he died. Upon closer inspection, this guy was the shithead who kept pestering me and saying deluded things like "become my woman." So I stabbed him repeatedly with resentment. The whole process takes only a few seconds. It's unsatisfactory as revenge, but I'm happy to receive a considerable amount of DP and experience points again. The shithead served a purpose at least in his last moment. Now, while the others are startled and frozen, I'll swiftly deal with the next one, Holy Fighting Spirit. Just as I was thinking that, Shindu, the hero of lust, started to charge at the automata while activating his cheat skill. Perhaps because his skill level is still low, the rate of status increase isn't that much. but it's more than enough of a threat to the automata. If it takes a direct hit, I think it will be destroyed in one blow. That's why I removed the mask of the automata to provoke further confusion in the enemy, to make the enemy hesitate to attack the automata in order to create a gap in their hearts, and to relentlessly exploit that gap. I removed the mask of the automata, Honjo. As expected, the hero, who seems to be still naive from the Peace of Japan, stopped moving in the middle of a kill or be killed situation. Grinning at his stupidity, I stabbed the completely off-guard Shindu using the expressionless automata. Chapter 63, Hero Hunting 3. The automata's sword, swung with unparalleled precision, pierces one of the vital points of the human body, Shindu's eyeball. However, perhaps due to the great difference in status, it doesn't reach the brain behind the eyeball. Just one left eye is destroyed. And that's it. Regrettably, I had a hunch that I couldn't defeat this guy. So, I'm not disappointed. Rather, prioritizing the next move is more important. Yuma, allowing the zombie sensei, who disappeared with Spirited Away, to sneak up behind Maki, who is in a panic over Shindu's pinch, and Ken protecting Maki. And then, teleport. What? With teleport, the two disappear from this place. Their destination is a new boss room I built in the second layer of our dungeon. As the name suggests, it is set as a boss room from which you cannot escape unless you defeat the boss monster. The boss of this room is a golem made of mithril created by the creation zombie. The golem, armed with a huge shield and sword to match its size, and its status is tripled due to the effect of the boss room. In addition to that, a large number of traps and henchman monsters are ready to smash the intruders. Among them is the immortal zombie and the goblin zombie. As a bonus, since it's the second layer, of course, a poisonous mist is naturally drifting. This is the trap I created for our guests. With teleport, it's a boss shoot into the monster house. It's a trap with a notorious fatality rate, but it's an act of inviting intruders into the sanctuary, so I don't really want to do it. But I'll do it if necessary. I'll use the tools I can use. That's my way. By the way, Stealthy Zombie and the Zombie Sensei, who are about to reach their MP limits, were also teleported back to the dungeon. They are valuable forces, and I don't want to involve them in the fight and destroy them here. Ayaka Kyoshiro, disturbed by the sudden disappearance of the two, Shindu turns in that direction. I think he shouldn't be distracted, but I don't say anything because it's very welcome if he shows an opening. In silence, the Grandpa Zombie's freeze beam attacks Shindu as a follow-up. If it's the Grandpa Zombie's magic attack power, it should get through to Shindu. It's doubtful whether it can kill him, but I think it'll at least hold him back. In the meantime, I'll kill the other classmates. However, the Grandpa Zombie is just to hold back Shindu. The hot-blooded zombie can't get away because he's fighting the enemy's grunts. When it comes to automata, it's a bit uneasy to have it face the hero because of the status. Also, the cost of losing automatu is high. So, I decided to create a new pawn. There was a fresh body of a hero right there, so I used DP to turn it into a zombie. The usual magic circle appears centered on the body, and the body with its head smashed into mincemeat and, for some reason, a hole in its potbelly rises. A crap scum zombie has been created. Well, let's call it a destruction zombie to make it easier to understand, in reference to the unique skill, King of Destruction. By the way, the status is as follows. High Zombie LV27, locked. Name, Gaudoduki. HP, 1904. MP, 29300. Attack, 6321. Defense, 770. Magical power, 101. Magic resistance, 741. Speed, 450. Unique skill, King of Destruction. True equipment. Skills, HP Auto Recovery, LV8 Swordsmanship, LV3. Titles: Hero Otherworlder, King of Destruction. Greatly increases attack status. Well, it's strong in a way. It's incredibly unbalanced, but the attack is extremely high. Depending on the ability of the true equipment, I think it could be normally used. However, for some reason, The crucial true equipment does not appear. I wonder if it was destroyed. Still, against a hero who has completely lost his will to fight due to the fear of death and horror phenomena, I think it can win normally. So, I restored the HP of the destruction zombie slightly with DP and charged it towards the heroes. At the same time, I also summoned a few black iron golems. The destruction zombie is slow, but with the support of black iron golems and automata, and the heroes being paralyzed with fear, they could fight normally. No, please no. We're going to die. We're going to die. Ah, why? It was supposed to be a dream otherworldly life. While letting out such dying screams, the heroes died. The destruction zombie was battered by the counterattacks unleashed in frenzy, but it doesn't matter. After all, it was a disposable that was used only to crush the morale of the heroes. With such unbalanced status, I can't expect much from it in the future, and as soon as its HP became 0, I quickly converted it back. Now, in this manner, let's kill the remaining heroes quickly. Stoop. But as I thought so, here Shindu bypassed the magic of the grandpa zombie and came towards me. He stood in a position that seemed to protect the remaining heroes while destroying the black iron golem. In that case, I thought of launching a concentrated attack on him with the magic of the grandpa zombie, but it seems that's impossible. How dare you hurt my perfect body last time? I won't be careless this time. Roar. Dragon aura. At this timing, the blown-off dragon returned. Moreover, it's activating its true equipment. Something like an aura seemed to envelop the dragon. Take this, a serious blow from my beautiful body, and turn to dust. Dragon claw. The dragon's arm, which swung back greatly, is swung down as if to crush the church that had become a battlefield. Fearing the worst, I gave up all battles and ordered the grandpa zombie and hot-blooded zombie to come near the automata, and evacuated to the dungeon using the transfer function. And then, I used the zombie sensei's teleport, which had recovered some MP, to transfer the automata a bit away from the church. What was reflected in the monitor from the automata's viewpoint was the scene where the dragon's one blow smashed the church into tiny pieces. Is it over? I wonder? I think Shindu probably didn't die, but I feel like the rest were annihilated. Even if he survived, I can't deliver the final blow. Because if I rush to the scene where the dragon is running wild, I'll just end up torn to pieces. The hero's experience points were taken, well, but I managed to kill more than half of the heroes, so I guess that's a passing grade. For now, the hot-blooded zombie and the grandpa zombie, who seem to no longer have a role, have been sent to subdue Maki, who still resists in the mid-boss room with Ken. Photon blade. And at that moment, Shindu, who jumped out from the rubble, cut off the dragon's wing with a dazzling slash. Really? Shindu is stronger than I expected. If I fought head-on with that, I would have a slim chance of winning. I'm glad I didn't have to mess with the automata's design. While I was thinking about that, and was about to watch Shindu and the dragon clash, suddenly, something fell from the sky and created a crater between the two. To see what was in the crater, I made the automata climb onto a building that was safe. After the dust cleared, when I squinted, at the center of the crater was a single human who was battered. However, he had dog-like ears growing from his head. A beastman, huh? I knew from Leif that there were beastmen in this world, but this was the first time I saw one in person. Next, a winged woman flew in as if chasing the beastman, and a giant with wings also flew in. Was there a race with wings? It hurts that I can't use appraisal at this distance. Oh, it seems to be quite sorted out while I was playing. And finally, the demon lord, with a black greatsword in hand, appeared. 3 people who flew in with Shindu and confront the demon lord head-on. Does that mean those 3 are the 12 apostles? Anyway, the remaining players are all here. It's finally the endgame. Now, since the demon lord and dragon have returned, joining the fray there would only result in losing forces unnecessarily due to getting caught up in the conflict. So, I decided to have the automata return to the dungeon to make sure to finish off the remaining heroes. Chapter 63.1 The sound of a certain hero's heart. Breaking 1. It hurts. It's scary. It's tough. Perhaps it's my just deserts for underestimating the life in a different world. Now, I am suffering in severe pain. This pain is not just physical. My heart hurts too. Both my body and mind are screaming. My body hurts because I was buried under rubble when the church was destroyed by the dragon's strike. Yet, I'm the lucky one. The others didn't get trapped under rubble. They were squashed into mincemeat by the dragon's claw or palm. The fear I felt when the dragon's claw passed right by my nose is something I'll probably never forget. If I had been just one step out of position, I would have met the same fate as the others. As for the pain in my heart, it's fear and guilt. Fear is self-evident. Even now, I can't bear the terror of the dragon and the demon lord, as well as the monsters that look like Honjo-san, who are near me. But, against such monsters, there was something I could do. There was something that the powerless me could do to help everyone. Appraisal. If only I could accurately report the statuses of the demon lord and dragon. Above all, if I could have reported the appraisal results of the monster that looks like Honjo-san, the automata, Instructor Carpuxio, and Grandpa Randolph to Shindu. If only I could have done that, things might not have turned out this way. Yet, I did nothing. I was too scared to do anything. To hell with wanting to be a hero like the others. That I, a cowardly scumbag who didn't even have the resolve to fight, had the nerve to say such a thing. I want to punch the me from just a little while ago. I want to tell him to wake up. I want to tell him to face reality instead of indulging in fantasies. If I had done that, maybe things could have changed a little. In contrast, Shindu is amazing. Despite being blinded in one eye by an enemy who took the form of the girl he likes and witnessing the massacre of all his classmates right in front of him, he hasn't lost his will to fight. He went off to confront the dragon as if to avenge his friends. That's a real hero. He's nothing like a fake hero like me. GHH. With a single-minded desire not to get involved in such a heroics battle, I crawled out from under the rubble. It was good that I had trained, even if I was just a lowly slug. And then, there were others besides me who were crawling out from under the rubble. What on earth happened? Ivy-san? The one who emerged from the rubble was a beautiful blonde woman in armor. It was Captain Ivy. But her beauty was nowhere to be seen. The wounds she received from being hit by Instructor Carpuxio, no, the zombie of Instructor Carpuxio, were horribly visible. Her face was burnt and both her eyes were destroyed. Though HP auto recovery has healed her somewhat, she probably still can't see. Are you okay? Dragging my aching body, I went over to Ivy-san and cast a healing spell, but with my status and skill level, I can only provide a small amount of recovery. I truly feel so powerless that it makes me want to cry. That voice, Kenji? I'm sorry, but can you tell me what's happening? For some reason, I don't remember anything from the middle of the battle. As I started the healing spell, Ivy-san said that. I see. Ivy-san must have passed out from Instructor Carpuxio's hit, given that she was hit so hard in the face. It's not surprising that it's like she had a severe blow to the head. I briefly explained the current situation to Ivy-san, the desperate reality that all the heroes and knights are almost wiped out, and only Shindu is left. And the moment the explanation ended, something fell at breakneck speed between Shindu and the dragon who were facing each other. Looking at the direction from which it came, I was plunged into an even deeper pit of despair. Kenji, what was that sound just now? Ivy-san, it seems we are in trouble. As I said this, filled with a sense of surrender, the worst enemy that had returned was also opening its mouth. It seems to be quite sorted out while I was playing. Garuda-san, who was blown away. Just as ragged as Garuda-san were Warlock-san and Emma-chan. The Demon Lord, on the other hand, was unscathed, laughing cheerfully. It was despair. It was nothing short of a sight of despair. I was losing the will to resist, Demon Lord. But even if my heart was shattered, it seemed that Shindu's heart hadn't broken yet, and he glared at the Demon Lord with a face full of hostility. After briefly glancing at the three of them with a worried look, Shindu, apparently deciding that their lives were not in immediate danger, returned his gaze to the Demon Lord and asked, "Demon Lord, there's one thing I want to ask you. What did you do to Mamori? Are you an acquaintance of Mamori?" "Yes, I am." "Shindu, I hate to break it to you when you're all worked up, but that's probably not Honjo-san." "Well, The one who's controlling that automatu is probably Honjo-san. The appraisal result said, Manufacturer Honjo Mamori. After all, I'm surprised that she has an acquaintance. But, I didn't do anything to her because she looked strong. I just invited her to join the Demon Lord's army. Well, I did threaten her a little. I knew it because of you. Mamori had to. Shindu? That's probably not it either. Honjo-san has a reason to resent us. That's not all. You destroyed this city and killed innocent people. That's unforgivable. Demon Lord, I will defeat you. I will avenge the people who died. And I will free Mamori. Ha 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 ha. Very well. Bring it on, hero. And so, right before my eyes, the battle began. A battle in which the final hope was at stake. An incredibly desperate fight with slim chances of winning. So desperate, it was laughable. Chapter 63.2. The sound of a certain hero's heart breaking too. Shindu-sama, please wait. Photon blade. Ignoring Warlock's restraint, Shindu's true equipment, Excalibur, cloaked in light, bared its fangs at the Demon Lord. It was the light of holy magic, a skill that could be learned through the effects of the unique skill, hero. Its power was on a completely different level from normal magic. That power, combined with the specialized effect, Holy Sword of the Hero, for killing demons, was unleashed. Even the Demon Lord would take some damage if hit directly. That is, if hit directly. The Demon Lord, just like when she stopped Godo's attack, effortlessly stopped Shindu's attack with one hand. This time, she's gripping a sword in that hand, but for the one being attacked, it doesn't matter. After all, there's no changing the fact that there's a hopeless gap in power between him and the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord mustered strength in the arm clashing with Shindu and lightly swept it aside. Just like that, Shindu was blown away as if it were a joke. What kind of cheat is this? I really wish she'd stop. Demon Lord, do you need help? No need. You deal with the 12 apostles. Even you should be able to kill them in their weakened state. Got it? Such a conversation was exchanged between the Demon Lord and the dragon, and those who were going to support Shindu, like Warlock, were attacked by the dragon. Now, cooperative play is also sealed off. Just like a game of shogai where the king is cornered, it feels like we're steadily moving towards an inevitable end. Shining ray. How feeble. Shindu's holy magic. The Demon Lord casually swung her sword and sliced through the orthodox laser beam. Well then, my turn. Darkness ray. This time, the Demon Lord fired a black laser beam. It swallowed up Shindu, a blow clearly more powerful than the dragon's breath, let alone Shindu's magic. It's over. So you're still alive. You certainly are different from other heroes. Just as I thought, Shindu was still alive, albeit battered, but that doesn't mean the situation is improving. In manga, there might be a miraculous comeback from here. But this is a cruel and unreasonable reality. The overwhelming difference in power can't be bridged no matter how hard one struggles. A mouse can't beat a cat. But, well, it would have been troublesome if you had grown up. I'm extremely fortunate to crush you while you're weak. Now, farewell, immature hero. The Demon Lord raised her black sword towards the battered Shindu and then swung it down at high speed, and Shindu, who no longer had the strength to avoid it, was about to be killed. What? Just before that, the blood-stained Warlock-san, who seems to have shaken off the dragon, cut between Shindu and the Demon Lord and blocked the black sword's strike with his true equipment, a large shield. In return, a large crack appeared in the shield, but Warlock-san didn't pay it any mind and yelled, Emma, take Shindu-sama and escape. You can get away with your angel's auxiliary wings. But fulfill your duty as one of the 12 apostles. We must not extinguish the hope of humanity. Understood. After being reprimanded by Warlock-san, Emma-chan seemed to be resolved. For a moment, Emma-chan's gaze turned to me and our eyes met. I was startled, but Emma-chan quickly shook off her surprise, and while directing her right hand towards Shindu and her left hand towards Ivy-san and me, she activated her skill. The special effect of Emma-chan's true equipment. Activation of Angel's Auxiliary Wings. What is this? From the backs of the three of us, wings like those of the angels Emma-chan and the others have appeared, without our volition. Our bodies floated lightly in the air. Ivy-san, who couldn't see, was surprised. This is the effect of Angel's auxiliary wings. It gives the target wings made of magic power, granting flight capability, and supports the target's movements like a thruster. It seems that Emma-chan can also control the movement of these wings as we saw just now. That's why she was able to force the bodies of the two who could no longer move, and mine, who had lost even the will to run, to move, allowing us to escape at full speed. You want to escape? I won't let you go. I will stop you at the cost of my life. Annoying. And besides, Draglight, do your job properly. Learn from Mamori. I'm sorry. They were stronger than expected. Such conversation was quickly fading into the distance. Perhaps we might have survived. But even if I survived, there would be nothing I could do. I'm done for. My spirit has been broken. I'm sorry, Instructor Carpuxio. I can't do positive thinking anymore. I no longer have the courage to go to the battlefield. I'm not a hero anymore. Just a loser whose heart has been broken by overwhelming fear. From behind me flying, I heard a tremendous roar. It was the sound of Warlock-san and Garuda-san fighting against the embodiment of fear, putting their lives on the line. Being protected by those two, and saved by Emma-chan. I, who had lost even the will to live, was picked up as an extra hero with a life of no value. Chapter 64, Hero Hunting 4. After returning the automata to the dungeon, I immediately sent it to the second floor, to the mid-boss room. There, Maki and Ken, who had been abducted by teleportation, were still resisting. That being said, it's just a futile struggle. The two of them were heavily damaged by the surprise attack from the Grandpa Zombie right at the start. Regarding that, it seems that Maki's healing magic healed some of the damage, but there's no way they would have time to fully recover in front of the monster house in the mid-boss room. Rather, I attacked them while they were healing, so the damage has accumulated more than at first. By the way, their status is like this: Otherworlder, LV-27. Name, Maki Ayaka. Condition, True Equipment Activation in Progress. Abnormal status, Poison, Fatigue. HP, 41,150. MP, 991 21,000, 7,000. Attack, 56. Defense, 48. Magical power, 21,600, 7,200. Magic resistance, 109. Speed, 66. Unique skills, Great Sage True Equipment. Skills, MP Auto Recovery, LV-15 Light Magic, LV-20 Dark Magic, LV-20 Fire Magic, LV-20 Water Magic, LV-20 Wind Magic, LV-20 Earth Magic, LV-20 Ice Magic, LV-20 Thunder Magic, LV-20 Healing Magic, LV-20. Titles: Hero Otherworlder. Great Sage. Significantly increases MP and magic power stats. Greatly increases the proficiency of magic-related skills. True Equipment, Grimoire, Durability 10,000. Effect, MP X3, Magic Power X3. Unique Effect, Book of Wisdom. The power manifested by the skill of True Equipment cannot be used by anyone other than the original owner. Book of Wisdom allows the user to read any magic book they have once held and use all the magic written in it unconditionally. Greatly increases the effects of magic skills. First, Maki. With the effect of the skill, Great Sage, similar to my Grand Magic Senpai, she has a magic power that even approaches the Grandpa Zombie. And she has all attribute magic skills to effectively utilize their Book of Wisdom. Having a lot of options is a threat in itself. However, she seems to be inexperienced and her movements are awkward compared to the Grandpa Zombie. She's just like me when I wasn't used to simultaneously operating the living armor senpai and traps, and can't fully exhibit her abilities. Well, I suppose she's also panicking in a pinch, but even subtracting that, she's immature. And as for Ken, it's like this: Otherworlder, LV-27. Name, Tsurugi Kyoshiro. Status, True Equipment activated. Abnormal status, Poison, Fatigue. HP, 333 2400 1200 MP 21 1100 550 Attack 15,700 7850 Defense 2464 1232 Magical Power 402 201 Magic Resistance 2336 1168 Speed 15,328 7664 Unique Skill Sword Saint True Equipment Skills HP Auto Recovery LV18 MP Auto Recovery LV14 Swordsmanship LV38 Titles Hero Otherworlder Sword Saint Ken. In short, Ken means sword in Japanese. Significantly increases attack and speed status. Greatly increases mastery level in sword skills. True equipment, colored bulk, durability 30,000. Effect, all stats x2. Exclusive effect, Sword of the Master Swordsman. A power manifested by the skill of the true equipment. Only the original owner can use it. Sword of the Master Swordsman. Greatly enhances the attack power of slashing attacks. Yeah, he's strong. Unlike Maki, his status is completely physical-oriented. Moreover, unlike Maki, he moves well. His sword technique is not at the level of an amateur, but rather like a martial artist. I guess he had a taste for martial arts even before he came to this world. So Ken is soloing against the monster horde, while Maki secures the light source with light magic, protects against long-distance attacks from traps and gargoyles with magic, and somehow supports. By doing so, they barely manage to survive. But, that's it. Both of them are running low on HP and MP, especially Ken, who has been protecting Maki. He's at his limit. Even now, look. If you aim for Maki by shooting arrows from the wall, Ken protects her and exposes a gap, and the immortal zombie's spear pierces his flank. His HP, which is nothing more than a candle in the wind, is further reduced. Kyoshiro, I'm fine. Concentrate, Ayaka. So shouting, the swordsman smashed the skull of the immortal zombie. But, such damage is immediately recovered by immortal hero. Instead, the goblin zombie moves to exploit the gap in the attack, and swings an axe at Maki. Maki is unable to respond to the movement of the goblin zombie, which has released the true equipment. Kaiwa. As a result, she didn't even have time to activate her magic, and she just screams in a tearful voice and reflexively closes her eyes. And Ken can't just leave Maki like that. If you've been watching this fight, you can predict that much. Ayaka. See, Ken saves Maki without worrying about his own body, and in return, he takes a blow from the goblin zombie and is blown back to the wall. Their arrows are mercilessly fired from zero range, piercing Ken's shoulders. Staggering forward, he now activates the sword spikes underfoot. After the arms, the legs are destroyed. Kyoshiro, huh? Ayaka. Dog. The swordsman tried to warn, but it was too late. Maki, who had forgotten to activate her magic and was standing dumbfounded, was punched by the nearby rock golem and blown over to Ken. For Maki, with her status, even a blow from the rock golem is fatal. Ayaka. Unable to bear the pain, Maki's true equipment, her book, vanished, even though there was still MP left. At the same time, Ken's MP ran out, and the true equipment sword also disappeared. With this, it's checkmate. To deliver a fitting finishing blow to them, I sent the automata into the mid-boss room. The gaze of the two nearly dead people turned towards the open door, making eye contact with the automata. It's been a while. Maki-san, Ken-kun. Honjo. Maki's face turned pale, while Ken's face turned bright red upon seeing the automata. Is Maki frightened, and Ken angry? Either way, it's worth bringing out the automata and killing them if they're going to react like that. Because I was planning to kill them with revenge as the priority, after efficiently killing off the others quickly. I'll make them experience a living hell. Don't think you can die easily. Are you ready to die? I said so just to scare them, and made automata approach the two. Chapter 65, Hero Hunting 5. I commanded the automata to walk, and first approached Maki. As it got closer, Maki's face turned pale. She trembled minutely and tried to run away, dragging her broken body. So, for now, I had the automata step on both her arms and legs, breaking them. Jawa Ayaka, Maki screams. Even so, a Jawa, huh? What an unladylike voice. Even the ones who were violated by the goblin were a bit better. No? Well, aside from that. Next, I ripped Maki's clothes to shreds while she writhed in pain. Then I lifted her up, spread her legs, and exposed her naked body and private parts to the men. It was a tasteful arrangement for her to taste a bit of the hell that I had experienced. The lecherous gaze from the boys. Stop it, Honjo. It hurts. Well, it seems that Ken is more worried and angry than aroused, and Maki seems to be too pained to care, so the effect was rather minimal. Well, let's cheer up and move on. I had the automata take a small wand from the magic tool storage in its waist. Do you know what this is? No response. Ken just glares at the automata with anger-filled eyes, and Maki does nothing but cry and moan in pain. If you won't answer, it can't be helped. Let me tell you. This is a water magic tool. If you infuse it with MP, it activates water magic. Well, it doesn't have enough power to be used for attack, so it's used for securing drinking water and such. Yes, that is the wand of the water magic tool that I'm currently using. It seemed to be considered an essential item for travelers, as most of the invaders had it. So, I have plenty of stock. I don't mind wasting one here. I pressed it against a certain part of Maki. You can't possibly. That possibly, huh? Ignoring the astonished Ken and confused Maki, I ruthlessly declare. Well, here we go. Stop it. And so, without taking too much time, a tremendously cruel execution, as far as I could imagine, began. Save me, Yuma. When the execution progressed to the terminal stage, at the very end, Maki muttered in a raspy little voice. Yuma, that was Shindu's first name, right? To mention it in this situation, she must have trusted him a lot, or maybe she loved him. Then, I guess the last words to Maki are decided. Rest assured, I whispered into Maki's ear with the automata's inorganic voice, utterly merciless, breaking her heart with my words. I'll make Shindu follow you soon. Your corpse will be useful then, because I can make zombies using corpses. If his dear friend suddenly attacks, I'm sure Shindu will probably die without being able to fight properly. Actually, I think Shindu is probably being killed by the Demon Lord by now. I didn't say that, but when Maki heard my words, she made a face as if she had truly despaired, and then, right after that, Maki finally breathed her last, in a pitiful state. Ayaka Ken cries out in sorrow. Maki's HP has dropped to 0. She is dead. No matter how much Ken cries, she will not come back to life. Honjo, I won't forgive you. I'll never forgive you. I'll kill you. Ken, tears streaming down, crawls desperately toward the automata, its limbs shredded. It's like something out of a horror movie. It's scary, so let's just kill it quickly. Well, this guy has been annoyingly repeating Ayaka, and is angry and grieving so much over the death. He must have cared a lot about Maki. Then, let's have him torn to shreds by the hands of his beloved person. I use Maki's corpse to create a high zombie as usual. A magic circle emerges around the corpse, and Maki's mutilated body rises slowly. Ayaka Ken lets out a voice filled with confusion, astonishment, and a hint of hope. I understand the feeling of wanting to believe in a miracle, like her coming back to life or not being dead, but that's impossible. And when you harbor even a glimmer of hope, despair deepens. Using my power as a dungeon master, I silently command Zombie Maki. As a dungeon monster, Zombie Maki obediently activates her magic stone blast. What's formed is a bullet of rock. It floats above Ken's head. Zombie Maki, without hesitation, activates the magic, and the rock bullet, forcefully shot out, pierces through Ken's lower half. Along with the waist bone, the symbol of Ken's manhood is smashed to bits. Ken screams inaudibly. Ignoring that, I give Zombie Maki another command. This time, using the automata's voice as well. Kill. The moment that single word is uttered, Zombie Maki activates a new spell. Ice Lancer. This time, The magic is an ice spear, like the one the grandpa zombie used. However, it's much thinner than the grandpa zombies. This is to avoid damaging the corpse as much as possible. For turning into a zombie, it's better if the corpse is unharmed. Then, the thin ice spear pierces Ken's heart. With this, Ken also has his HP reduced to 0 and dies. DP and experience points come in. With this, the cleanup of the invaders is complete. The hero hunt is over too. I can't get my hands on the remaining heroes since the Demon Lord is hunting them. Phew, it's over. And then, having accomplished my revenge, I savored the taste of victory with a somewhat refreshed mood. Now, well then, since this part is over, let's send the automata to the royal capital again to check on the Demon Lord's progress and to recover Leif. The results of the battle will be checked later. With that, I set out to complete one final task. Using the zombie sensei's teleportation, I sent the masked automata to the royal capital. Chapter 66, Hero Hunting ends. When I sent the automata to the royal city, it was no longer recognizable as a city. It was almost barren, beyond the piles of rubble. It was worse than when Godzilla rampaged. Such fearsome super creatures. But it was good that I found the Demon Lord easily, because there was no cover. I directed the automata toward the Demon Lord I found. Oh, Mamori, you've done well this time. Well done. Thank you. It seemed that the Demon Lord noticed me too, and she said that with a smile and a thumbs up. Under his feet, an old man who looked like a giant was on his last breath. He was bloodied, without both arms, and the Demon Lord was stepping on his head. It was surreal to see. Huge body about 5 meters tall being stepped on by a Demon Lord who looked like a middle schooler. For now, I appraised this giant human, LV92. Name, Warlock. Abnormal status, near death. HP, 619,054. MP, 017,744. Attack, 12,450. Defense, 18,000. Magical power, 11,000. Magic resistance, 17,999. Speed, 11,550. Unique skill. Divine Protection True Equipment. Skills. HP Auto Recovery, LV51 MP Auto Recovery, LV44 Shield Art, LV71. Divine Protection. Power lent by the gods. All status plus 10,000. Wow, strong. Much stronger than an immature hero. So this is one of the 12 apostles. Terrifying. And the Demon Lord, who is almost undamaged, subdues such a monster, is even more terrifying. But a unique skill, Divine Protection, in addition to the cheat effect of plus 10,000 to all status. If the Demon Lord's story is true, even if this guy is killed, this skill will move on to someone else. From the fact that it's a lent power, it seems like we could pull out the skill by keeping this guy alive and imprisoning him. I can't stand it. Evil Demon Lord, may divine punishment from the goddess. While my main body was making a very grim face, the dying giant started saying such things. The moment she heard those words, the smile disappeared from the Demon Lord's face. She glared at the giant at her feet with a truly uncomfortable look in her eyes. You could feel her killing intent even through the monitor. Scary. Shut up. You're a nuisance. You're nothing more than a dog that wags its tail for the goddess. Then, the Demon Lord put power into her foot and crushed the giant's head. The impact from the Demon Lord's super status stomp made a sound like an explosion. The sound effect was not a squish, but a bang. The giant's head was completely blown away. I wonder if I would end up like this if I upset the Demon Lord. That's scary. I need to get enough power to resist as soon as possible. Well, the fight here is over. You did well, Mamori. Yes. Hey, Demon Lord, don't I get any thanks? You're loud. Draglight, you weren't much use this time, were you? As a punishment, go retrieve Leif, who I dropped off outside the city. GRR. Although grumbling in dissatisfaction, the dragon took her off as the Demon Lord ordered. And he seems to be going to pick up Leif. The Demon Lord's army was surprisingly considerate to its members. I thought that once Leif finished guiding us, he might be deemed useless and be told to die. But It's better if he's safe. Speaking of Mamori, a hero named Shindu mentioned that he knows you. What's your relationship? He's scum. Huh? Oops, I answered reflexively. Let's explain a little more properly. I can't stand it if they think I'm a hero's companion. He's a scoundrel who looked at me with lustful eyes. I'm glad he's dead. So, you mean he's like Gillen? That's correct. Such a guy. There's little difference between him and a goblin. Or rather, all the men in the world are no different from goblins. I hate them. I did something wrong. For some reason, the Demon Lord is looking at the automata with a genuinely apologetic face. Why would she make such a face in the current flow? I'm sorry, I've let a few escape, including this Shindu. Well, they were unexpectedly tenacious. While kicking the body of a headless giant lightly, the Demon Lord said so. Huh? Did she let them escape? Shindu? Oh, seriously? I involuntarily let out a groan, and the automata froze. It's not good to let loose a monster like that, which might rival the Demon Lord if it grows. Now I have to seriously consider the strategy I talked about with Maki. Honestly, it would be best if they fell together with the Demon Lord, but I'll pass on that because it's up to luck. I want to have a way to kill him without relying on luck, but with this, both the hero and the Demon Lord are potential enemies. I'm depressed. Come back. Peace. Wait a minute. I don't think I've ever experienced peace since I came to this world. The dungeon had a constant stream of invaders. Oh, I just realized a horrifying fact. Mamori? Hey. The Demon Lord is waving her hand in front of the frozen automata, but I'm too terrified to respond. And in the end, the automata remained frozen until the dragon brought Leif. Chapter 67, Reward. You seem quite tired, Mamori. You should head back and rest. I took advantage of the Demon Lord's words and sent the automata and Leif back to the dungeon via the transfer function. We will be informed about our future strategy through the Chaos Chandol. Well, even if they say strategy, I was told it would be something very rough, resembling a horde of beasts typical of the Demon Lord's army. That being said, since we have returned to the dungeon after the battle, let's fulfill the promise for a change of mood. I manipulated automata to pat Leif's head. Huh? Master? You did well. You've worked hard. I gently patted Leif's head, who was looking somewhat gloomy, while removing my mask. Praising is important in disciplining a slave. I learned this from Kurisuke Pet Cat. Thanks to that, he started using the toilet in the designated place. So there should be nothing wrong with this method of training. As proof, Leif's face became slightly calm. You did the job I asked of you properly. So, as promised, I will give you a reward. Close your eyes for a bit. Why, yes. While Leif's eyes were closed, I transferred the chair and table used in the negotiations with the Demon Lord from the warehouse and placed them here. Next, I used DP to purchase something. I put it on the table and made Leif, who was still closing his eyes, sit on the chair. You can open your eyes now. Yes. Wow. Leif, who opened his eyes, let out a voice of admiration. What was on the table was a kid's lunch. However, it's a Japanese kid's lunch made with DP. Like when I served a pork cutlet bowl before, the dungeon core can read the dungeon master's information, so it can serve Japanese food that exists in my memory. And from what I've seen of the food served in diners in the royal capital and such, Japanese food culture is superior to this world's. So, I think this kid's lunch would be a feast for the residents of this world. Go ahead and eat. Why, yes, it's darky, monsieur. And so, Leif began to eat the kid's lunch with a look of delight. He must have been hungry. He should chew his food well. I continued to watch Leif through automata, for some reason. And then, after finishing his kid's lunch, Leif began to doze off and soon fell asleep. He must have been tired. There was a considerable amount of time between when the Demon Lord and the dragon left here and arrived at the royal capital, and during that time, if he had been with those two, he would have been exhausted. I think if I had done the same thing in my main body, I would have been a recluse for 10 years due to the backlash. I put the tired pet to bed, and I was also tired, so I rested in the bed in the living space. In this way, the long day finally ended. Chapter 68, Hero Hunting, Battle Results. The following day, I had a good sleep, but due to the troubles of the hero and the demon lord, I couldn't get a sound sleep, and I woke up feeling the fatigue from yesterday still lingering. I can sleep with peace of mind only after I have eliminated those two big threats. The road to a good sleep is long. With such melancholy feelings, I crawled out of bed and washed my face. As for breakfast, I'll pass for now. I'll eat when I feed Leif, who is still sleeping. Now, my eyes are awake, so I think I'll use this morning time to check on the results of yesterday's battle. I was so tired yesterday, I went to bed before doing any confirmation work. So, about the things I got from hunting the heroes yesterday. First, let's start with DP. The total DP I obtained throughout yesterday was 1.5 million DP. That's a record income. As expected, hunting heroes is amazing. Next, the corpses for making zombies. In this regard, it wasn't as much as I expected. I didn't have time to collect or reclaim the bodies of the people who appeared at the debut ceremony. Even if I had been able to collect them, I don't think their level was high enough to be a significant force. The only ones that seem to be a big force are Maki and Ken Zombie. But, the heroes who didn't appear at the debut ceremony, the ones I nailed as they came out of the church, were an unexpected harvest. Almost all of them were non-combat unique skill holders with lower levels than the ones who appeared at the debut ceremony, so they can't be used as direct combat power. But in return, I was able to get some zombies like the stealthy zombie and the creation zombie, who can reach where it's needed. First of all, the alchemy zombie with the unique skill, alchemy. This skill seems to be able to do a lot of things, but what I paid most attention to is the ability to synthesize. The ability to synthesize things, that is, to combine two things into one, and greatly improve its performance. With this, I can enhance the orichalcum that is the material for the living armor senpai, and further improve my combat power. I thought that the enhancement by the material had reached its limit, but I didn't expect there to be such a secret trick. Immediately, I made the creation zombie stop producing mithril, and start creating superior metals comparable to orichalcum, such as hydrocan and adamantite. When it comes to such high-end metals, the amount that can be made in one day is small, so it will take some time before it can become a full-fledged living armor senpai, but that can't be helped. Even if it takes time, the prospect of a significant enhancement is a game changer. By the way, the mass production mithril golem plan was scrapped due to this, but that can't be helped either. To counter an absolute powerhouse like the Demon Lord, there's no point in creating a large number of moderately strong monsters. Unless it's an absurdly strong monster, it won't even be a match. That being said, next, the trainer zombie with the unique skill, taming. This skill allows you to tame or make an opponent who has lost a certain amount of HP your ally. Think of it as a skill like Pokemon, and I don't know because I haven't tried it yet, but this skill might be effective on humans too. It's definitely a skill intended for monsters, but the appraisal result doesn't say it doesn't work on humans. If so, the range of strategies for the future could be greatly expanded. Well, it's just if possible. Even if it's not, there's no problem because it's a skill that has plenty of uses. I guess the unexpected finds are these two zombies. The rest were either ones with half-hearted stats like Stone Shield and Destruction Zombie, or ones with unique skills like Agriculture, that I couldn't think of a use for in the dungeon, so I recycled them quickly. The figure of 1.5 million DP includes such recycling. Regarding the items, there was almost no harvest. I didn't have time to collect items this time. I could loot various things from the raised royal capital, but I won't do that. The Demon Lord probably already collected them, and above all, I have other leads. Then, the next is the last achievement. It's the much anticipated experience points. This is truly amazing. Guess what? My level has shot up all the way to 85. My status is like this: Dungeon Master LV85. Name, Honjo Mamori. HP, 920. MP, 100,080 100,080. Attack, 451. Defense, 449. Magical power, 55,800. Magic resistance, 680. Speed, 497. Unique skill, Grand Magic. Skills, MP Auto Recovery, LV61 Thunder Magic, LV19 Healing Magic, LV19 Parallel Thinking, LV30 Arithmetic Ability, LV30 Leadership, LV15. Titles. Hero Otherworld Immerse Transfer. My MP is an incredible over 100,000. My magic power is also over 50,000. Regarding magic power, not only from leveling up, but also it has grown a lot since I started practicing magic. It seems that you can't estimate status only by levels. Effort is important. Moreover, with this status, if I can acquire the true equipment and master the way of fighting while wearing the living armor senpai, I might be able to barely compete with the Demon Lord. Currently, being hostile to the Demon Lord equals death, but if there's even a small chance of winning, I think it will be a lot easier mentally. There's a huge difference between 0% and 0.1% win rate. There might be a way. Such thoughts can make a person stronger. All right, let's keep doing our best. Who cares about the Demon Lord and the hero? I will definitely surpass them and become the strongest hikikomori, and I will definitely achieve my dream of a peaceful hikikomori life, blow away the depression. Yeah, alone in my living space, I raised my fist to the sky and got motivated. Chapter 69. That's right, let's destroy the city. Fired up, I started my next action within that day. Since Leif woke up, we had breakfast together first. After that, I asked Leif a few questions and said, I'm going out for a bit, and dispatched the automata to the destination. This time, the destination is the city of Bordeaux, where I bought Leif. I bring along the stealthy zombie, and use the spirited away skill to pass through the gate. The key here is to take the zombie sensei with us. Because the zombie sensei can only teleport to places she has been to before, I return the stealthy zombie to the dungeon, and have the automata continue to walk around the city of Bordeaux with the zombie sensei. The destination is the other gates set up around the city. The city of Bordeaux, or rather, most cities in this world, is surrounded by defensive walls against monsters, and apparently, there is one gate each in the east, west, south, and north on the walls of this city. I heard that from Leif. That's very convenient for destroying this city. Yes. Today, I intend to destroy this city. I've thought about it before, but considering the distance from the dungeon, it would be better to destroy this city. It's a bit worrisome to deploy enough forces to destroy the city, but the dungeon's defenses have increased from before, so it should be fine. Besides, the capital of this country is now in ruins. Most likely, no reinforcements will come no matter how much I rampage here. On the contrary, I think the country will be ravaged by the Demon Lord's army pouring in from the former capital in a few days, even if I do nothing. So, there should be no problem if I crush it. The reason why I will do such a thing is simply for experience points. I've greatly increased my level through hunting heroes, but I'm still far from the Demon Lord. So, I need as many experience points as possible to close the power gap. There's no reason to miss out on the defenseless and easy to hunt sitting ducks like the cities and villages of a crumbling country. After crushing this city, I plan to crush all the human settlements within reach one after another. But to gain experience points and DP, you can't just kill. You have to kill properly within the dungeon territory. Of course, this will use the automata's pseudo-dungeon territory, just like when I destroyed the village before, but to kill all the inhabitants of the city within the range of the pseudo-dungeon territory, within a radius of 10 meters, is an enormous task. It takes time, and if not careful, there may be missed targets. That's why I need to prepare carefully to trap all the inhabitants like rats in a bag, and make sure I can kill them. So, I took the zombie sensei with me and made all the gates on all four sides teleportable. Then, I immediately put my plan into action. Since no reinforcements will come even if I stand out this time, I decided to kill grandly from the daytime. First, I sent zombie troops and a golem and gargoyle force to the gates on all four sides, and sealed the gates with the grandpa zombie and zombie Makey's ice magic, and the gargoyle's earth magic. Then, leaving just enough forces to defend the gates. The others spread out to corner from the edges, just like when I crushed the village. I set fire to the houses near the city walls, making the residents gather in the center to escape from the fire. The trainer zombie played an unexpected role at this time. As expected, their taming skill was effective on humans, but what was unexpected was that I could control a large number of adults with its effects. The trainer zombie has a low level, therefore, the MP required to activate the skill is also low. So, I thought I couldn't spam the taming skill. But, however, it seems that the skill of taming doesn't use much MP to activate, regardless of the success rate. Golems and the like weaken the targets, and the trainer zombie throws a monster ball. With this, I was able to control hundreds of people at the same time. I tried it just to see what would happen, but I didn't expect to achieve so much. Those I controlled were made to commit suicide when the automata approached after being used as pawns. The feeling of using it is similar to a slave with a slave mark. Unlike zombies, they retain their consciousness and ego, but they obey orders unconditionally. However, I don't plan to make them long-term pawns like Leif, watching people attack their neighbors crying and die glaring at the automata. I lose such an intention. It's a parade of anger, sadness, and hatred. It's scary if the control is released by any chance when using such a thing as a pawn. I made sure to kill everyone without exception. And so, the city of Bordeaux was destroyed very efficiently. There were soldiers and adventurers who resisted, but this was a city where the undying zombie from their previous life was called the strongest. With no chance of winning against the overwhelming power of zombies with far greater status, along with the mass-produced golem and gargoyle army, the city was destroyed in less than half a day. Unlike the village, I didn't go through the trouble of completely eradicating the buildings to cover up the evidence, but I set fire to the entire city, so I think there are no survivors. The only residents left alive are those I deliberately spared, and now, the automata is in front of those survivors to do the last job in this city. The current location is the Adventurers Guild. In front of me, there are many guild staff who have been beaten half to death and controlled with the taming skill. Now, it's time for the Adventurer Registration, a template of otherworldly things. Chapter 70, Adventurer Registration, Kill. After all, if you're going to infiltrate human society and gather information, it's better to have an identity. That's why I set my sights on being an adventurer. During my travel so far, there have been more than a few times when I wished I had adventurer credentials. That being said, it's question time for me to become an adventurer. Of course, it's one of those things where you write question but read interrogation, or perhaps torture. Now, I'm just asking, but it's okay that you're the guild master, right? Answer the question. You are, right. I spoke to the middle-aged man who was wearing the most important-looking clothes among the guild staff. Since he chose to remain silent, I ordered him under the effect of my training skill, inflicted pain like a slave mark, and made him listen to me. You don't have the right to remain silent. Incidentally, it is possible to give orders even if you are not the trainer zombie. I just need to command the trainer zombie to order, obey this person. So, I'm going to ask you some questions now, please answer honestly. Damn it, for now, no foul language. This deserves punishment. Despite being under my training control, the guild master still resisted, so to silence him, I had my automata kick him in the groin. This made Leif obedient too, and I feel like this is the best for training. Then, I asked the groaning guild master, clutching his groin, my first question. First, let's confirm, the method of adventurer registration is to check the status using the appraisal stone, and if you meet the minimum standards, you will be registered as the lowest rank F adventurer and issued an adventure card. Is that correct? Answer instead of groaning. Yes, that's right. That's what the guild master said, but I felt uneasy because he seemed not to be listening due to the pain. So I also asked a woman who looked like the receptionist that I had caught along the way for safety. Her answer was the same. So, it's true. This is just as Leif told me this morning. And usually, the adventure card's function is used to prove identity, So the appraisal stone is used only at the time of registration and promotion. Is this also true? Yes, it's true. What is the reason? The status is important personal information. Revealing your hand can be directly linked to your life and death. There are many who don't like to be constantly monitored. That's why. I see. So, it's to prevent adventurers from leaving due to dissatisfaction, right? That's right. That makes some sense. Next question. List all the functions of the adventurer's card. Prioritize the information recorded on the card. Oh, okay. From this question, it became clear that there are only two major functions of the adventurer card. One is the anti-counterfeiting function. At the time of adventurer registration, they simultaneously register magic power, like with a slave mark. So if someone else uses it or makes a fake card, it seems to be exposed immediately. And the second is to record the registrant's simple status. Well, they only record the name and race it seems, but that information is confirmed by the magical tool that the guild has to read the adventurer card. So it seems you can't fake it. I see. Then, can the guild tamper with the recorded content when creating the adventurer's card? That is, answer. It can. It should be able to. Upon further inquiry, it turns out that the recording to the adventurer card is done manually by the staff. So it is possible to input incorrect information at that stage. Even if you can't forge it, the creator can tamper with it. That's what it means. Well then, Mom over there, please register me as an adventurer. Please record as per my instructions. Also, even if used in other guilds, make sure there are no problems, no unnaturalness. Register me just like a normal adventurer. Why, yes, I took my eyes off the guild master, threatened a woman who seemed to be the receptionist with the automator's sword, and said so. Well, I think you can't escape from domination by training anyway, just in case. Probably, she won't think of doing anything weird. Furthermore, just in case, I appraised the adventurer card and the equipment to make it. The result, no problem. It seems that there are no hidden features. So, the creation of my adventurer card was completed. The race is human, and the name is Laby. This pseudonym is taken from Labyrinth. It's straightforward. But well, it'll be fine. The reason for using a pseudonym this time is simple. Because there is a very high possibility that my name has been leaked to the human side through the escaped Shindu. In that case, if I act under my real name as before, I might be exposed and could be subjugated. I want to avoid that. Along with that, I also plan to slightly change the appearance of the automata. Specifically, changing black hair to blonde. I won't change the face because it's impossible. Besides, if I don't change my face, I might be able to slightly weaken Shindu's will to fight. And, finally, about the adventurer rank. I will make two cards, C-class and S-class. According to the story I heard from Leif, in this world, adventurers are novices at the lowest ranks of F-class and E-class. You are finally an adventurer in your own right at D-class, and C-class is mid-career. B-class is elite, A-class is superhuman, the highest S-class is inhuman. It seems that it is rated like that. By the way, Leif was E-class before becoming a slave, and Leif's father was C-class. The previous owner of Leif was said to be A-class. In other words, use the C-class when you want to blend in as a normal adventurer. When you want to have a big impact on a country or something, use the S-class card. It's case by case. And, registration is complete. Thank you. And, 2 adventurer cards were completed. The receptionist hands them over, trembling. Well, she has served her purpose. Thank you for your hard work. With the automator's sword, I behead the receptionist. Following that, I also had the guild master and other staff commit suicide on command. Of course, within the pseudo-dungeon area. While at it, I also recycle the bodies. So, all I have left are the 2 adventurer cards. Let's hope this helps a little with the work ahead. Finally, after picking out the good items in the Adventurers Guild, I set fire to the building. Like other buildings, the Adventurers Guild also burns and collapses. Thus, I became an adventurer. Chapter 71 New Equipment. I'm home. Ah. Welcome back, Master. After burning down the Adventurers Guild, I collected all the forces I had unleashed upon the city, and then had the automata return to the dungeon. That automata was greeted by Leif with a big smile. The word Stockholm Syndrome crossed my mind. Or perhaps it reminded me of a cat snuggling up to its owner after being locked inside the house all day. Somehow, I feel like I've unintentionally trained it. Well, that's fine. It's a valuable asset to have a slave who harbors no hostility towards me. Well, anyway, it took a whole day to destroy the city, so I'm tired and it's already late. I had my meal while feeding Leif, ordered him to wipe his body with hot water and a towel while I was in the bath. Once that was done, I went straight to bed to rest. Good night. And, for several days after that, I continued to thoroughly destroy the nearby towns and villages so as to collect as much DP and experience as possible so that there would be as few witnesses as possible. I killed them all without discrimination. As a result, within less than a week, all the villages and towns within a radius of several tens of kilometers were gone, and my level increased by 1. In other words, just 1 level after all this. It seems that because I have become a high level myself, it's getting harder to level up. The day when I can surpass the Demon Lord is far off. Well, there's nothing I can do about it. I'll have to go about it diligently. With that in mind, let's start with what I can do. For starters, as I had thought before, I changed the automata's hair to blonde and slightly altered the design. Then, I decided to completely renew the automata's equipment. There are clothes, weapons, and armor that I looted from the town of Bordeaux, so there's no need to use DP. For now, I'll stick with the mithril sword and mithril shield that I've been using for hero hunting. Mithril is a high-ranking metal, though not as good as orichalcum. Even including what I took from the invaders and looted from the town, there were only a small number of mithril weapons and armor. In fact, it might be too much for the automata, who is supposed to be an ordinary adventurer, to possess. At least I think there won't be any suspicion since I've colored it to look like steel using 1 DP. Next, clothes. I had been dressing the automata in the clothes that one of the invaders was wearing, but since I have a lot of clothes that I looted from the clothing store, I switched to those. Since the automata doesn't care about the feel of the clothes, I chose based on looks and performance. In particular, the appearance was tricky, and it took a lot of time because I was particular about it, like character creation in a game. Likewise, I chose armor based on looks and performance. Needless to say, it took time. And when I thought I had made a really cool and cute outfit, I shouted "oh no!" because it was obviously too conspicuous to walk around town. And finally, the mask. Since Shindu has seen the previous mask, I should change it. Fortunately, I have a lot of masks that I stole from the weapon shop, so from now on, I just need to change to a different mask each time I'm identified. In this way, after several hours, the automata's new outfit was completed. Wow, Master, it's so cool. I thought so. The evaluation of the judge was excellent. A beautiful girl looks good in anything. There is no sin in my beauty. Those who get excited or jealous of my beauty are the ones who are sinful. They should just die. I mean, I'll kill them. Well, aside from that. Okay, next is your turn, Leif. Eh? My turn too? Yes. So, I played dress up with Leif. That is, I arranged his equipment. After all, I had registered as an adventurer, so there may be times when I would act as one from now on. At those times, it would be unnatural to wear casual clothes as I have been. I scrutinized Leif's equipment for several hours. Master. Isn't it enough already? Don't talk back. Yes, the completed outfit was a safe choice, a wizard-like robe over a sleeveless shirt and shorts. As for a weapon, a small wand about the size of a conductor's baton. It's usually tucked into his belt, so it's convenient to carry around. However, given Leif's apparent age, he might only be seen as a child playing wizard. Well, there's nothing I can do about that. Trying to make him look more mature would probably just be unsuitable, and that was when I finished coordinating Leif's outfit. Mamori, are you awake? The Chaos-chan doll in the communication room with the Demon Lord started to speak. That is, a communication from the Demon Lord has come in. Is it about time for the next job? It seems like it's going to be busy. So I activated the Mamori Chandol to reply to the Demon Lord. Chapter 72. Explanation of the situation. Yes, I am awake, Demon Lord Sama. Have you calmed down now? Yes, I have long recovered from the Shindu escape shock, or perhaps, was she considerate enough not to contact me until now? The Demon Lord is a surprisingly good boss. I will not initiate a coup until I am certain that I can kill her. That's good to hear. Now, I will explain the next strategy. Is that okay? Yes. Good. Then, let's start with the situation report. And so, something resembling a rolled-up piece of paper appeared in the arms of the Chaos Chandol. It's a large piece of paper. It's much larger than the Chaos Chandol. The Chaos Chandol, who had descended from the mini-throne, spread it out on the floor. The size seemed to make the task difficult, so the Mamori Chandol also helped. Watching the two dolls working together, I was unintentionally relieved. After much effort, the paper was spread out on the floor. What was drawn on it was a map. Moreover, unlike the surrounding maps of countries and cities I had obtained so far, this was probably a world map, and nearly half of it was blacked out. Now, as you might see, this is a map of our world, and the areas that are blacked out are the countries that our Demon Lord's army has already destroyed. Here is our current location, the Kingdom of Wolfus, and our destination, the Holy Kingdom of Aphlit, is here. With that, the Chaos Chandol pointed to the two countries. One of them is a reasonably large country, located adjacent to a black country. The other is the largest country on the map. It has a red circle around it. This must be the Holy Kingdom of Aphlit. As you know, in this battle, we took the capital of the Wolfus Kingdom. With this, the entire kingdom is essentially fallen. Well, a country is surprisingly resilient, and even if you crush its head, it will move for a while. But we left Draglight in the royal capital. The Demon Lord's main force from outside and Draglight from inside. With this pincer attack, this country will completely perish in a few months at the latest. The Chaos Chandol used a pen and ink that appeared from somewhere to black out the Wolfus Kingdom drawn on the map. I thought it was kind of cute to see it holding the pen with both hands and coloring. Now, as you can see, I see. If we take the shortest route, we can advance to the Holy Kingdom of Aphlit after defeating 3 more countries. That's right. The Demon Lord's plan has progressed more than I thought. I need to become stronger quickly. So, this is the strategy. I want you to infiltrate into the country like this time and destroy it from the inside. This is a job that other muscleheads can't do. I understand. In that case, I should start by gathering information, gradually breaking down what seems breakable. After all, I don't owe it to the Demon Lord to serve her with all my might, and there's no need for me to participate in a nation-toppling speedrun. I will work just enough not to arouse her displeasure, and use the rest of my energy to enhance myself. Also, if you defeat 3 countries, a route for advancement will be opened, but that's just the bare minimum. To be on the safe side and surround their headquarters with our entire army, we want to open up several other routes for advancement. Well, that's the job of other executives. Anyway, remember that even if you topple 3 countries, we won't immediately proceed to the final battle. Yes, that was a relief. The longer the preparation period, the better. And I am basically devoted to the frontline battle. Unless it's something quite serious, don't expect help like this time. I understand. In other words, she's completely passing the buck. Well, I'll consider myself to have been given free action. With that time, I will hone my fangs as much as possible. Then, this is the end of the talk. I wish you good luck, Mamori. Yes. And I will give that map to you. Then, farewell. Thus, the Chaos Chandol stopped after jumping onto the mini-throne. Well, then, shall I start moving as well? I look at the map left by the Chaos Chandol through the monitor. The next target is the neighboring country of the Wolfus Kingdom. It's the Oaldia Republic. Chapter 72.1, A Certain Ex-Hero and the Current Status of the Hero. We, who had fled from the Kingdom of Wolfus, practically arrived straight at the Aphlit Holy Kingdom, the intended haven for non-combatants, and the head temple of the goddess religion. We did this by bypassing countries along the way with a forced march using Elmer Chan's Angel's auxiliary wings, It was Emma-chan's decision to get the wounded hero to a safe place as soon as possible, out of the reach of the Demon Lord. There's no complaint about that. At least, not from me. But, since it ended up looking like we abandoned our country, Shindu and Ivy-san had a very complicated look on their faces. So, after arriving at the Aethelid Holy Kingdom, I ended up distancing myself from the battles. This was something I had discussed with the three of them during our journey. My spirit was already broken. When I spoke with Dead Eyes about not being able to fight anymore, all three of them looked at me with what seemed like sympathy, and accepted my decision. From now on, I will probably be making a living by means other than fighting, like using appraisal to become an appraiser. In contrast, Shindu is admirable. He said that he would continue to fight on the front lines with Emma-chan and Ivy-san, who was chosen as the new one of the 12 apostles. And that one day, he will defeat the Demon Lord and avenge everyone. He is truly a hero, a tragic hero. Considering things like leaving his left eye injury, given as a caution by Honjo-san, as is, although it seems like his eyeball is healed, there's no way I could emulate him even if I did a handstand. All I could do was provide the status of the Demon Lord, that dragon, and the monster that looked like Honjo-san, which I successfully appraised. That was my last task as a hero. I don't know what choices Shindu will make based on the information I shared. I don't know the outcome of the battle between the hero and the Demon Lord. I don't know what will happen to this world, and there's nothing I can do about it anymore. I can't do anything anymore. I am no longer a part of the hero's tale. All a defeated dog like me, with a broken spirit, can do is blend into the crowd and pray that the hero will defeat the Demon Lord and bring peace. And thus, my adventure has come to an end. Chapter 73, Border Crossing. After finishing communication with the Demon Lord, I promptly prepare to depart for the Republic of Awaldia. Of course, it's not my actual body that's going, but my automata. My real body is, as always, happily a hikikomori. I am dedicated to perfecting the way of the hikikomori. Then, I check what needs to be prepared for the expedition. First, a complete set of adventurer's gear and equipment. There's no problem as I have the set that I've prepared based on Leif's advice stored inside my magic tools storage. Next is the carriage I picked up from the city of Bordeaux. It's the same one I used when I went to the royal capital before. Anticipating potential damage, I took all the ones that were parked at the station. This time, I'll use one of those. However, a problem arises here. I have a carriage, but no horse. Moreover, even if I had a horse, I wouldn't be able to handle it. Leif is the same in this regard. It seems that even highly functional slaves can't do everything. So, I've prepared something to take the place of a horse. What I'll use is Ken Zombie, second only to the living armor senpai in speed within my dungeon. Like a rickshaw, I'll have it pull the carriage. Let's have it work like a literal carriage horse. No metaphors here. Also, as a precaution against anyone who recognizes the face of Ken, I'll keep it hidden. While I'm at it, I'll also have the zombie sensei ride in the carriage. Since the zombie sensei's teleport can only go to places she's been before, this measure is to increase her range. With that, preparations are complete, and we're ready to set off. Okay, let's go. Yes, but, is that person okay as he is? Don't worry about it. He's just a zombie. Huh? Leif, my travel companion, is stunned as the carriage sets off. It travels down the road at an incredible speed. However, unlike the vicinity of the town, there are no properly paved roads around here. In other words, it's bumpy. The shaking is incomparable to when we went to the royal capital. I'm fine since I had turned off the monitor from my automata's perspective as usual, but it seems that Leif has been affected by the shaking. Looking from the overhead monitor, his face was turning green from motion sickness. Please don't vomit, okay? If it's too much for you, you can wait in the dungeon, you know? No, please let me accompany you. I feel lonely on my own. And I start to think about unpleasant things. He seemed to be suffering a lot, so I was thinking about sending him back to the dungeon and transferring him later. But then he grabbed the hem of the automata's clothing with teary eyes and said that, so I decided to take him along. Taking care of a pet's mental health is important, after all. If the individual in question wants it, well, I might as well indulge their wishes a little. But, seriously, don't vomit, okay? Kyle. In the end, Leif fainted shortly after. Luckily, he happened to collapse onto the automata's lap. It's a lap pillow. I absolutely wouldn't want to do it with my actual body, but with the automata and Leif, well, I guess it's okay, so I let him be. After all, he's unconscious. And I casually patted his head like this, after a few days of travel in the carriage. Thanks to our horse, which is much faster than a normal one, we were able to reach the border town quite early. Of course, before entering the town, I sent back the conspicuous carriage, horse and all, to the dungeon. Then, I took the shaky Leif with me into town. This time, when I showed my adventurer's card at the gate, surprisingly, they didn't check my face. I wonder if it's a sign of the Adventurers Guild's credibility. I decided to go through the front, thinking the wanted posters haven't been circulated yet, and as a result, I obtained some valuable information. So, about the town. It seems that this area has not yet received news of the destruction of its own capital. So it's the very image of peace. I figure it will probably be trampled by an army led by the dragon soon enough. By the way, I saw several towns and villages on my way here, but being the merciful person that I am, I let them be instead of annihilating them. If I had destroyed them, it would have caused a stir that would prevent me from crossing the border smoothly. Also, there's the fact that I was in a hurry thinking that wanted posters would start circulating before long. So, with nothing happening, I left the town and started driving the horse carriage again. Within less than a day, I could see a fort-like checkpoint. I managed to push through there with the power of my adventurer card, and entered the territory of the Republic of Awaldia. If the news of the destruction of the capital had arrived, it wouldn't have been so smooth. After that, as I kept driving the horse carriage, I could see the next town. That's the border town on the Awaldia Republic side. It's my first target this time. According to the map I bought in the previous town, the name of that town is the Trade City of Barom. Chapter 74, To a New Town. Leif, get down. Why, yes, I unloaded Leif and the automata outside of town, then sent the carriage and the carriage horse back to the dungeon. I aimed to enter the town on foot, as if I had walked there. However, Leif was totally dizzy, so I had no choice but to hurry on with the automata carrying him on its back. Finally, I reached the gate of the city of Barom and, showing the gatekeeper my adventurer's card, entered the city. By the way, the gatekeeper was a middle-aged man with cat ears. In other words, he was a beastman. This seemed to be a different nation from the human kingdom of Wolfus. By the way, is that young lady with you also an adventurer? The cat-eared gatekeeper asked, pointing to Leif, who had passed out on the automata's back at some point. Now, how should I answer? I could answer that he's a companion, or honestly answer that he's a slave, disregarding the fact that Leif isn't a girl. There's no option to affirm he's an adventurer. After all, Leif doesn't have an adventurer's card. Well, I should answer safely here. No, he's just my companion. I see. In that case, the toll is 5 silver coins. I paid the 5 silver coins as instructed. The toll was higher than in the city of Bordeaux. By the way, I recently learned that 1 silver coin is about the same value as a 1,000 yen bill. Similarly, 1 copper coin is like a 100 yen coin, and 1 gold coin is like a 10,000 yen bill. That's easy to understand. Also, I wondered how much the toll would have been if I said he was a slave. I was slightly curious. After such exchanges, we finally headed into the city. What I saw there was rather shocking. People with beast ears, people with long ears, short, wide people, towering giants. Various races were strutting around. If the demon lord was thrown into this, it might not feel out of place. This was truly another world. Now, to get an explanation about this town, or rather this country, I have to wake up Leif, who is groaning behind me. So, straight to the inn. I paid the fee, rented a room, and put Leif to bed. Then I shook him awake. Wake up. But he wouldn't wake up. In fact, he seems to be having a nightmare. Was the carriage journey that tough? It would be easy to force him awake with a slave mark, but in this state, he may not be able to have a proper conversation. It can't be helped. I'll let him sleep. After all, there's no rush. Somehow, while patting Leif's head with automata, I decided to make good use of my spare time. First, I teleported the zombie sensei and registered this room as a teleport point. After that, I practiced my magic at the training ground. In addition, I wore the living armor senpai for combat training in the boss room. I beat up the immortal zombie, my sandbag. By the way, it seems that the poison produced in my dungeon does not affect the dungeon master, so there is no need to remove the poison in the boss room. It's a strange feature. When that was over, I trained with the true equipment. I meditated, faced the true power within me, and drew it out. I felt a response. I felt like I could draw it out a little more. But, as expected, it was impossible for today. Master. When I finished meditating, I heard such a voice from Automata's monitor. I thought he had woken up, but Leif was still asleep. It seems to have been sleep talk. However, thanks to letting Automata continue patting his head, his sleeping face has become quite calm. Calling me in his sleep in such a state, has he grown attached to me? Well, there's no problem with that. The level of affection can't be obtained just by forcibly making someone a slave. A slave who willingly allies with me is precious. That's the difference between the people controlled by Trainer Zombie and Leif. In that sense, Leif is an irreplaceable valuable pawn. I'll take good care of him as much as possible. With those thoughts, I continued to stroke Leif's head with automata. The pet who rubbed his head against my hand with a smile was surprisingly cute. Chapter 75, Country and City Information. Master. Are you awake? Yes. It's been a night since we arrived in the city, and finally, Leif has woken up. Thanks to a good sleep, his complexion doesn't look bad. In this condition, it seems okay to move on to the question time. Where are we? We're at an inn in the city of Barom. We arrived a while ago. I'm sorry. I fell asleep. That's fine. More importantly, tell me more about this city and country. Why, yes, I will. And so, I listened to a detailed explanation from Leif about the Republic of Uwaldia and the city of Barom. I was planning to ask during the journey, but Leif got terribly carsick, so the plan was delayed. Well, I'm not rushed for time, so it doesn't matter. Once we cross the border, it's all ours. Well, first, let me explain about this country. The Uwaldia Republic is a country formed by the merger of various countries and settlements, and people of various races live here. I know that because I've seen it with my own eyes. The fantasy-like scene was quite a shock. But then, there's one thing that I'm curious about. Who's ruling this country? Whether it's ruled by one king, or by the representatives of the countries and settlements that have merged. Depending on that, the difficulty of destroying the country might vary. Well, I think it's managed by people called representatives. I'm not sure about the details, but I think they are serving in place of the royal family. I see. So it's the representatives. In other words, there's more than one head in this country. Crushing them all might be a tough task. Or maybe not. If the heads clash with each other, then, next. Please explain about this city. Yes. The characteristic of the city of Barom. It's definitely its location at the border with the kingdom of Wolfus. It's a city flourishing from trade, so there are many merchants, and these merchants travel between both countries, so you can get information about the kingdom of Wolfus and the Uwaldia Republic faster than anywhere else. I see. That's not bad. Probably, the news of the destruction of the kingdom of Wolfus will spread soon, and to see how the Republic of Uwaldia reacts to it, it might be best to stay here. Moreover, if the dragon progresses smoothly, this place might become the new front line. That means, I think, important military power of the country will gather in this city. It's perfect for observing the enemy. I've decided I'll make this place my base for a while. Do you know any suitable places for gathering information? If it's for that, the Adventurers Guild would be the best, but it's unusual for non-adventurers to go there. No problem. I'm registered as an adventurer. How? How did you do that? You don't need to know. There are things in the world that are happier not knowing. And so, I ended the conversation having heard what I needed to know and decided to head for the Adventurers Guild. The Adventurers Guild apparently always has a dining hall or tavern, so I'll also have Leif's breakfast there. Thus, I had Automata and Leif head to the Adventurers Guild. In the background, I kept thinking about ways to destroy this country. Chapter 76. The Promise of the Adventurers Guild. Led by Leif, or rather, guided by Leif, who seems to have been to this city before, we came to the Adventurers Guild. Our immediate goal is to gather information here, or to observe the progress of the situation. In line with this, I want to have some influence in case of emergencies. Specifically, I want to have enough influence so that it won't feel strange if I follow along with the upcoming war. If I do so, I might even be able to enjoy the battlefield. With that in mind, I intend to seriously engage in adventurer activities for a while. Of course, I plan to maneuver behind the scenes. To start, I'll have the zombie sensei escorted tonight, and head to the capital of this country by carriage. There's no loss in being able to teleport there. I also need to prepare a carriage horse. After that, I'll probably dispatch the zombie sensei to neighboring villages and towns, based on the map I bought earlier. While I was thinking about such things, the Automata arrived at a building very similar to the Adventurers Guild in the city of Bordeaux. We have arrived, Master. This is the Adventurers Guild of this city. The building in front of me was much larger than the Adventurers Guild in the city of Bordeaux. I guess this is what you'd expect from a thriving city. It was different from Bordeaux, which had somewhat rural feel to it. I stepped into such an Adventurers Guild with Automata. Immediately, I was met with the gazes of rough-looking men. I had nothing but unpleasant memories of adventurers, and just now, my opinion of them dropped even lower. I'll kill you, seriously. Master, this way. While swearing to kill them all when the time comes, I follow Leif to the bulletin board where the request forms are posted. The work of an adventurer, basically, seems to be taking the request forms posted on this bulletin board to the reception desk to be accepted. It's pretty much the same as the Adventurers Guild that appears in light novels. Easy to understand. I think that's the only good point. So, I examine the requests posted on the bulletin board. These requests also have ranks from F to S. Just like adventurer ranks, and adventurers can only take on requests below their own rank. This is another system that's common in light novels. Well, if you entrust dangerous requests to someone without skills, they'll just die, so I guess it's a reasonable system. My goal is to gather information by blending into the Adventurers Guild, so I don't really care about the request. I casually rip off a C-ranked request from the bulletin board. It's a request to exterminate a group of orc demons, a kind of pig monster. This looks easy enough, and it should add to my DP and experience points a bit. By the way, I plan to use a C-ranked adventurer card here to stay under the radar, so I have no intention of instantly taking on a difficult request and drawing attention to myself like a template protagonist. And then, when I was about to bring the request form to the reception desk, an incident occurred. Oh, ladies, it might be better if you didn't take on that request with just the two of you. A long-haired, somewhat flashy man started talking to us, flicking his hair back. Naturally, I ignored him. I ignore him and walk to the reception desk. Hey, wait, can't you at least listen to me? When I lined up at the reception desk, the flashy guy followed me. He's like a pickup artist, and he's really annoying. If it weren't for the public eye and my objective, I would kill him immediately, but causing a fuss just as I'm about to blend in isn't a good strategy, but I find it repugnant to talk to guys like him. So, there's only one option left. Automata lightly tapped Leif's shoulder. I leave it to you. I passed the buck to Leif. I'm counting on you, all-purpose pet. I'm counting on you. Why do you think we should drop this request? Why? It's simple. You girls, you're at most C rank, right? As you know, the request rank is supposed to be taken on by a party. Just the two of you taking that request is reckless. I know that. I heard it from Leif. That's why I know it's not as reckless as you say, just because you say C rank. The difficulty of the request, and the ability of the adventurers can vary. A newly promoted C rank from D rank and a C rank about to be promoted to B rank are totally different. And there are those who have more power than their rank suggests. That's why we can't just decide that taking this request is reckless. Even so, the reason why this flashy guy deliberately called out to us, it's obviously a pickup. No need to engage. So, with me, a reliable B rank adventurer, together. Next, please. Yes. Hey, listen to me. We moved forward as we were called by the receptionist in the middle of the conversation. But then, he made an unforgivable move. He reached out to Automata's shoulder and tried to stop her by force. Even if she is a remotely controlled puppet, touching me without permission is worth 1,000 deaths. Of course, I immediately crushed and twisted the hand he reached out. Ugh, it hurts? Don't touch me casually, you wretch. I'll break it right here. His status is at most the same as or slightly less than a middle-aged zombie when it was alive. He can't win against Automata with twice that status. It would be good if he broke his bones and urinated in an unsightly manner. Master, no more. At that point, I heard Leif's voice and regained a bit of my composure. Looking around with Automata's eyes, the adventurers were looking at us with curious eyes. Did I overdo it? If I break it here and now, I might be deemed dangerous. Reluctantly, very reluctantly, I let go of the flashy guy's hand. If you've learned your lesson, don't ever talk to me again. Damn, you bitch. Remember this. A third-rate guy. Leaving such a comeback, the flashy guy left. Seriously, getting messed with by a bad adventurer at the Adventurers Guild. What kind of template main character is this? Sigh. Anyway, I messed up from the start. I don't regret it, but I am aware of my mistake. I'm worried about the future. Let's go. Oh, yes. With such a gloomy mood, Automata and Leif headed towards the reception counter again. Chapter 77, Senior Adventurer with Cat Ears. The exchange at the reception desk ended without any problems. Surprisingly, given that I had incited a violent incident, I thought I would get some kind of feedback, but nothing happened. I presented my adventurer's card normally, and was able to take on a quest as usual. Moreover, the adventurers were even saying things like, "Whoa, good job, lady." I wonder if fights like that are a common occurrence for adventurers? If so, what barbaric people they are. They should be wiped out immediately. While thinking about such things, I took a seat in the dining hall inside the Adventurers Guild to get breakfast for Leif. Like before, I let Leif order whatever he wanted. Then, the food was brought out, but at the same time, something strange arrived. "Hey there, new person. Would it be alright if I joined you?" Saying so, a woman with cat ears, wearing an outfit that revealed quite a lot of skin, sat down at the seat across from us without confirmation. It's hard to describe, but she's too calculated. Including her speech patterns, she's overtly manipulative. She's the kind of person I dislike. Well, I don't really like anyone. I wonder what she wants. Unlike the flashy guy from earlier, I don't feel any malice from her, but her intentions are unreadable. Leif is also slightly flustered. However, without paying attention to us, the cat-eared girl started to talk on her own. "Well, I saw what happened earlier. It was a masterpiece. You might have guessed, but the guy you punished is notorious for his annoying flirting. On top of that, he's a fairly strong B-rank adventurer, so there aren't many people who can stand up to him. So, when I saw him getting a taste of his own medicine, it was quite refreshing. Not just for me, but for everyone." At the words of the cat-eared woman, the people nearby who were listening to the conversation nodded in agreement. "I see. I understand why the fight from earlier wasn't a problem. But I still don't know why she started talking to me. At times like this, I would usually ignore or drive people away, but my current goal is to gather information. So, ignoring her or driving her away wouldn't be wise. It's probably best to just go along with her conversation. I hate small talk, but I guess I have to consider it part of my job." "So, who are you and what do you want from me?" I asked what needed to be asked. I have an idea of who she might be, but I still don't know her motive. "So," I asked. "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself, Naya." "Let me correct that. My name is Miska. I'm a meddlesome senior adventurer, Naya. The reason I spoke to you is purely out of interest. Nice to meet you." promising newbie Naya. I would be happy if we could get along, Naya. With that, the cat-eared woman extended her hand with a big smile. It's a handshake. Considering my purpose, there's no reason to refuse. I shook her hand with my automata's hand. I wouldn't have done it with my main body. My name is Larby. Nice to meet you. Good, you're straightforward. Nice to meet you too, little elf Naya. Why, yes. The cat-eared woman smiles happily. Her reason for approaching me, well, it's not entirely incomprehensible. After all, when I appraised her, her physical stats were over 2,000. She doesn't have true equipment, but she's still stronger than the automata. If the flashy guy from earlier was B rank, she's undoubtedly A rank or higher. It wouldn't be surprising for someone with her level of power to take an interest in a junior. And it works out well for me. I came here to gather information, so it's only natural that I'd want at least one adventurer who can talk normally. Even more so if they're skilled. Honestly, I think of adventurers as filth, so I thought it would be tough to initiate a conversation and build a friendly relationship. But if they come to me, it's like a free ride. Yes, it's a free ride. After all, I only need to endure discomfort of a conversation with a filth. After that, until Leif finished eating, we chatted about trivial things with the cat-eared girl, and then immediately left to carry out our request. And to the automata who are setting off for their request, the cat-eared girl waves her hand fluttering. Good luck, Naya. And please be careful with that pickup artist guy. He's famous for never running out of dark rumors other than pickups, so he might do something out of spite. Naya. Understood. We'll be careful. In the end, the cat-eared girl uttered a rather flag-like line. Well, I don't think it would matter what a guy of that level does, but I'll stay on guard. And so, Automata and Leif, as adventurers, set out from the Adventurers Guild to carry out their first job. Chapter 78, The Adventurer's First Job. Buii cut down by the mithril sword held by the automata, a bipedal pig-like monster, an orc, meets its end screaming in agony. The current location is within a forest, a short walk from the town of Barom. It was quite a distance from the town, so I stayed overnight in the village where I had received the request, and entered the forest in the morning. And there, the automata was confronted by more than 20 orcs. Buii, buii, buii. Perhaps angered by the death of their companion, the orcs all pounced at once. However, even from the automata's perspective, it's not a significant threat. The average status of the orcs is at most around 200. Unlike goblins, there are no high-ranking species leading the group. Without even needing reinforcements from the dungeon, the automata could easily annihilate them. Windcutter. Buii. In addition, Leif's wind magic support fire attacks the orcs. Leif had never used it for battle before, but if he uses the status boosted by the fairly high-end equipment, he can handle orcs. The wind blades created by the magic slit the orc's neck, and a bright red fountain gushes from the cut surface, causing the orc to die. A small amount of DP and experience points came in. After that, it's just a process of slaughtering all the orcs. Those who run are killed after their legs are cut, and those who come are killed by cutting their heads. A few minutes later, only countless butchered pig corpses are left around. This is the work of an adventurer. It's easy. At most, it was just a bit of practice for operating the automata. If you can make a living with this kind of work, don't bother coming into my sanctuary, adventurers. While feeling this unjustifiable discomfort, I go around cutting and collecting the noses of the orcs. The proof of subjugation. In monster subjugation requests, it seems that you prove that you have subjugated them by submitting specific parts to the guild. I heard it from Leif. By the way, it was Leif who searched the forest and located the orcs. Perhaps it's because he's a former professional. In being an adventurer, Leif has been surprisingly helpful. For now, I pat him to show my appreciation. Good job. You did well. Thank you. Leif blushes happily. I want to protect this smile. Even if it's a joke, I'll stop showing Leif the scene of a massacre in the future. It's better to have a high affection level with your pet. Thinking such things, I continue the work of collecting the orc snouts. According to Leif, orc meat is famous as a considerable delicacy, and if you dismantle and sell it, you can get a decent price, but it's a hassle so I won't. I'm not short of money now, having looted several towns and villages. Instead, I recycled the orc corpses. Even though they were weak, they were monsters, so they were worth a decent amount of DP. To be specific, about 10 average people per orc. So, with 20 orcs, that means it's equivalent to about 200 average people. Frankly, it's more profitable than wiping out a small village. What should I do? The work of an adventurer brings in more than I thought. If the day comes when I can leave the Demon Lord's army amicably, it might be worth working as an adventurer on the side in my spare time. While I was thinking about the distant future, suddenly, an arrow was shot towards the automata. Master? It's okay. Thanks to my arithmetic ability skill, my mind has been working quite fast lately, and I calmly cut down the arrow with the mithril sword. Then, I turned the automata's gaze to where the arrow came from. There was someone there I recognized. Hey there, ladies. You really got me good yesterday. Saying so, a flashy-looking man emerged from the bushes where he was hiding. This was the same man who had been bothering us yesterday at the Adventurers Guild. In addition to him, a group of people dressed like bandits came out, appearing to be his followers. It seems the rumors about him, as mentioned by the cat-eared woman, were true after all. Master, this is bad. We're surrounded. While I looked at the flashy man with disdain, considering him an idiot for picking a fight with the wrong person, Leif informed me of our predicament, his elf ears twitching. My response was, I thought nothing more of it than the fact that the number of prey has increased, and there would be a temporary increase in income. In other words, a complete massacre was inevitable. I didn't intend to show Leif such a massacre, but if it's in self-defense, there's no problem. Just in case there's a powerful enemy. I thought of bringing reinforcements from the dungeon. As I thought this, a conspicuous bald giant, looking exactly like a bandit from a picture, appeared next to the flashy man. Although he's a giant, he's not as large as a giant race, so he's probably just a human. Hey, Dale. Is it true that the woman with the mask is a prize catch? Usually, people who wear masks have scars on their faces. Don't worry. There's no mistake in my eyes that discern beauty. Huh. Well, as long as we can sell her high after having our fun, I have no complaints. We're counting on your discerning eyes, handsome. While saying so, the bandit looked at Automata with lustful eyes. On looking, the rest of the group had similar expressions. They are no better than the goblins and stalkers' filth. I will disinfect this filth immediately. Just as I was filled with murderous intent and was about to dispatch forces from the dungeon, I noticed something strange about Leif. His face was pale, yet his eyes were filled with strong emotions as he glared at the bandits. What's going on? Leif, do you know them? Yes, that guy. That guy killed my father. Oh? What a peculiar coincidence. Watching Leif reveal his murderous intent toward the bandits, I felt an indescribable emotion. However, there is one thing I can say for certain. My will to kill has increased. Chapter 79, Bandits. Huh? I feel like I've seen that elf brat somewhere, boss. It's that kid who was with the one-armed, one-legged adventurer we killed a few years ago. The one who disappointed us by turning out to be a boy. Oh yeah, I remember that guy. Eh? That child is a boy? What happened to your discerning eye, handsome, windcutter? Oh. As the fools casually converse in front of their enemy, an angry Leif attacks with his wind magic, but it's effortlessly dispersed by the sword of the man who seems to be the bandit's leader. The bandit is apparently stronger than an orc. I want to appraise him, but he's a bit too far away. Hey, brat. It's a shame to greet each other this way after so long. Why don't we get along just like old times? Get along, you say? That's right. We enjoyed delicious drinks with the money we got from selling you. A true taste of friendship. Here's a toast to our friendship. PFFT. Boss, you're terrible. Yo. A true example of a bandit. Ja ha ha ha. Don't flatter me like that. Ugh. They're worse than I thought. Don't mess with me. Tornado. Ha ha. You're so weak. Leif fires a tornado like magic at those bandits, but it gets deflected by the sword again. He is quite strong indeed. But seriously, I'm glad to see you again. After all, you sold for a good price last time, and now, you're with a woman. Was the guy you were with last time your father? He was just trash that we got nothing from even after killing him. So, I have high expectations this time. Don't mess with me. Leif is frantically firing magic. As he does so, the bandit boss laughs and blocks his magic. The lowly bandits and the flashy guy are watching and laughing vulgarly. Ah, how ugly. Everyone other than Leif is disgustingly ugly. Just like the guys who used to bully me. I see the bandits' sneering faces overlapping with theirs. The kind of people I hate the most in this world. Just looking at them makes me uncomfortable, displeased, and sick. I need to exterminate them quickly. Ha, ha, what's wrong? Are you done already? Show me your guts if you're a man. Well, I guess there's not much you can do with that face. Jai ha ha ha. Damn it. Leif is staggering due to his depleted MP. It's more due to overuse of magic than running out of MP. That can be quite exhausting. Still, Leif refuses to lower the staff he is holding. So, I placed my hand on Leif's shoulder. Master. Tagging out. I hide the exhausted Leif behind Automata. Then, I have Automata hold up its sword. Oh, are you next? I don't want to hurt a valuable woman. If you surrender while crying, I might go easy on you. Hey, Aaron, don't let your guard down. That girl is pretty strong. Ha. She's just a woman, right? She can't beat me. If you're going to apologize, do it now, sis. Ah, it's noisy. The garbage is babbling. Stop barking. It's unsightly. Just attack me, will you? Unsightly, you say? Well said. Then, I won't hold back. Taking the bait from such a cheap provocation, the boss charges in alone. Well, it was more my honest opinion than a provocation, but still, he's so stupid. He's even dumber muscle brain than the Demon Lord's army. It's too late to apologize now. I'll play with you until you cry. With the bandit leader's thuggish words, he swung his sword at the automata. It was a strike of decent speed and power. Thanks to having entered the pseudo-dungeon region, his average stats that successfully appraised were roughly 2000. He had strength comparable to that cat woman. However, his sword didn't reach the automata. That's because a monster draped in a black cloak that I had summoned before entering the pseudo-dungeon region, intercepted the attack with a menacingly large axe it held. What is this? Surprised by the sudden appearance of the monster, the bandit leader kept swinging his sword at it without stopping, but his attacks didn't work at all. The status difference was simply too great. This monster, the goblin zombie that had released its true equipment, was not a match for a mere bandit. Then, I gave an order to the goblin zombie to hurt him, but not to kill. Jaya. The axe swung by the goblin zombie effortlessly chopped off the bandit leader's limbs and severely injured his left half. Next, by stomping, it crushed the remaining limbs. The bandit leader disgracefully wet himself. Then, with a feeble voice, he groaned and tried to crawl away with his broken limbs, like a dirty worm. It was utterly disgusting. Boss. The boss got taken out. Run. Seeing their leader effortlessly defeated, the remaining bandits ran away in all directions so they would abandon their comrades this easily. Typical bandits. Trash through and through. But, I won't let them escape. I'll kill them all. Raise the walls. Firewall. The goblin zombie, following my instructions, used magic to create walls of flame around us, trapping the bandits. The bandits panicked greatly. Not missing this opportunity, I summoned more monsters from the dungeon. What I summoned were several black iron golems and the immortal zombie. With these opponents, this level of force should be sufficient. Everyone besides the bandit leader seemed like small fry. Then, for some reason, Leif looked surprised when he saw the immortal zombie. Could it be? Do you know him? Why, yes. He was my previous master. Ah, I see. The former master that Leif was often cursing was the immortal zombie. Thinking about it, Leif was a slave bought in the city of Bordeaux, and this guy was an adventurer of the city of Bordeaux. It's not surprising that they have a connection. Also, the immortal zombie, in his former life, was a scum worse than the bandits. Leif's been having a tough time. Well, right now, we're dealing with bandits. I issued orders to the zombies and golems to bring all the bandits, alive, in front of the automata. Obeying that order, the monsters moved. And I told Leif this: don't worry about it. That's just a zombie. Why, yes. We wait a little. The bandits, who had their limbs crushed and freedom taken away, were brought by the monsters, including the flashy guy. All of them looked at the monsters with terror-stricken eyes. As I surveyed such trash, a good idea came to mind. Leif, if you want revenge, you can kill them. I decided to give Leif the right to kill them. Chapter 80, Leif's Revenge. If you want revenge, you can kill them. The words spoken by my master echo in my head over and over. A chance for revenge that came out of nowhere. Those who I hate so intensely are now all lying at my feet, unable to move. Just like my master said, even a powerless person like me could probably kill them if I wanted to. But I felt like I wouldn't be able to come back if I did that. The opponent is a bandit. The opponent is the one who killed my father, just now. They also tried to kill us. No one would complain even if I killed them. On the contrary, I might even be thanked. Still, I was hesitating. I don't want to say something superficial like, it's wrong to kill people. But I felt like if I killed a person easily, I would become a monster like my master or Demon Lord Sama. I was scared of that. In my mind, the scene of the royal capital, which was turned into a wasteland by Demon Lord Sama, resurfaces. I wonder how many hundreds, how many thousands of people died at that time. It was also something I'm responsible for. Because I guided Demon Lord Sama to the royal capital, such a thing happened. It couldn't be helped because it was an order. In that way, I've been averting my eyes from my own sin. There's no right to refuse for a slave, so it couldn't be helped. While making excuses like that, I've been teaching my master about the information of towns and countries. Out of concern for my own well-being, to prevent myself from being abandoned by my master, I betrayed others. And now, this case. If I kill a person with my own hands here, there would be no room for excuses. The feeling of having killed a person would certainly strike my heart. I might not be able to endure it. That is incredibly scary. So, I became immobile. Yo, you won't kill me, right? I'm an adventurer, not a bandit. You know what happens if the guild finds out that you killed an adventurer, right? So please spare me at least. You bastard, don't mess around. Don't try to save yourself. This scum. Shut up, you noisy trash. When I froze, the adventurer who got involved with us yesterday started begging for his life, and the bandits who saw that started making a fuss. And then, my master, who turned his eyes to the adventurer, approached him. Pull, please, spare my life. If you spare me, I'll listen to whatever you say. I'm a B-rank adventurer. There's a lot I can do, and I'm well connected in many places. I'm sure I'll be useful to you. So, shut up. Interrupting his words halfway, my master swung his sword and easily decapitated the adventurer. The rolling head and splattered blood flew up to me. You were? The bandits screamed in terror. I just stared blankly at it. This may be the first time I've seen my master actually kill someone. If you're not going to kill, I will. So what will you do? Saying that, my master handed me the sword he was holding. I take the blood-stained sword with my trembling hand. My body moved reflexively. Maybe I felt like I was being ordered to kill. Holding that sword, I first went to the man called Otto, who was on the verge of death. I calm my irregular breath due to nervousness, and raise my sword. Sir, save me. The man called Otto begged for his life in a raspy voice. The moment I heard that voice, something inside me snapped. Pull. Please spare this child at least. What surfaces in my mind are the last words of my father, the words of my father who worried about me until the very end. What happened to the man who said that? Didn't he kill him with a laugh? I, with all my might, thrust my sword into him. Thrust, thrust, thrust. I don't care anymore. I will stop thinking about difficult things. Now, I just need to avenge my father. I have to kill this man, making him suffer as much as possible. If not, my father won't rest in peace. With this in mind, I continued to stab him with my sword over and over again, over and over and over and over and over and over and over. And in doing so, aided by the sharpness of my sword, even with my weak power, I was able to mutilate the man known as the leader. And then, I turned my eyes to the other bandits. Eek! Oh, there are still so many of them. Those who I have to kill. I have to kill. I must kill. I have to kill. Stop. Ow. Oh wow wow wow. You. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Help. How much time had passed? Swinging my sword mindlessly, swinging, killing. Before I knew it, all the bandits were dead. The sensation of taking a life hits me in delay. Overwhelmed by it, tears came out. But at that moment, well done. My master, in her usual emotionless voice, said that while holding me in her chest. You did a good job. She said that and stroked my head. The tears stopped. Even though I knew it was wrong, I clung to my master's warmth. I surrendered myself to her. The unpleasant sensation of killing a person is fading away. Being held by my master, having my head stroked, I feel at ease. In that state, I felt my eyelids becoming heavy. My heart and body are saying they are tired. Even though I know if I give myself to this drowsiness, it will be irreversible, I fell asleep in my master's arms. Chapter 81. Results of Bandit Hunting. Leif was found sleeping in the automator's arms. It was instantly apparent because sleep was added to his status conditions. He must be tired, so he should sleep peacefully for now. In the meantime, we reduced the bandits' corpses that were messed up by Leif's hands. With Leif's attack power, even with the power of a mithril sword, he couldn't kill them in one hit, so as a result, they all died after being stabbed over and over again. It was like torture. Well, they brought it upon themselves, no matter how you look at it. That aside, by killing all the bandits, we've received a temporary income of DP and experience points. The number of bandits was just over 20, about the same as the number of orcs, but the DP that came in was incomparable to that of the orcs. As expected, when you kill strong ones, you profit. Even though the truly strong one was only the boss, the rest were just mediocre. Even the strongest among them, other than the boss, didn't reach an average status of 1000. Still, all of them were combat jobs, so it paid off. Furthermore, considering the effort versus effect, it's much easier and more profitable than destroying villages or towns. I've learned, the easiest and the most profitable way is not to kill hundreds of weak ones, but to hunt a few dozen fairly strong ones. I'll make use of this lesson next time. Well, I've finished checking the results of the battle, and the fire that had been set randomly has been extinguished by the water magic of the gargoyles. And the return of the monsters I used this time is complete. There's no need for us here anymore. Let's go back. With Leif asleep and carried by the automata, we head for the exit of the forest. By the way, Leif's clothes were in a terrible state due to the blood of the bandits, so I undressed him, wiped his body with hot water and a towel, and dressed him in new clothes. The clothes he took off were sent directly to the laundry room of the dungeon that I made for poison prevention. I'll have them washed thoroughly by the golems. After all that, after a short walk, we arrived at the village where they had posted the request for orc extermination. So, for now, we're going to rent a room for one night. It's already late, and if we try to walk to the town now, it will definitely be night. Besides, I don't feel like walking a long distance with Leif on my back. There's no reason to hurry, and we can return to town tomorrow. By the way, it's out of the question to return by the zombie sensei's teleportation. If we use it too much, we'll be suspected, and besides, the zombie sensei has already been sent to the capital, so she can't be moved now. Commands can't reach outside the dungeon area. Well, I've ordered her to return to the dungeon by teleportation as soon as she arrives in the vicinity of the capital, so in a few more days, she should be able to use it normally again. So, today I'll put Leif to bed at the inn, and I'll rest too. I put Leif on the bed, and before I put the automata to bed next to him, I changed the automata's clothes as well. The automata wasn't as blood-soaked as Leif, who was hacking away at the bandits at close range, but she had her fair share of blood on her too. Afterwards, I put the automata to bed again, and as usual, I set it up so that an alarm will sound if anything happens. And when I closed the monitor from the automata's point of view and thought about going to sleep, "Master, don't leave." Suddenly, Leif's face, who was having a nightmare, appeared on a monitor even though he was fine until a moment ago. This happened as soon as the automata moved away. It seems that he is mentally weak due to various things. So I had no choice but to move the automata to the same bed as Leif and let him hold her in his arms. Doing so, Leif returned to a peaceful sleeping face. What am I doing, I wonder? Having done so much, I suddenly come back to myself, and then, I am astounded by my own actions. Since when did I become such a soft person? Well, but it doesn't really matter. The greatest achievement this time would be the good feelings from Leif. I helped him with his revenge, and gently cared for him. When his mind became unstable, with all I've done, I must have captured Leif's heart to some extent. Perhaps, I may have even brought him into the realm of dependency. I've thought about it before. A slave with high favorability is valuable. It's not often that one comes across someone who will act voluntarily for my sake. Leif is such a valuable piece, and the higher his favorability the better. If I can increase it by merely sleeping with the automata, it's a cheap price to pay. Well, I absolutely wouldn't do it with my own body though. Having confirmed the legitimacy of my actions, I finally close the monitor from the automata's perspective. Afterwards, as usual, I'll eat, take a bath, and go to sleep. And so, my first job as an adventurer came to an end. Chapter 82, Adventurer Life. I've been active as an adventurer for about a month now. During this time, I've managed to strike a balance, not working too hard or resting too much, taking on a few subjugation requests, and even paying unnecessary visits to weapon and the medicine shops. Well, in short, I've made an effort to blend into the city by doing typical adventurer things. Thanks to these efforts, I've recently been accepted into the city and the guild, seen as a somewhat strong newcomer. At the very least, I think I've managed to erase the negative image I had from the dispute with the flashy guy on the first day. Also, because I didn't want to get involved in too much trouble, I didn't report the bandit incident to the guild. By the way, it goes without saying that Leif's knowledge has been greatly useful in this roleplay. Leif's usefulness has increased since the bandit incident. At least I think his loyalty has increased. Indeed, allowing him to take part in the revenge drama was the right choice. The zombie sensei and the others, who I had sent to the capital, returned safely, and so far, everything is going smoothly. That's the way it is, and a temporary peace continues. But I think the situation will probably move soon. The temporary peace will soon be disrupted by the Demon Lord's army advancing from the ruins of the capital of the Wolfus Kingdom. Whether the people of this city have sensed it or not, I've recently started hearing disturbing rumors around city. Stories like adventurers who went to the Wolfus Kingdom haven't returned, or merchants who are supposed to come aren't coming, that kind of talk. Adventurers with good intuition already have a faint idea of what happened. Perhaps the upper levels of the kingdom already know about the collapse of the Wolfus Kingdom. If that's the case, it wouldn't be strange to start preparing one or two countermeasures. At the very least, as an adventurer, I'll try to discern those countermeasures. Thinking about such things, I head to the Adventurers Guild again today. However, the atmosphere of the guild was different today. Somehow, everyone seems tense. That's right. As Leif says, the adventurers seem to be on edge. The unsettling rumors have kept everyone on edge lately, but today more than ever, has something finally happened? To confirm that, I approach one of the adventurers who seems to know the situation. I became an adventurer for times like this, so I have no choice but to engage in conversation. Miss Hassan. Oh, if it isn't Labi-chan. Good morning. Good morning. So, what's going on? The one I approached is the cat-eared woman I met before. She always approaches me casually whenever we meet, which is annoying, but it makes her easy to talk to. Plus, as a higher-ranking adventurer, she's likely to know more than the average mob adventurer. By the way, her adventurer rank is said to be A-class. Well, there's been an emergency request issued from the guild. The request is for monster subjugation and surrounding investigation at the border fortress. They said it's pretty much a mandatory conscription for C-class and above, so it's a big deal. I see. Dispatching higher-ranking adventurers to the border fortress, huh? Well, it's a sensible response if you think about it. If the dragon took the lead and charged in, I think it would be annihilated in an instant. From the appraisal of the adventurers in this city, there was no one who could counter that monster. There was one S-class adventurer, but even he was weaker than hot-blooded zombie. In that case, he wouldn't be able to handle the dragon. So, the fate of this town depends on reinforcements from elsewhere. Your reaction isn't very surprised. Well, I could see it coming. Oh, you're doing your information gathering well. Good for you. With that, the cat-eared woman began to stroke the automator's head. I'm going to kill you. I rudely shrugged it off. You're as prickly as ever, but that's what's cute about you. Well, aside from that, you better get ready to take the request. I hear a carriage heading to the fort is coming tomorrow. I understand. Once that was confirmed, there was no more need for the cat-eared one. I promptly went to the reception desk to complete the urgent request procedure and left the Adventurers Guild. The time of battle is near. I need to brace myself. Chapter 83, Current Status of the Fort. The following day, the automata, having passed through the border fortress during entry, had arrived with the other adventurers to receive an explanation of the current situation from someone who seemed to be the local commander. According to the commander, it seems that this fortress had been attacked by a large horde of monsters just a few days ago. They were able to fend them off, but the horde of monsters had appeared from the direction of the Wolfus Kingdom. Furthermore, given the size of the monster horde, there was a high possibility that they were the Demon Lord's army, which meant that the Wolfus Kingdom, which had been in the path of their advance, had been broken through. The commander, sensing a crisis, had already sent out fast horses to explain the situation and request reinforcements. The reason why the adventurers had been gathered this time was also part of this. Join forces and confront the evil Demon Lord's army. That was the kind of explanation given. But there might be things that they aren't intentionally telling us. The response seems too quick for an attack by a horde of monsters just a few days ago. And they have determined that the enemy is the Demon Lord's army. It's unnatural that despite knowing so much, only rumor-level information had been circulated in the city. Leif, what do you think? I think they're probably limiting the information to avoid chaos. If not, the city of Barum would be in a huge mess by now. Ah, I see. Depending on the time and situation, they might do that. I was convinced, and I was glad to be an adventurer. If I had been in the city normally, I would only have known the restricted information. Our conversation didn't stand out among the buzz of the other adventurers. Eventually, the commander started the next talk. And your first job, as I wrote in the request to the guild, is to scout the area. I want you to find out how close the enemy has come. Of course, if the enemy is the Demon Lord's army, it's a dangerous job. You don't have to take it if you don't want to, but if you do, I promise you a suitable reward. Is there anyone? Naya, I'll do it. In response, the cat-eared woman was the first to raise her hand. Well, her stats were speed-oriented, and she had stealth skills, so maybe she was suited for this kind of work. Several others also raised their hands. Adventurers are often reckless, and after some hesitation, I raised my hand too. The goal goes without saying, the destruction of the scouting party, and I wanted to see the Demon Lord's army, which had come so close, with my own eyes. What's the scale? Are there any dragons? Are there any non-muscle brain guys? I want to understand these things to use them as a reference when formulating a strategy. By the way, the reason I hesitated was because I was weighing whether to stay in the fort and familiarize myself with its internal structure. I thought it would be better to know the structure of the fort if I was going to work behind the scenes, but I decided that I could do that when I got back. If necessary, I could even have Leif do it while I'm away. I'll do what I can do now, and what only I can do. So, leaving Leif at the fort, I headed to where the other scouting parties were preparing. Master, please be very careful. Leif said that as we parted. With a genuinely worried look on his face, his hands clasped in front of his chest, almost as if praying. When the beautiful girl-faced elf Leif does it, it makes a great picture. On the other hand, I thought it was quite a progress that he was taking this attitude towards the slaughterer, no matter how much he was his master. As always, I placed the automata's hand on Leif's head and spun the words to reassure her. You don't have to worry. I won't die from something like this. Rather, you two, do your best at your work. Yes. Good. Well then, I'm off. Take care. And so, after bidding farewell to Leif, I head back to the scout unit. But right at the start of the journey, I run into a smirking cat-eared figure. I want to punch that smiling face. He. You two seem to be getting along quite well. Is there a problem? Nope, being good friends is a good thing. It just looked like lily flowers were blooming in the background, so I thought it would be interesting. I wonder what this cat beast is talking about. There's no such thing as lilies. Leif is a man and a pet. There's no way I could be in that kind of relationship with a pet. Well, I suppose it can't be helped that she misunderstands, since I've only told her that Leif is a slave, and there's no need to correct the misunderstanding. After all, her life is short. Well then, since such a cute kid is waiting, I should wrap up the scouting quickly and get back. That sounds good. I am going to deal with you though. With such thoughts in mind, the automata and the cat-eared figure joined up with the rest of the scout unit. By the way, the volunteer count was higher than expected, so the scout unit is divided into several teams. Each of them consists of about 4 to 6 people, making up 5 teams. The team the automata was assigned to consists of 6 people, including the cat-eared one. This seems to be the typical number of people in an adventure party. I heard it from Leif. Well then, let's get moving. Everyone gathered, and the highest ranked among us, the cat-eared one, takes charge and makes the declaration. And so, the reconnaissance mission began. Chapter 84, Reconnaissance Mission. There are no powerful monsters around. Let's go. As she said that, the cat-eared woman twitched her cat ears and moved forward, and the other adventurers, including the automata, followed her. Being a cat beastman, she apparently has excellent hearing. In addition to that, she has a danger-sensing ability cultivated from years of adventurer life. There is none better than her as a scout. In this field, she claimed she wouldn't lose even to an S rank, but that's self-proclaimed. Nevertheless, the other adventurers seemed to trust her abilities enough to silently follow her. In that way, the scouting party, centered around the cat-eared woman, conducted a search, basically avoiding all combat and advancing. And after spending several days expanding their search range, they finally succeeded in finding a horde of monsters. The location was a town that was less than a day's distance from the border fort if the carriage was driven normally. It's a border town on the Wolfus Kingdom side. Well, to be precise, it might be better to say it was a town. After all, that town was destroyed and occupied by the horde of monsters, and turned into a miserable sight. This is, no matter how you look at it, it's terrible. Nah, darn it, those damn monsters. Seeing that sight, the members of the scouting party each let out their impressions, naturally, in as low a voice as possible. It seems there are no fools who would rush in with rage here, but still, this is really terrible. I have a thing or two to say about the destruction of cities and mass slaughter, but this town wasn't destroyed on a calculated basis. It feels like wild monsters simply trampled it down on instinct. As proof, all sorts of monsters are strolling around freely in the town, dirtied by numerous bloodstains and corpses. Goblins and orcs are violating women in the ruins, and creatures like killer wolves are chomping down on human remains, and there's even cannibalism among the monsters. This sight is simply hellish. I don't sympathize, but I did think it was an unsophisticated way of killing. And so, the scouting party proceeds carefully through such a hellish town. They erase their presence, hide their sounds with special shoes, and smear monster scent on their bodies to deceive their smell. In this way, they proceed with extreme caution and advance their investigation. As a result, they found out several things. First of all, there are so many monsters that they've spread all over the town. To put it in numbers, it's probably in the thousands. It's an extremely large number. In terms of numbers alone, it's more than the total strength of our dungeon. Having this many in one town probably means that a part of the Demon Lord's main force has joined up. Next is the quality of the monsters. Most of them are nothing special, just riffraff like goblins and orcs, but occasionally there are big shots like goblin champions mixed in. In terms of ratio, it's about 9 to 1, riffraff to big shots. That may seem small, but in reality, it means there are hundreds that exceed 1,000 in status in a horde of thousands. Just in one town, the Demon Lord's army is truly terrifying. And finally, They were able to confirm the existence of the boss leading this horde, a top executive of the Demon Lord's army. Needless to say, it's the dragon we worked with before. He was napping leisurely in the center of the town. What a slacker. But even though he's a slacker, seeing the overwhelmingly powerful dragon, the scouting party was at a loss for words. Even without being able to use appraisal, they seemed to understand the overwhelming difference in combat power between them and the dragon. This is quite different from some hero. The scouting party, who seemed to understand their own power, started to retreat immediately upon the cat-eared woman's instruction. "Well, then, shall we start the operation soon?" I murmured to myself in my living space, issuing instructions to two zombies in the dungeon. One is the zombie sensei. Using teleportation, I transferred another zombie to the town. This town is one that I passed through when I crossed the national border, so it is registered as the zombie sensei's teleportation destination. The advantage of this is that, unlike the teleportation function in the pseudo-dungeon area, it can send to locations away from the automata, and the zombie I transferred by the zombie sensei. I ordered the hot-blooded zombie, clad in full armor that even hides his face, to attack the reconnaissance team as I had instructed in advance. The hot-blooded zombie, having unlocked its true equipment and boosted its status to over 5,000, drops down from above onto the reconnaissance team. Naya, everyone, above. Gaia. Despite the cat-eared woman's warning, one member of the reconnaissance team was crushed by the hot-blooded zombie and died, naturally. This is inside the pseudo-dungeon area. DP and experience points come in. Where did this guy come from? Gah, Michael. You are. Damn. Everyone. The overwhelmingly strong hot-blooded zombie instantly annihilates the four people other than the automata and the cat-eared woman. With that momentum, he punches at the cat-eared woman. Nyanya. However, the cat-eared woman blocked it. Despite the more than double status difference, she parried the punch with a small dagger and stubbornly survived. I suppose she is an A-class adventurer after all. Unlike the others, she's fairly good. But that is nothing but a desperate struggle. I control the automata, have it draw the sword at its waist, and charge at the cat-eared woman. From the cat-eared woman's perspective, it must have looked like I was approaching to assist her. That's why the sword easily pierced through the cat-eared woman's chest. The cat-eared woman made a face as if she didn't understand what had happened. She must be very confused. From the cat-eared woman's point of view, she wouldn't be able to think of any benefit for me to betray her in this situation. Normally, she wouldn't expect a mere adventurer to be affiliated with the Demon Lord's army. Why? Labi-cha. Before she could finish her last words, the hot-blooded zombie's fist blew off the cat-eared woman's head. The cat-eared woman's body, which had lost its head, falls down, but there is no blood, as the wound was burnt by the fist trapped in high heat. It's a relatively clean corpse. Phew, finally taken care of, I murmured to myself in my living space. After this, all that's left is to return the hot-blooded zombie and recycle the bodies of the adventurers scattered around, then the job is done. I should retrieve the automata into the dungeon before it's attacked by the surrounding monsters. Afterwards, I can just send it back near the fortress using the zombie sensei's teleportation. And so, having grasped the movements of the Demon Lord's army and even managed to annihilate a team, my reconnaissance mission ended with the best outcome. Chapter 85, What is imminent? I see, so the Demon Lord's forces are that strong. The automata, having returned to the fort, reported the results of its reconnaissance mission to the commander. By the way, it's worth mentioning that it mostly didn't lie in this report. In other words, it honestly reported the results of its investigation into the Demon Lord's army led by the dragon. Of course, it didn't mention that it had slaughtered the cat-eared squad. Given that there are other reconnaissance units, if it lied poorly about the investigation results, it would be exposed quickly. Moreover, as far as I'm concerned, it's not like I care if the information slightly disadvantages the Demon Lord's forces. On the contrary, I want the humans to fight and deplete each other as much as possible. The ideal is that both the humans and the Demon Lord's army annihilate each other. I understand the situation. We will not waste the information you've risked your lives to gather. Furthermore, Reliable reinforcements from the Holy Kingdom of Aphlit are currently on their way here. So, please rest assured and take a good rest." With those words, the report to the commander was concluded. Then, the automata headed towards its assigned room. There, it met up with Leif. "Welcome back, Master." "I'm back." Seeing the automata, Leif displayed a relieved smile. "It seems like nothing happened while I wasn't looking. It's a relief." "So, is the thing we discussed ready?" "Yes." "Here it is." Prompted, Leif handed me a bundle of papers. This was the result of the task I had ordered Leif to do before we set off. It was a plan of the fort. Well, it's not official. It's hand-drawn by Leif. There are quite a few omissions because of that. I silently examined the plan. I'm sorry. I could only investigate this much." However, during that silence, for some reason, Leif's face fell. "No, I had no intention of blaming him, but I see, because the automata doesn't show emotions. Obviously, depending on how it's interpreted, it could seem angry. For now, I'll reassure him there's no problem. It's much better than you forcing your way into places you shouldn't and getting caught. Actually, I'm surprised at how detailed the plan is. You've done a great job." "Why, yes." Upon hearing those words, a smile returned to Leif's face. "He's a bit emotionally unstable, but I think it's within acceptable limits." Moreover, what I just said was by no means flattery. Honestly, even though I told him to investigate the interior structure of the fort, I wasn't really expecting much. Despite the fact that Leif has mapping skills cultivated through his adventuring career, I told him to hand-draw a plan of the fort, from an adventurer's perspective, within a few days. I was aware that I was asking him to do something unreasonable. Therefore, I was planning to let it slide with just a slight punishment even if he couldn't do it. But when I looked at the finished product, it was a plan of higher quality than I expected. Although it only accurately portrays the spaces where an adventurer can enter, it's amazing that he's filled in some of the blank spaces by reverse calculating from the silhouette of the fort, the size of the floors, the locations of the stairs, and so forth. Even without that, the places I wanted to grasp are properly documented. So it's sufficient. Leif is really exceptional. Next time, I'll treat him to something delicious again. Now then, with this, most of the preparations are complete. All that's left is to achieve my goal amidst the chaos of battle. Given that the Demon Lord's army is closer than anticipated, if the dragon feels like it, the battle could start at any moment. The uncertain element might be the reinforcements coming from the holy nation of Aphlit. I'm guessing the 12 apostles also will come, but depending on their approach, the plan may not go smoothly. Well, but my life isn't at stake in this battle, so I'll take it easy. To be honest, as long as I can at least make an appeal to the Demon Lord that I'm working, that's good enough. No, I shouldn't feel like that. After thinking that far, I reflected a little. Complacency can be fatal at any time. If I challenge with such feelings, I will just consume resources in vain. And if I lose irretrievable forces like the zombie sensei, it could easily affect my life. All right. For the future, let's try that this time. I decided to execute a strategy I've been thinking about for a while, to motivate myself. Once I do this, I definitely can't let my guard down. With those words, I secretly made up in my mind. Chapter 86, Battle of the Border Fort. They've arrived. A few days after the end of the scouting mission. Finally, the time had arrived. The horde of monsters filled the space in front of the fortress. Among them stood a gigantic black dragon, conspicuously prominent. At last, the Demon Lord's army had attacked the border fortress. The moment I sensed this, I used the teleportation function to send Leif back to the dungeon. With his current stats, he wouldn't be able to keep up in a war like this. He had a look like a puppy left behind when we parted. But what can't be, can't be. Instead, I built a room for Leif on the first floor, and left there another Mamori chandol I made. He'll have to make do with that. While I was thinking about all this, the dragon let out a roaring cry. At the same time, a black light began to gather in the dragon's mouth. Even from a distance, it was clear. That was the same attack that obliterated the capital of the Wolfus Kingdom. It was the prelude to the dragon's breath. Here it comes. Prepare to intercept. Yes, sir. Repel it. Poseidon. The commander who was up on the fortifications declared loudly, deploying his true equipment, a trident. Following him, several individuals positioned around the fortress also deployed their true equipment. Moreover, many magicians took their positions at the forefront. The dragon's breath was released. The black aurora, destroying everything in its path, was advancing straight on. The people of the fortress greeted it with all their might. Tidal wave, water wall. The commander unleashed a water magic spell that resembled a tsunami. Along with that, it seemed most of the magicians had chosen water-type magic. Of course, there were exceptions. And so, the black breath and the large magic spell centered around water collided and neutralized each other. Incredible. They blocked the dragon's breath, even though the capital was easily blown away. I guess the difference lies in whether they were prepared for the interception or not. Begin the counterattack. Archers, prepare. Yes, sir. Following the commander's orders, arrows were released from all over the fortress. Whether it's due to the excellent quality of the bows in this world, or the effect of the archery skill, the arrows flew like bullets. Certainly, in terms of range and power they are inferior to magic, but unlike magic, anyone can learn to use them and they don't require MP. As long as you have arrows left, you can fire as many as you want, which is a unique advantage of archery. In terms of earth, it's like bows and arrows are guns, and magic is tactical weaponry like missiles. You can easily understand if you think about it, like defeating a horde of guerrillas with it. The large amount of arrows caused significant damage to the Demon Lord's army. Many monsters were killed, pierced by the arrows. Followed by a barrage of magic, the casualties of the Demon Lord's army increased. However, the critical dragon was unscathed. Ha ha ha, your weak arrows can't scratch my beautiful body. Chaj, follow me, rower, rower. And so, completely unconcerned about the damage to his side, he charged in at the head of the army, a complete muscle brain. I can understand why the Demon Lord would sigh. However, this strategy is surprisingly effective. The dragon doesn't budge from ordinary attacks, and since the dragon's massive body acts as a shield, as a result, the damage to the Demon Lord's army is minimized. Well, I really can't imagine they thought it through that far. Close combat troops, ready. Yes, sir. In response, the human side prepared for close combat. Of course, the long-range attacks of arrows and magic didn't stop, but they formed a formation prepared for the approach. And finally, humans and the Demon Lord's army clashed directly. The first to clash were the commander and the dragon. The dragon went for the commander, who was conducting the battle in a conspicuous position, and swiped its claws. However, it was pushed back by multiple spells and the water attacks released by the commander, and retreated, but it didn't seem too damaged. In the meantime, other monsters had started to cling to the walls of the fortress. They were hit by arrows and spells, dropped off, stepped over the corpses of their comrades, and climbed the wall. It was like a horror movie. If they kept doing this, eventually a monster would appear that had climbed the wall. Intercept them. The field commanders who were everywhere raised their voices, and the prepared melee units started to annihilate the monsters. The automata also mixed in and killed some. I'm scared to think what would happen if the Demon Lord found out, but at that time, I'll get them to accept it as a necessary expense. I think they'll probably forgive me if it's just a few small fry. The ones I defeated were foot soldiers like the rock golems in our place. As we continued to fight like this, the battlefield gradually became chaotic. The number of monsters crossing the wall increased, and the melee combat units were running around here and there. This is the timing I was aiming for. Now, I don't think anyone would notice if one of the adventurers disappeared. At that moment, when I was sure of it, I moved the automata. Looking at the floor plan drawn by Leif, my goal was the upper floor where the commander was fighting. Now, the operation begins. Huh? At that point, I saw something reflected on the monitor from the perspective of the automata. Something like a bird was flying at an incredible speed from the back of the fortress. Chapter 87, Return of the Hero. When I figured out the true identity of that bird-like creature, I couldn't help but let out a groan of disgust. It was 3 humans, 3 men and women with wings like angels sprouting from their backs. 1 man and 2 women. The man's face is incredibly familiar, and the 2 women are also familiar. This is the worst. I can't believe these people have made an appearance here. First, I quickly hide the automata in the shadows, and then, right in front of the hiding the automata, they flew past the fortress at super high speed and launched an attack on the dragon. Photon blade. Whoa! Who are you? The dragon is blown away by a surprise attack. The dragon seems to have avoided a direct hit by quickly using its forelegs as a shield, but it still seems to have taken considerable damage. Even the attack of the commander using true equipment did not do much damage. Flame sword. Wind burst. Next, the 2 women who came along launched a follow-up attack, a fiery slash and an explosion of wind. But their power is extraordinary. They both easily surpass the maximum firepower of the grandpa zombie. This is not a joke. Even their followers can do this much. Noah, the dragon that took all of this damage, groaned as it took further severe damage, but it doesn't seem to be fatal. The dragon's HP auto recovery skill level is extremely high, and I don't think it will die soon. But, judging from the current offense and defense, the dragon's chance of winning is slim. That's how strong they are right now. Are you the one who landed at the commander's position? Turning back at the commanders with a face with a scar left on the left eye, and then, he opened his mouth heavily. We are the hero party. It was a quiet voice, yet heavy, powerful, gave me goosebumps. It's a terrible feeling, just like when facing the Demon Lord, a sense of a strong opponent. I felt such a sense of pressure from them now. And I am their hero. Hero Shindu. I am the one who will eventually defeat the Demon Lord and end this war. Word that sound cool. In Japan, these words would either be laughed at for being too painful, or people would seriously worry about his mental state. But I couldn't laugh. I felt chills. My instinct, which has gotten me through many deadly situations, is ringing alarm bells. If I bare my fangs to him now, to this Shindu, it would be seriously dangerous. Leave this to us. Ivy-san. Emma, let's go. Yes, okay. So, Shindu and his party charged towards the dragon again. With a shining sword, the hero and his companions fighting to defeat the evil dragon. It's a picturesque scene. Seeing that, the morale of the humans skyrocketed. When the commander shouts "Follow the hero," the soldiers begin to push back the army of the Demon Lord with a roar. As if, from this place and time, the counterattack of humanity is beginning. Don't be ridiculous. I won't let things go as they please. I won't let them have a dramatic turnaround. After all, if the Demon Lord's army loses, I might become the next target. When the Demon Lord's army loses, I want humanity to weaken so much that they can't afford to bother with me. With that in mind, I start taking action. Should I try to contact the Demon Lord first? No, let's not. I can't bear it if she tells me to seriously cooperate with the dragon. If that's the case, we'll just have to think of another plan. However, first and foremost, we must accomplish our original goal. The hero slayer that won't be an easy task to deal with must be postponed. Our current target is these guys. I use the teleportation function to send 2 zombies around the automata. They are the zombie sensei and the stealth zombie. The strategy is to shoot into the boss room with undetectable teleportation. I'm going to use this golden combo, like I did to Maki and Ken. The target is all the humans on this fortress upper floor. Floor teleport. What is this? The zombie sensei's secret move, spatial magic which can teleport to wide range at once, is activated. This time, the number of people transported was about 50, including the commander. As a result of activating such a large spell, the zombie sensei's MP was exhausted, so I send her back with the stealth zombie and let her rest. Then, towards the confused crowd suddenly transported into darkness, I release a super-enhanced laser beam. With that one blow, nearly half disappeared, and I was able to deal a significant blow to the remaining half. Those who lost parts of their bodies due to the heat of the laser beam roll around groaning in pain. I finish them off with another trap. The remaining are a little more than 10, including the commander. The first attack could not have been more successful. Don't panic. Light up. Yes, light ball. Thanks to the commander's order, who barely kept his calm, one of the soldiers used a light magic to illuminate the surroundings. Then, the whole picture of the floor is revealed. Where is this? There was a floor about 100 meters in diameter, which has become a little wider than before. The floor, walls, and ceiling were all covered in traps, and the room was filled with poisonous mist. It's a place where many intruders have lost their lives in the past. That's right. This is not the boss room on the second floor. It's the boss room, the deepest part of the dungeon. And, at the back of that room, there stands a single armored boss monster. This is my strongest force, the strongest monster in this dungeon and its last guardian, the living armor senpai. Moreover, this time it's also filled. Welcome. Die. I'm inside. My main body, wearing the living armor senpai, announces the death penalty to the invaders with a flat voice like an automaton and swings the sword held in its right hand. Chapter 88, Trial Operation of the Ultimate Weapon. The reason I decided to go to battle this time is simple. It's to test my capabilities in actual combat inside the living armor senpai. I've never skipped training against the immortal zombie, but I'm unsure if I can properly move in a real battle. This form is the final weapon of the dungeon and a key component in the fight against the Demon Lord. However, it's too scary to challenge the Demon Lord with no real battle experience. Therefore, I need to gain combat experience and get used to actual battles now. All of this is a preparation for when the time comes. Well, I do feel like it's not something to do while a hero is around, but we shouldn't worry about that. No. Rather let's think of this as a real battle practice considering the hero. Thundersword. Tidal wave. The commander tries to stop my lightning magic by creating a tsunami with water magic. However, he couldn't do it. My magic, evaporating the tsunami with electric heat, is closing in on the commander. What? The commander shouts in astonishment. It's understandable. After all, this magic is the one that stopped the dragon's breath. Even if it was in cooperation with others, it would be unsettling to see it easily pushed back like this. But, it's within my expectations. After all, my current magical power, thanks to leveling up and training, exceeds 60,000. On the other hand, the commander's status is as follows. Human, LV87. Name, Sea Submarine. Condition, True Equipment activated. HP, 8,880 10,460, 5,230. MP, 5,001 11,336, 5,668. Attack, 9,242, 4,621. Defense, 9,160, 4,580. Magical power, 10,000, 5,000. Magic resistance, 9,622, 4,811. Speed, 8,800, 4,400. Unique skills. True equipment. Skills. HP Auto Recovery, LV30 MP Auto Recovery, LV38 Spear Technique, LV41 Water Magic, LV50 Command, LV40. True equipment, Poseidon, durability 25,000. All status X2, exclusive effect, ruler of the great seas, power manifested by the skill of true equipment. It cannot be used by anyone other than the original owner, ruler of the great seas Poseidon. Adds water attribute attack to true equipment. Significantly increases the power of water attribute attacks. He is certainly strong. With true equipment included, his status is just under 10,000. Although the attribute is different, it's almost a superior version of the hot-blooded zombie. Even so, he can't reach me. He can't make it. There is a huge gap in power between him and me. Dungeon Master LV87. Name, Honjo Mamori. HP, 1,200 1,200. MP, 110,450 110,500. Attack, 509. Defense, 505. Magical power, 65,500. Magic resistance, 780. Speed, 577. Unique skills. Grand Magic True Equipment. Skills. MP Auto Recovery, LV80 Sword Technique, LV10 Shield Technique, LV10 Thunder Magic, LV65 Healing Magic, LV65 Parallel Thinking, LV50 Arithmetic Ability, LV50 Command, LV30. Title. Hero Otherworld Immerse Transfer. Living Armor LV. HP, 120,000 120,000. MP00. Attack, 45,000. Defense, 90,000. Magical power, 0. Magic resistance, 90,000. Speed, 30,000. Skills, none. This is my power. My MP and magic power have completely cheated. I'm releasing intense thunder magic. I've worn the living armor senpai and used its status as my own, overcoming even my weakness, the low physical status. And the enhancement of the living armor senpai is not over. Currently, the creation zombie and the alchemy zombie are working at full capacity to create a super alloy, god metal, by synthesizing all kinds of top-tier metals. I'm using it to enhance the living armor senpai, but because the production is so scarce, only the head and body have been made of god metal. The rest is still made of orichalcum. That means there's still room for growth. Amazing. If I complete the living armor senpai in this way, use true equipment, cooperate with super enhanced traps and a strong zombie horde, I might be able to defeat the demon lord for real. This is that level of power. No matter how much the status exceeds 10,000, it's not an opponent that a mere human can handle. Commander. Dangerous. Gah. You guys? From the thunder magic, his subordinates protect the commander at the cost of their lives. But, my magic cannot be defended by just a few people acting as a meat wall. Those who became walls are charred by the electric heat and the commander has suffered a significant damage, piercing through them all with just one blow. Water cutter. Enduring the pain, the commander activates water magic. High-pressure water spews from the tip of the spear and he makes a sweeping attack in that state. I calmly received it with my orichalcum shield. Now, attack. Aiming at the moment when my movement stopped by guarding, all the remaining moving guys launch an all-out attack on me. Swords, spears, magic, they all fly at me from all directions. But, it's naive. Even though I am standing on the battlefield, the function of the monitor is still active, just like when I control the automata. I can see the whole picture on the monitor from a bird's eye view while I have my own field of vision. There is no blind spot for me, no matter how they jump at me from all directions. While taking evasive steps, I take the sword with my shield and parry the spear with my sword. I fend off the magic with traps and in return, I finish them off with counterattack traps. Enhanced traps, pitfalls stop their movements, and arrows blow holes in their bellies, a guillotine chops off their heads, and landmines and sword mountains crush their lower bodies. The deadly formation I've repeated many times, without even using powerful traps like laser beams. They were wiped out in just a few seconds. That can't be. The last remaining commander is astonished as if he can't believe it. Towards him, I calmly approach step by step. I challenge him to a head-on duel, not to show respect to the enemy, but purely to gain combat experience. With the last of his spirit, the commander grips his true equipment and charges at me. Sonic lance, a swift lunge with a running start. Caught and deflected with a shield. Then, a single swing of the sword for a counterattack. However, the commander seemed to anticipate my movement. He stabbed his accelerated spear into the ground and vaulted over me like in pole vaulting. Phalanx. Then came a rain of continuous thrusts from above. There's an umbrella for rain. Using the shield like an umbrella, I also catch these. I might not have been able to react in time with my reflexes, but the operating speed of the living armor senpai is enough to keep up. It's a movement I can do precisely because I'm not moving the living armor senpai according to my body, but rather, I'm completely relaxing and just being the person inside the living armor senpai. Then, Aiming at the commander who can't move in the air, I shoot an arrow from the wall. The commander twisted his body in a split second to avoid it, but he couldn't completely dodge the arrow that boasted incredible speed and power due to the DP enhancement, and it hit his leg. His knee was blown away, and his severed leg danced in the air. Then my sword struck in retaliation. The commander blocked with the handle of his spear and avoided a direct hit. However, he was blown away by the difference in strength and slammed into the wall. Furthermore, just like with the sword, I fired an arrow from point-blank range. I blew a hole in his flank. But even then, the commander stands up. He stands up and readies his true equipment. The commander's true equipment, a trident, wraps itself in a tremendous amount of water with a dense texture, as if preparing for the last strike. I decided to confront it head-on. I wrap my sword in lightning magic. The mithril-made sword that I skimped on material costs becomes the catalyst for the strongest magic I can unleash right now. The reason I chose a straight magic's battle is simple. I just wanted to shoot this magic at the enemy once. Atlantis break. And then, the commander's last strike was released. The surging water stream comes to crush me. Against it, I swing my lightning-wrapped sword. Zeus the lightning. The magic released from the sword becomes a great lightning bolt, evaporating the water stream and piercing through it. Having his last great move effortlessly smashed, the commander was swallowed into the lightning with a frustrated look on his face. After the magic disappeared, only one charred body of the commander remained. And so, the fight was settled. Chapter 89, Battle of the Border Fort ends. In the boss room, where the fight had been settled, I was savoring the taste of victory alone. Or so I couldn't really say. After all, the battle at the border fort was still going on, so I had to think about what to do next. Thinking this, I went to check the commander's corpse, intending to turn it into a zombie. Surprisingly, the commander was still breathing. Barely, but yes. Wow, that's impressive. Well, although it was my strongest magic, it was an attack without using my true equipment. So, I thought that if one had almost 10,000 magic resistance, at least the original form of the corpse would remain, but I didn't expect it to survive. What persistence with the burns. It looked just like a cockroach. Disgusting. Well then, shall I quickly finish him off? Just as I thought that and raised my sword, an electric shock ran through my brain. That's it. I had an idea. I had a way to bring down a country and possibly even kill the hero if things went well. I've had a great idea for a low-risk, high-return strategy that won't be a big deal even if it fails. With that decided, I can't just kill this guy. Well, I'll kill him in the end, but I'll make good use of him before that. So, I called a certain zombie into the boss room while preparing my healing magic. The zombie's name was Trainer Zombie. He was one of the heroes I killed and turned into a zombie with the unique skill, training, that forcibly makes others obey. The condition for activating training is that the target's HP is significantly weakened. The commander's injuries weren't just severe. They were half a step away from death. The conditions for activating the skill were met. Do it. Then, I ordered the trainer zombie to activate the skill. While I was fighting in the boss room, the automata continued to monitor the battle situation at the fort. Being able to operate the automata while fighting is all thanks to the parallel thinking skill. While my main body was training the commander, the automata was simultaneously made to clear up the evidence at the scene. Firstly, I summoned Makey Zombie wearing a hooded robe, a looted item from the town, fairly expensive equipment, that completely hid its body, and made it attack the fort with the same lightning magic as mine. Especially the place where I abducted the commander, with great care, to the point where it wouldn't be strange even if the corpse disappeared without a trace. With the military power of the fort, which had lost its main force, the unit led by the commander, they couldn't defend against this magic, and after several shots, the fort easily crumbled. I guess that's the power of a hero's magic, even if it's rotten. Also, Shindu and the others momentarily turned their attention here due to the sudden lightning, but soon they were exposed to the dragon's attack and began to focus on their opponents in front of them. It would have been nice if they died in this state of distraction. It seems that it won't be so easy. And then, I casually dropped off the commander, on whom I had cast minimal healing magic, at the abduction site, which was severely damaged. Since there are still electric shock damages all over his body, the others will probably think that he was done in by the Makey zombies' attack earlier. Probably. Honestly, it's a sloppy job if you're seriously trying to deceive, but it's better than not doing anything. Even with this, it should be possible to fool them if they don't investigate too closely. If it doesn't work, that's fine too. And while doing such things, the battle was heading towards its conclusion. The ragged dragon and the hero's party, who still seemed to have some leeway, were engaged in the final battle. Let's finish this. I will avenge our homeland. Here I go. The trio of heroes assumes a stance of a decisive attack in midair. Don't underestimate the strongest dragon. In response, the dragon also seems to be gathering its last strength, getting ready to unleash its breath. And then, their attacks collide. Dragon Breath, Apollo/Tornado Blast. Joint ultimate move. Crimson Road. The dragon's breath clashes with the attacks from the two women, a combination of fire and wind magic, and they cancel each other out. Facing the dragon that had blocked the final attack, Shindu raises his sword high. This is the end. Brave Sword. Gua. From Shindu's sword, a gigantic slash of pure white light is unleashed, cutting the dragon's body diagonally in half. The dragon's death cry resounds, its huge body severed into two. We did it. The hero has done it. That's amazing. All right, we're up next. Yeehaw. Brace yourselves, remnants. Upon seeing this, the folks at the fortress cheer, and begin to exterminate the remaining monsters. In response, the majority of the monsters start to flee. Even the monsters that remained and fought back will be subdued soon. It's a done deal. This battle ends in the demon army's defeat. Without waiting to witness that, I moved my automata. Some of them were about to rush straight to the place where the flashy thunder magic was unleashed, so I hurriedly sent back Makey Zombie. I also let the automata retreat from the scene, heading under the dragon's corpse. The goal is, of course, to collect the corpse. There's no way I wouldn't turn such a powerful monster into a zombie. And so, when I arrived under the dragon, hero, the dragon, sliced into two, began to voice its grudge. It was still alive. Impressive. This is the vitality of a reptile. In any case, this is lucky. I won't die alone. I'll take you all with me. Saying so, the dragon entered the firing stance of its breath, as its last resistance. Black light was converging inside the dragon's mouth. I can't imagine Shindu and the others would die from this, but it might take quite a number of soldiers with it. But to prevent that, I summoned the Grandpa Zombie, and then, Ice Pillar. What? The magic released by the Grandpa Zombie, an ice pillar sprouting from the ground pierces the dragon's throat. Due to this, the dragon's HP, which was already hanging by a thread, decreases rapidly. In its final moments, the dragon's large eyes captured the figure of the automata. I can't tell the expressions of reptiles, but its voice was filled with astonishment. But, it could do nothing more, and finally the dragon's HP dropped to 0. The light disappeared from the dragon's eyes, and a huge amount of experience points and DP flowed into me. I didn't expect to get not only the corpse, but also the experience points and DP. This really was lucky. And before the others could find the automata, I used the item collection function to transport the dragon's corpse. The destination is the largest mid-boss room in my dungeon. If not there, I can't accommodate the enormous dragon's body. At the same time, I sent the automata and the Grandpa Zombie back to the dungeon. In this way, the battle at the border fortress was concluded. Chapter 90, Battle of the Border Fort, Battle results confirmed. After returning the automata to the dungeon, I immediately performed a zombification on the dragon. The zombification, which has become a regular event, was successful as expected. The dragon quit the Demon Lord's army and was rehired at my place as a corpse. I must say, I got a tremendous force without any effort. I have to admit, I do feel a bit grateful to Shindu and the others for that. On the other hand, it would be terrifying if the Demon Lord found out, but I guess it will be fine. The Dungeon Master knows the Dungeon Master best. That's why I understand. There is no convenient feature to check the status of monsters outside the dungeon area. It would be a different story if the monsters present at that place escaped and reported to the Demon Lord, but the monsters that the dragon had with him this time looked rather unintelligent. Besides, from a monster's perspective, the automata should only appear as an adventurer. In that case, it should look like an adventurer dealt the finishing blow to a dragon cornered by a hero. If so, there's no problem. I'll consider it as no problem. However, if it's discovered and not forgiven, it will be war. Fortunately, I now stand a chance even against the Demon Lord. I'll do it, with a trembling voice. Well, of course, it would be better not to fight. So, for now, I'll report to the Demon Lord. Naturally, I don't plan to tell the whole truth, but on top of various fabrications. However, if I report right now, I might get criticized. Why didn't you contact us when the hero was there? All right. I'll postpone the report to the Demon Lord. I have to think of an excuse. I was gathering information in another town and happened to get information about this battle. Something like that might work. Well, that's settled. Next, let's confirm the results of this battle. The biggest gain is, of course, getting a dragon zombie. Among the ones I have zombified so far, it is by far the strongest. From a status perspective, if I unlock the true equipment, I believe I can seriously damage the Demon Lord, considering that it's truly an enormous force. By the way, the ability of the dragon zombie's true equipment is as follows. True equipment: Dragon Aura, HP x3, Attack x3, status other than HP and Attack x2. Unique effect: Dragon King's Dignity. A power manifested by the skill of the true equipment. It can't be used by anyone other than the original owner. Dragon King's Dignity significantly increases your own status. It's a simple and strong true equipment. Rather, with this much power, I wonder why it had a hard time every time. Probably because its movements were too crude. The dragon's combat was just a wild rampage without any technique at all. It was easy to read its moves. And, probably because of its huge body, it couldn't fully utilize its speed status, and it was generally slow. Of course, it's much faster than any average guy, but honestly, it was just barely manageable at the automata's speed. It doesn't seem like it has a speed over 10,000. Conclusion: the dragon was weak because it couldn't make full use of its power. That's what I think. Well, it's still strong regardless. I'm looking forward to its performance from here on out. So, the next result is my experience points. After all, the experience points for killing the dragon were amazing. Adding the share of the fellows the commander brought and the monster's automata quietly killed in the early stages of the battle, my level went up to 95. That's an 8 level up. It may not sound like much, but an 8 level up at this stage is significant. After all, the higher the level, the harder it is to raise. Considering that my level doesn't increase even if I destroy a town or something recently, it's an extraordinary level up. I'm happy. Also, what I think is quietly significant is that I was able to steal the experience points of killing the dragon from Shindu and the others. This is the result of underestimating the vitality of reptiles. Serve them right. Next, the DP. The DP I got this time is about 150,000. More than 100,000 of that is for killing the dragon. It's a figure equivalent to one day's income for me now, but it's still amazing because getting 100,000 DP from just one creature is on par with a hero. Simply put, it's just strange that I can treat this as petty cash. I also got some equipment, the stuff that the commander and his men we kidnapped and brought along were wearing. Most of it disappeared due to laser beams and my magic, but some of it barely survived. I think this is the official equipment that the soldiers of the country wear, so I think there will be a use for it. I'll wash it and keep it safe. And the final achievement, that is the commander whom I have dominated with a training skill. I can't tell what's going on because he's outside the dungeon area now, but if he's following orders, he should be able to start planning within a few days. Depending on the results, it might turn out to be the biggest achievement surpassing killing the dragon. Well, that's if everything goes well. Well then, with that, the confirmation of the achievements is over. I'm tired from moving my body today, so I'm going to bed. I took off my The Living Armor Senpai around the time I kicked the commander out, so I can go to sleep right away. As for the bath, I'll do it tomorrow. But I have to prepare Leif's meal before I go to bed. So, I activated the Mamori-chan doll in Leif's room. First, I told him that the battle was over, and Leif looked genuinely relieved. For some reason, I patted his head with the Mamori-chan doll. Seeing Leif's face like that, I felt once again that this battle was over for now. Chapter 91. Before departure. The next day, I was writhing on the bed in my living space. The demon had attacked. The price for wearing the living armor senpai. The demon named Muscle Pain had attacked. Shine Heal. While enduring the pain, I cast a healing spell on myself. With my tremendous magical power, I forcibly healed the muscle pain. I'm glad I remembered to learn the healing spell. I should have used it yesterday, but I forgot because of the fatigue. I guess fighting by myself uses more energy than I thought. After driving away the demon named Muscle Pain, I prepared breakfast after taking a bath that I couldn't take yesterday. I activated the Mamori-chan doll and prepared for Leif as well, and we ate at the same time. By the way, at this time, it seemed that I hit the perfect timing, and when I opened the monitor, Leif was washing his body with a bath set I had given him. What misfortune. Men's nakedness rots the eyes. Well, Leif's body was like a delicate girl, so it wasn't that uncomfortable. Even so, his level should have gone up a bit from the thief hunting the other day, and he should have some physical status, but there's not a bit of muscle. It's very mysterious. Well, I'm not interested in Leif's body anyway. So, while eating, I use the Mamori-chan doll to give Leif instructions for future actions. But, there's no role for Leif this time. I'm on standby in the dungeon? That's right. I'm about to infiltrate a completely enemy territory. So, you're in the way. Stay put here, got it? Yes. Leif's face turned gloomy. Does he think he'll be disposed of if he's not useful? But, there's no merit in taking Leif around this time. And I'd be troubled if he died. Even if he makes such a face, staying home is a settled matter. Don't worry, even if you're not useful this time, I won't abandon you. So relax. When I said that, he made a puzzled face. Huh? Is it different? I am worried about that too. But I am most worried about you, Master. It's dangerous to infiltrate enemy territory. If you don't come back, he's worried about me. Come to think of it, was Leif's mental state like this recently? Honestly, I'm aware that what I'm doing is not usually accepted, so I'm not used to being worried about by someone. You don't have to worry about that either. Because, that body is the same as this doll. Even if that body is destroyed, I won't die. I slipped my tongue. I said such a thing to Leif. If by any chance, Leif escaped from slavery, this information could leak to the human side. I was careless. Should I semi-kill him for now, and cast a training skill on Leif? Is that so? I'm glad then. The moment he thought that, Leif's face brightened into a smile. When I see such a face, I lose the urge to semi-kill him. Well, I'll deal with that later. Anyway, I'm going to do the next job, and you're going to stand by. This is a settled matter, got it? Yes. If I say the same thing as before, Leif responds with a lively voice unlike before. You're out of sync. Having finished breakfast, I give an order to the zombie sensei and have the automata sent to a room in the fortress. Anticipating such a situation, I had sent the zombie sensei to the room assigned to me while waiting for the start of the battle, making it a transferable point. Well then, I'm off. Yes, take care. As I convey this through the Mamori-chan doll, Leif's farewell call comes back. Does this guy really understand what I'm about to do? It's really off-putting. But, I wonder. For some reason, I feel like there's a part of me that's happy about it. It's truly strange. With such unresolved feelings, I had the automata transferred to the fortress. Chapter 92, Start Preparation. I had the automata, which I had teleported to the fort, use the pseudo-dungeon area's function to confirm that no one was in front of the room before I let it leave the room. The automata is now outfitted with gear stripped from soldiers who died in the dungeon. Among those, it also wears a full-face helmet that completely hides its face. I guess that with this, It probably can't be distinguished from regular soldiers, and it should be able to act without arousing too much suspicion. So, it's walking around inside the fort in a soldier style. Its destination is the commander's room, but unfortunately, I don't know where that is. So, for now, it's walking around in areas that were left blank on the map that Leif drew for me, which means areas that seem to be soldier-only and inaccessible to adventurers. Of course, I won't go around investigating every room in this area. So, what am I going to do? The ancients said a good thing. If you don't know something, you should ask someone. Excuse me, you two over there. Yes? What can we do for you? I had the automata address two young soldiers who were walking around nearby. Then, without another word, a punch to the stomach, ? The two young soldiers, who might be still green and only had the status of about the first 3 invaders, were knocked down into the ring by the automata's devastating body blow. I dragged the two of them to a place where they wouldn't be seen, summoned the zombie sensei there, and kidnapped them into the middle boss room of the dungeon. The automata returned to exploring the fort as if nothing had happened, and the two young soldiers were dealt with by the third Mamori doll that I had recently created. Though all it did was feed them to the trainer's zombie after they had already taken considerable damage, and then interrogate and train them. Tell me where the commander and the heroes are. That's what I pressed them with. I don't know. That was the response. There's no way someone under the influence of training could lie. So it seems these two really didn't know. Well, it's only natural that there's a limit to the information a rank-and-file soldier would know. Can't be helped. So, I finished training them, cast a healing spell, and then released them. I discovered something while training the commander. The domination power of the training skill exceeded my imagination. At first, I thought it was something similar to a slave mark, but it wasn't. Those who fall prey to this skill are dominated by their master in everything, not just through training. Everything. Yes, everything. Both their bodies, and even their minds. For instance, if I were to order Leif to laugh from the bottom of your heart, the power of the slave mark can't control the heart. So, probably, Leif would be perplexed by the sudden command and wouldn't be able to laugh well. I know this well because I've tried it once, but what about the victims of the training skill? Answer: they laugh genuinely. At least on the surface. It seems that way. That's how the commander was. He laughed uproariously, forgetting his grudge for having his men killed, and his anger at being nearly killed. It was alarmingly so. In the same way, if I command them to lose inconvenient memories, it will be so. If I order them not to tell anyone that they have been trained by me and to behave as usual, it will be so. If I command them to swear obedience to me from the bottom of their hearts, I can even make them spin around 3 times and bark like a dog. I've done it. In this way, the effect of this skill is more like brainwashing than training, and it's perfect. It's truly worthy of being called a unique skill of a hero. Well, the only thing that's not perfect is that the moment the effect of the skill is released, they seem to realize their abnormality up to that point. For now, unless the trainer zombie itself undoes it, the effect of the skill won't be dispelled, but it's not guaranteed that there's no other way to undo it. That's why it's dangerous to perceive those who have become allies through this skill as complete pawns. If the effect is dispelled unexpectedly, it would be disastrous. It's best to use them short-term and kill them once they've served their purpose. As for the commander, I suppose he's on a straight path to becoming zombie after he's killed. That's why I've given similar orders to a pair of young soldiers. Secrecy, act as usual, and absolute obedience to me. And I assigned them their roles for when the operation is carried out. After that, I continue to walk around the fort, training a few who seem easy to kidnap. In the process, I managed to extract information about the commander's whereabouts from someone who knows, so I stopped the preparation work for a while and had him guide me to the commander. The place we arrived at was an office. Apparently, the commander had already returned to work, returning the day after being nearly killed. Healing magic is amazing, isn't it? Then, I had the guide knock on the room's door. Commander. Excuse me. Come in. After the victims of the training exchanged such conversation, the door was opened. Then, there was the commander, wrapped in bandages all over his body. It seems he wasn't fully recovered. From the looks of it, he's still not capable of fighting. His HP is still down, too. But, other than the commander, there were 3 people in the room. One was a woman of a certain age, one was a girl who looked younger than me. And then, there was a man with familiar black hair. The moment I saw them, I was shocked. This is the hero? I didn't know you were here. My sincerest apologies. Well, there's no need to be so formal. Besides, our conversation was almost over. The guide was flustered. In response, the man called the hero replied with a wry smile. To think that I would encounter the hero's party in a place like this. Now, what to do? Chapter 93, Reunion with the Hero. For the time being, I quickly used the appraisal function on Shindu and the others. Otherworlder, LV50. Name, Shinduma. HP, 29,800 29,800. MP, 30,450 30,450. Attack, 25,000. Defense, 24,700. Magical power, 25,100. Magic resistance, 24,980. Speed, 25,331. Unique skills. Hero True Equipment. Skills. HP Auto Recovery, LV35 MP Auto Recovery, LV51 Holy Fighting Spirit, LV45 Sacred Magic, LV45 Swordsmanship, LV38. Titles. Hero Otherworlder. Human, LV91. Name, Ivy Blue Rose. HP, 17,000 17,000. MP, 15,500 15,500. Attack, 15,800. Defense, 15,210. Magical power, 15,122. Magic resistance, 15,440. Speed, 16,190. Unique skills. Divine Protection True Equipment. Skills. HP Auto Recovery, LV36 MP Auto Recovery, LV32 Swordsmanship, LV52 Fire Magic, LV41 Leadership, LV25. Human, LV88. Name, Emma Heavens. HP, 13,400 13,400. MP, 21,000 21,000. Attack, 10,950. Defense, 10,900. Magical power, 23,400. Magic resistance, 19,900. Speed, 18,700. Unique skills. Divine Protection True Equipment. Skills. HP Auto Recovery, LV20 MP Auto Recovery, LV64 Wind Magic, LV50 Healing Magic, LV50. They're strong, especially Shindu, but the other 2 are also pretty dangerous. They're apostles with divine protection, so it's only natural their stats exceed tens of thousands, and that's even without their true equipment. In other words, when they're serious, their stats would increase 2 or 3 times. And, if the woman named Ivy, whom I checked before, uses her unique effect of her true equipment, Winner's Blessing, their stats increase by another 1.5 times on top of that. Moreover, why does she have divine protection? Was she chosen as a new apostle? The already strong ones are becoming even stronger. I wish they would spare me. Additionally, if you consider the unique effect of Shindu's true equipment, Hero's Holy Sword, which specializes in dealing damage to demons, the actual attack power should exceed their stats. At this rate, it seems like there's something about the woman named Emma. Oh, right. I remember. I've seen her before in the capital of the Wolfus Kingdom. She's the one with angel-like wings on her back. Speaking of which, there were others who also had wings. The other apostles who were with her at that time, and Shindu and the others who were fighting the dragon. So, does that mean this might be her true equipment? Its effect is to grant the power of flight to the user and her allies. I presume, it might also have a speed boost effect, meaning if it is used, These monsters will become even more powerful. I want to say, give me a break, as if being a monster isn't enough. How many power-ups do they need to be satisfied? I hope the Demon Lord takes each other out. While I was cursing inwardly, it seems the conversation between Shindu and the commander ended. It seems like they ran into each other just as things were about to finish. Excuse us then. Sorry for disturbing you when you're tired. No, helping the hero is natural for us. With that said, Shindu and the others are about to leave the room. The guide hastily bowed his head. Following suit, reluctantly, very reluctantly, I make the automata bow too. How humiliating. In response, Shindu also lightly bowed his head in acknowledgement, and finally left the room. And then, after the presence of Shindu and the others had faded away, I called out to the commander, "What were you talking about?" Recognizing my voice, the commander reacts slightly. But, thanks to the previous command, he doesn't cause a fuss and starts to talk normally. I was asked about the enemy I encountered in the previous battle. "And what was your response?" "As per your instructions, I told them it was the doing of a humanoid monster hiding its face under a robe." "Good. I can tell there is no lie in his words. That's because the status clearly says, abnormal status, training." By the way, I think the reason why he uses respectful languages to me is because of the absolute obedience command. "And, what about the plan?" "I've already sent a letter by fast horse to the capital, stating that I will personally go to give a detailed explanation. I will probably depart in 3 days." "All right. 3 days from now." "Well, I'll get as much preparation done as possible before then." After that, I left the room after finding out where Shindu and the others were staying in the spaces where they are likely to roam. And then, being careful not to run into Shindu and the others, I started to make preparations. In order to not be found by the hero, I started spreading a hero-killing poison. Chapter 94, Departure and Report. "I'm off then. I'll leave the place in your care." "Understood." Bidding farewell to several soldiers, the commander, accompanied by an escort, boards a carriage. Among this escort, an automata has quietly infiltrated. The other escorts, all under the control of training, have no suspicion. In the 3 days leading up to departure, the evil hand of training had spread to 10% of all the fort's soldiers. This achievement in just 3 days is amazing. A summons from the commander kidnapping via teleportation by the zombie sensei lynching in the mid-boss room. This perfect crime worked out too well, and since the trained ones are forced to behave as usual, no one suspects anything. I must say, I have come up with a terrifying combo. And so, the party led by the commander, actually, by me, departs from the fort. We are heading for the capital of this country to report the details of this battle to the commander's superiors. Of course, that's just a pretext. Normally, I don't think the commander himself would go to such a report. However, I wrote in the letter that this detailed report was extremely important and the current commander was seriously injured and unable to fight, which served as a nice excuse. In other words, it's an excuse to get checked by a high-level healing magician in the capital while reporting. Of course, this is also just a pretext. The reality is that it's my scheme to meet the top brass of the country easily if I go with the commander. And so, our party is slowly making its way to the capital, swaying in the carriage. There was an option to send us via the zombie sensei's teleportation, but that was ruled out as it would make the movement unnaturally quick and arouse suspicion. Besides, I don't want to show too much of my hand to them, in case the effect of training suddenly wears off. For the same reason, I summoned the hot-blooded zombie and the immortal zombie as a measure against the sudden disappearance of the training effect and had them guard the automata. These zombies, in terms of status, are disposable, so I plan to use them aggressively even outside. Well, if you're swaying in a carriage like that, you'll have time to kill. So, I decided to report to the Demon Lord, which I had been putting off. In my spare time, I opened the monitor in the Demon Lord's communication room after a long time, activate the Mamori Chandol, and talk to the Chaos Chandol placed on the mini throne. Demon Lord Sama, I have a report. Mamori? What is it? I'm busy now, so I'd like you to be brief. She's busy. That's convenient. She won't pry too much. Then, I will report briefly. The other day, the hero appeared at the border fortress of the Republic of Ueldia and clashed with the invading demon lord's army. In that battle, it seems the Draglight-san was slain. Sorry, could you say that again? The other day, the hero appeared at the border fortress of the Republic of Ueldia and clashed with the invading demon lord's army. In that battle, it seems the Draglight-san was slain. Seriously? Seriously. The Chaos Chandol held its head in its hands. On the other hand, I, who was conveying this, was also quite nervous inside. I can't let her realize that I am the culprit who killed the dragon. I should move the conversation along quickly. Perhaps, the hero is still staying at the border fortress, but what will you do? What to do? Well, I'd like to go there myself, but I'm currently occupied with conquering another country. Even if I were to send other executives, Draglight was the strongest in terms of status among them. That being said, it's clear that the hero who defeated him won't be defeated by any of our nearby executives. Mamori, do you have any good plans? Don't rely on me all of a sudden. You useless boss. That's what they call unreasonable in the general world. Well, I'm competent enough to handle your unreasonable demands. There's a strategy I'm working on. Since it would be problematic if the topic of dragons came up, let's talk about it quickly. For the record, I have a plan to bring down the country I'm currently handling. With a little adjustment, it might be possible to strike the hero. Really? Yes. But it will probably be difficult to kill him for sure. For the time being, I should factor in the possibility of failure and ensure that my statements are cautious. In reality, the likelihood of killing Shindu with this strategy is by no means high. Even if everything goes smoothly, I think the chances of successful assassination are not even 50%. Well, even if I can't kill Shindu, the fortress will fall. Well, it can't be helped. If it were that easy to kill the hero, we wouldn't be having trouble. Looking at it this way, it's a real shame that we let him escape before. Damn you, Warlock. Honestly, I think the last incident was partially the Demon Lord's fault. But I won't say that out loud. Then, for now, let's proceed with Mamori's plan. I will give you the authority to command the demon army in the vicinity. There should be some forces remaining in the town near the border. You can collect them and use them as you like. Understood. But still, how does she plan to convey orders to the monsters outside of the dungeon region by granting me command authority? No. Perhaps there's a Chaos Chandol in the town near the border? That's possible. I should check if I get a chance, since that town near the border is probably the one I went on my scouting mission. Well, I don't know if the monsters there will be of any use though. Also, I can help a little if needed. Is there anything else you need? If you have any forces that can fight the hero even a little, please lend them to me. I can't guarantee their safety, though. That's quite a demand, but alright. I will send a few executives who are available. You can meet them in the town near the border. Thank you. I said it on a whim, but surprisingly, she agreed. It's worth a try. Still, a few executives, if possible. I'd like to turn them into zombies after throwing them at the hero. But since it would be bad if I was discovered again, I'll keep that as a last resort. Is there anything else? No, not in particular. I see. Then, good luck. With that, the Chaos Chandol fell silent. For now, I'm glad the topic of the dragon didn't come up. Relieved by this fact, I quietly let out a sigh. Chapter 95, Merge with the Demon Lord's Army. Well, I finished my report to the Demon Lord. For some reason, I gained the authority to command a portion of the Demon Lord's army. Moreover, to the border town where they are stationed, even an executive was to be dispatched as reinforcement for me. Naturally, I can't ignore such military strength and proceed with the operation. So, I ordered the unit led by the commander to stand by temporarily, and Automata went to the town near the border via the zombie sensei's teleportation. Just in case, I attached the immortal zombie as a guard. Well, it's really just a precaution. It's not a big deal if I use this one up. It'll serve as a meat shield at the very least. The border town we arrived at was still a hellish scene. As always, there were scattered bodies, and goblins and orcs were having their way with women. But, as the Demon Lord said, they seemed to be under orders. No monsters attacked Automata, and they obeyed obediently when commanded. The beast-type monsters like killer wolves were so submissive that they would do anything, from shaking hands to spinning around, even acting like a dog. After waiting for about a day in such a town, 2 monsters who seemed to be executives were finally teleported to the location of the Chaos Chandol we had found with the guidance of the monsters. Well, get along with each other. Shiro, Nico. Understood, Demon Lord Sama. Okay. In response to the words of the Chaos Chandol, a bipedal white wolf answered with a serious voice. On the other hand, a girl who appeared to be about 10 years old with the lower half of a huge spider responded lightly in a cheerful voice. I immediately used appraisal. Fenrir LV 105. Name, Shiro. HP, 20,500 20,500. MP, 19,980 19,980. Attack, 18,000. Defense, 17,740. Magical power, 18,400. Magic resistance, 18,650. Speed, 19,070. Unique skill. True equipment. Skills. Divine Wolf LV 105 HP Auto Recovery LV 75 MP Auto Recovery LV 80 Arachne LV 81 Name, Nico. HP, 9,995 9,995 MP, 15,500 15,500. Attack, 6,000. Defense, 5,245. Magical power, 13,000. Magic resistance, 10,450. Speed, 16,600. Unique skill. True equipment. Skills. Monster Spider LV 81 HP Auto Recovery LV 30 MP Auto Recovery LV 80 Stealth LV 49. Stronger ones than I thought came out. Especially the Fenrir. Its strength is not much different from a dragon. I wonder how much the Demon Lord's army has grown. I feel that no matter how strong I become, I can't beat the entire Demon Lord's army. If we become hostile, we should fortify our defenses. At that time, I'll also consider letting Leif stay in the residential space. Mamori. These are the executives who will assist you this time. I've told them to obey your orders, but they're a strong-willed bunch. Do your best to control them. Now, I will focus on my work, so I will take my leave here. After saying something unsettling, the Chaos Chandol fell silent. I'm feeling incredibly uneasy. You're the new executive, huh? I'm Shiro, the Fenrir, a faithful servant of Demon Lord Sama. I look forward to working with you. As if to blow away my anxiety, the Fenrir extended his hand towards Automata. It's a handshake. Likewise, I look forward to working with you. While somewhat surprised by the surprisingly decent reaction, I controlled the Automata to reciprocate the Fenrir's handshake. By the way, this Fenrir, despite being a wolf, has hands shaped like a human's. I guess that's natural since it's in a human form. Ah, but there are claws and paw pads. Big sis. I'm Nico of the Arachne. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too. Then the Arachne grabbed my other hand and started shaking it up and down. The Automata's joints are making a worrying noise, but the response is generally decent. Creepy. So, Mamori. Where is the enemy? They are in a fortress a few days' walk from here. I see. Let's get going then. Let's march. With that, the Fenrir starts to walk. Huh? Wait a minute. Is this guy seriously going to charge in single-handedly without any plan? Please wait. Why? It's not a matter of why. Please don't charge in without a plan. We don't need plans against mere humans. A musclerid. Well, the Demon Lord did say the executives were all musclerids. So, this is what he meant. With that said, let's march. Ooh. Please wait. Nico-san, don't get on board either. You can call me Nico, big sis. The Arachne is just as bad as the Fenrir. Just as much of a musclerid, or rather, her mental age seems to match her appearance. I don't know about other places, but this time, please follow my instructions. The decision to attack the fortress will be made in a few days, after I give the signal. Why? I also have preparations to make. Also, our opponent this time is a hero. The one who defeated Draglight-san will die a dog's death without a plan. I'm stronger than that guy. No. You're not. That's not even the point. In any case, please refrain from acting on your own. Otherwise, I'll report to Demon Lord Sama. I don't want to cause trouble for Demon Lord Sama. Then, please follow my instructions. I suppose I have no choice. Understood. Phew. Did I manage to convince him? This from the start. I'm worried about the future. Hey, big sis. I want to play with the dolls soon. Suddenly what? Dolls? Just as I thought I'd sorted things out with the Fenrir. Now the Arachne starts talking about something else. Dolls. What? Yeah, I love dolls like this. With that, the Arachne launched something at high speed from her fingertips. It's a thread. It's so thin that you can't tell if you don't pay close attention. The thread, which flew at a speed that the automata couldn't react to, entangled a woman who was being bashed by a goblin. Then the woman started behaving strangely. She gouged out her own eyes. "Ah!" the woman screamed, but the woman, manipulated by the thread, didn't stop moving. She peeled off her own face, bit off her fingers, and finally strangled herself to death. Even the goblin, who was enjoying himself a moment ago, is dumbfounded at the sudden turn of events. See, it's fun, isn't it? It's fun, isn't it? If the doll is more lively, it's even more fun. The Arachne, speaking such mad words with an untroubled smile. Another intense personality has emerged. Well, I can't talk about others. That's why I want a new doll soon. I hate waiting. Understood. I will do my best to act as soon as possible. Yay, I love big sis. Saying that, the Arachne hugs the automata. A disturbing cracking sound can be heard. Repairs aren't free, you know. After that, I explained the roles they needed to play in the operation and we dispersed. They're expected to wait in this city until the day of the operation, but I have a strong feeling they'll act on their own if we don't hurry. These guys are so difficult to handle. The Demon Lord's warning feels all the more poignant. I wonder if they can inflict some damage on the hero's party before being defeated. Feeling a bit regretful about begging the Demon Lord for troops, I sent the automata back to the dungeon, then transported her to the commander-led squad via the zombie sensei's teleportation. Now, I need to hurry so they don't ruin the operation. Why do I have to go through all this trouble? Work is really tough. After all. That was my thought for the day. Chapter 96, Trample the Parliament. Several days after automata began to sway in the carriage, the unit led by the commander finally arrived at the capital of the Republic of Awaldia. Usually, the journey would take longer, but we were worried that if we didn't hurry, two of the Demon Lord's army executives might go on a rampage. So, we marched with the feeling of wearing out the horses. Thanks to that, we arrived much earlier than usual. By the way, I enjoyed the crushed horses, in a DP sense. Immediately upon arrival at the capital, the commander was made to request an audience with the country's top brass. This was originally written in a letter or report sent by a fast horse, so it went smoothly. However, because they had their own plans, the audience was scheduled for tomorrow. Probably, the fact that we arrived earlier than expected is also a big factor. Well, it can't be helped. It seems this country is run by politicians, and without a clear top, it was foreseeable that movements would be slow. Still, with two runaway trains that could go off at any time, there is a desire to hurry as much as possible. So, feeling anxious, we spent the night. And the next day, a messenger from the castle came to where the automata was staying, seems to be a knight's facility, and took the commander for the audience. Of course, the automata and several zombie guards also followed. Officially, they are witnesses to provide important testimonies. Thus, led by the guide, they entered the castle and reached the audience chamber of this country. The guide knocked and opened the door, and inside, different races with various appearances were seated with their guards. The atmosphere of the room was very parliamentary. Somehow, it felt like a combination of a congressional hall and a courthouse. There were several judge-like chairs looking down from above, and the commander stopped at a place where the defendant seemed to be. Apparently, the report will be made from here. Third Knight Commander, Sea Submarine, has arrived. The commander declared loudly, bowing his head while kneeling. Following suit, the automata and the zombies were also made to kneel. I don't think it means much. After all, the trigger will be pulled soon. Raise your face. A guy sitting in a judge-like chair directly in front of the commander spoke. I think he's probably the chairman or something. An elderly man, or old dog? With a face like a dog, his appearance somewhat resembles the Fenrir in his humanoid form. It seems there are various types of beastmen, some with just ears like cat ears, and some with a beast-like whole body. Well, it doesn't really matter. Now, the agenda for this time. You have made a significant discovery in the battle against the Demon Lord's army, right? Let's hear it. Yes, in response to those words, the commander starts to speak. Of course, that's not the case because the significant discovery about the Demon Lord's army is a blatant lie. The goal is to use the commander's authority to infiltrate this place, the heart of the country. I didn't think it would go so smoothly all the way here. Therefore, the one who should move here is not the commander. It's me. I made the automata stand up and open its mouth. I will explain that. The significant discovery about the Demon Lord's army. It's this. As I said that, I gave an order to the zombie sensei, one of the zombies we brought. And the content is of course, floor teleport. The usual teleport abduction. Dump the gathered politicians and their guards into the mid-boss room of the dungeon. What happened? Due to the sudden closure of visibility in the darkness of the dungeon, many of the members became flustered. However, the guards seemed to be surprisingly capable, securing a light source and immediately assuming a combat posture. Illuminate sunlight. Bloom wildly Rafflesia, twist spinning, and they deploy their respective true equipment. I understood this when I appraised them after entering the dungeon. But to my surprise, most of the guards were true equipment users. There were more than 20 of them. Keeping this much firepower close at hand rather than sending it to the front lines seemed to suggest the members were quite timid. However, their timidity proved to be a blessing in disguise this time. But their resistance is futile. Raw Dragon Aura, with an inorganic voice that gave no sense of its past liveliness. The boss monster newly registered in this room deployed its true equipment. The body of the boss monster, a dragon zombie in human form, is enveloped by the aura of the true equipment. The dragon zombie, due to its zombification, became slightly weaker than when it was alive. However, now it has obtained a power that far surpasses that. This is the effect of the boss room. As long as it is inside the registered room, a cheat effect triples the status of the boss monster. The current dragon zombie possesses this power. In addition, the status doubled due to the true equipment, and the further status increased due to the Dragon King's dignity. Because of this, the current dragon zombie has become as strong as a demon lord in its base state. That's not all. The only one in this room isn't the dragon zombie. The zombies of the strong ones that have been killed so far. The golem and gargoyle army that embodies the violence of numbers. The numerous deadly traps. No matter how many true equipment users there should be no chance of winning against this lineup. Even so, the guards fought believing in their own power. As a result, the mid-boss room was colored by a tragedy. Chapter 97, War Preparations Complete. What? This can't be. In no time, all the guards were wiped out, and the politicians wore expressions of despair. Among them, there were some big shots still maintaining a resolute attitude, perhaps out of a sort of pride in protecting their country. Like the old dog chairman. By the way, I had killed all the guards and turned them into zombies. At first, I thought about taming them, but in the end, I prioritized experience points and killed them. If I tried taming, there would be a risk of losing the experience points. That would be too wasteful. As a result, my level rose a bit, so it was all good. Instead, most of my key forces turned into thoughtless zombies. But well, that's not a problem. One person taking command on the front line is sufficient. Now, it's time for the politicians. Originally, they should have been the main target, and the guards should have been a bonus. Somehow, I feel like I made a killing just with the guards. Well, that doesn't mean I'm going to go easy on the politicians, though. I send instructions to the rocket golems that weren't damaged in the battle with the guards. Then, I begin the task of punching the politicians one by one. Wait. Gudja? Hi. According to my appraisal, these guys have no combat ability. Their level is low, and their skills are all non-combat related. So, They are done in by even my dungeon's weakest pawns, the rock golems, without a fight, screaming and running around, getting beaten to a pulp. Rather, it's more difficult to hold back so as not to kill them. However, the task also proceeds fairly quickly, and only the old dog chairman is left. Monster. The last target, the old dog chairman, bared his teeth and glared at the rock golems. Honestly, I felt no dignity from the politicians who were just getting beat up in a production line, but this guy's different. Even in this situation, he has an intensity that the others don't have. Indeed, he's the chairman. But, even if he has intensity, it's meaningless if he doesn't have strength. The old dog chairman also takes a hit from a rock golem's fist and gets blown away. If you're going to kill me, do it. But killing us here is meaningless. Our country has plenty of replacements for us. Know that the Republic of Oaldia isn't a weak country that will waver with this level of disturbance. Sure enough, if they have a system of representatives, unlike a monarchy, they seem likely to have a replacement leader ready at hand. But, the one who needs to realize something is you. Realize that I have the power to shake a country. For now, I order the rock golems to continue the group lynching of the old dog chairman who still seems to have some fight left in him. When he starts spitting up blood, his teeth break, and he loses the strength to stand, I stop the lynching and stand a trainer zombie in front of the old dog chairman. No, in front of all the politicians. Now, hell begins. Let you, who support the country, become pests that destroy the country. Tame. Thus, the trainer zombie's skill of absolute obedience rained down on the politicians. Section. After bringing the politicians under control, I returned everyone to the room they were originally in using the teleport function. This should make it appear as if nothing had happened and the meeting ended normally. Then, after the meeting, I quickly moved to action. First, I gathered as many soldiers as I could immediately, following the orders of the trained old dog chairman and all the members who attended this meeting. The aim, of course, is to throw them at Shindu and his team. However, the soldiers won't move if I honestly tell them that purpose, so I let the old dog chairman think of an appropriate pretense. As a result, gentlemen of our proud soldiers, despite the sudden call, I appreciate your gathering. The old dog chairman gives a speech in front of the soldiers gathered over several days. Then let's talk about the purpose of this time immediately. The reason we gathered you all this time is to recapture the border fortress with the kingdom of Wolfless, which has been occupied by the Demon Lord's army. Hearing that line, the gathered soldiers are confused and start buzzing. That's understandable. It's a shock to be suddenly told that the border fortress has been occupied, which is a major disaster. And that's out of the blue. Well, it's all lies, though. At present, the border fortress is controlled by the vanguard of the Demon Lord. However, this enemy uses a stratagem that is unthinkable for a monster, pretending as if nothing has happened on the surface. It's all to deceive us and bare their fangs all at once when the time comes. The old dog chairman continues his speech. The soldiers, somehow calming their agitation, listen to the old dog chairman's story. The name of the abominable vanguard of the Demon Lord is Shinduma and his gang. Yes, the man who pretended to be the hero, the unforgivable one who killed the real hero and switched places, trying to bring down our country using that name. That's the enemy this time. This time, the soldiers were truly agitated. From what I heard, the hero is renowned as the hope of mankind sent by the goddess. Even if they're suddenly told that he's already been killed and replaced by a demon, they can't believe it. But, quiet down. With that one word from the old dog chairman, the soldiers stop moving. That's right. The one telling this story is the charismatic old dog chairman. His figure certainly had the dignity of one who stands above others. His words had an irresistible mysterious force and persuasiveness, an ability that would ordinarily be used to govern the country as a splendid leader. It's ironic that this will lead the country to ruin. I can't blame you for being surprised. Even I couldn't believe it until Sea Submarine, the field commander of the border fortress, told me some information. But this is the undeniable truth. If we leave it as it is, our country will go down the path of destruction by the hand of the demon who pretended to be the hero. Therefore, we need to defeat him before that happens. Please, I beg you to cooperate." While saying that, the old dog chairman bows his head. The head of the country bowing to mere soldiers was a huge impact. Most of the soldiers must have felt a sense of mission at this point. At least, morale should have risen to some extent with this. "I'll also go to the battlefield this time. Soldiers, let's defeat the enemy who pretended to be the hero with me." Ooh! The old dog chairman raises his fist to the sky. Following that, many soldiers, also raising their fists, let out a war cry. Among them were quite a few shills that had been trained over the past few days, but even discounting them, the atmosphere was incredible. With this, a sufficient performance seems promising. And so, the prepared army set out from the capital to subdue Shindu, the villain who deceitfully used the name of the hero. On my way, I carefully timed to contact the Demon Lord's army and inform them of the start of the operation. With this, the preparations for war were complete. Now, I wonder what face the hero, who is supposed to protect humans, will make when he is pointed with a sword by them. Ideally, I want him to die without a proper resistance in the chaos. While I was wishing for such a thing, the human and monster armies continued their march towards the border fortress. Chapter 97.1 The Hero's Thoughts. I had a dream that I could recognize as a dream. I think it's what they call a lucid dream. The content of the dream was right after I entered high school. It was a dream about when I first met her. Mamori Honjo was a girl who seemed fragile and likely to break easily. She was incredibly beautiful and academically excellent. However, her beauty made her the object of jealousy from other girls, and she was ogled by boys. Eventually, the jealousy turned into bullying, and the leering turned into stalking. Mamori always endured with a poker face, but her eyes always looked dead, as if she had given up on everything. I couldn't stand to watch it. So, I tried to help. I fought off the delinquents who were bothering Mamori. I lent her clothes and a towel when she was soaked, presumably from someone throwing water on her. I helped her clean up her desk when it was vandalized. I tried to lend her my textbook when hers was torn apart. I confronted the people who were bullying her. There were many other things as well, but I'm sure what I saw was only a fraction of the bullying. After all, there were times when I came across a scene that seemed one step away from becoming a serious incident. So, even though I kept helping, it didn't lead to a fundamental solution. The bullying of Mamori didn't stop. Of course, she didn't open up to me either. Still, I continued to help Mamori because I didn't know what else to do. Eventually, Mamori stopped coming to school. I wasn't able to help Mamori after all. I cried when I realized that. I cried a lot, soaking my pillow. I was a little surprised at myself. I didn't think I'd be this shocked. I probably cared about Mamori more than I thought. I might have loved her. I had never been in love in a romantic sense, so I didn't quite understand. But the feelings of not being able to leave her alone, of wanting to help and protect her, were real. At least enough to make me break down crying, lamenting my own powerlessness. The scene in the dream changes. After Mamori stopped coming to school, I lost all contact with her. Mamori looked at me with eyes full of distrust, and I knew that it would only be a nuisance if someone like me showed up at her house, so I couldn't even visit her. I didn't know her contact information. All I had done was try to help Mamori from the bullying that I saw in my surroundings. It was extremely self-centered and self-righteous, and probably not what the person I should be protecting wanted. But even now, I continue to believe that it was far better than turning a blind eye. However, there was no trust between us. So, I didn't even know her contact information. In the end, all I could do was worry. And while I was living my daily life without Mamori, feeling as if there was a hole in my heart, that incident happened. Summoned to another world, I was really surprised. I knew about stories with such developments and I even enjoyed them at one time, but I never thought I would experience something like that. The people of the kingdom of Wolfus, where we were summoned, told us that we were heroes. They asked us to defeat the Demon Lord and save the world. They told us there was no way back except defeating the Demon Lord. I decided to fight. I had two reasons. The first reason is simple. I wanted to protect everyone else. To be honest, I had some resentment towards those who bullied Mamori, but I didn't wish for their deaths. Besides, my dear childhood friends Ayako and Kyoshiro, and the very kind teacher, Zurano-sensei, my desire to protect these three was genuine and sincere. And the second reason, I really wanted to return to Japan. I wanted to meet Mamori again. No, rather than wanting to meet her, I didn't want our tragic goodbye to be our last. I don't know what I wanted to do when I met her again. Whether I wanted to apologize for not being able to help, or to ask her to be friends with me. I don't know, but I didn't want to end it like that. Those were the feelings I had as I lived in the other world. I trained. I gained power. I learned the true equipment. I fought monsters. When I defeated those monsters, I gained experience points and my level rose. As my level rose, I definitely became stronger. Those days were going well. I thought they were going well. Then the scene in my dream changed again. This time, those days collapsed in an instant by the hand of the Demon Lord's army who stormed into the royal capital. I'll never forget that day. The countless people who were wiped out without even being able to scream from the first blow. The Demon Lord laughing loudly after doing just that. The moment I saw that, I realized she was an enemy I had to defeat. And there is something that remains in my memory the most from that day. It was Mamori. In front of my eyes, Mamori was ruthlessly killing people. That image is burned into my mind and won't leave. In the end, I couldn't do anything there neither, and was easily defeated when I challenged the Demon Lord. Emma saved me when I couldn't move, and in the end, I abandoned everyone and many people and ran away. Later, my classmate who was the only survivor, American who has a unique skill called appraisal, told me that it wasn't Mamori, but a monster that just looked like Mamori. According to American, the monster was called an automata, but he also said that it was highly likely that the automata was being controlled by Mamori herself, judging from the characteristics and skills it had. If it's true that Mamori is the one controlling the automata, what should I do? I don't know. The current Mamori is a subordinate of the Demon Lord, a murderer who killed everyone. But I can't bring myself to hate Mamori. I didn't see it directly, but I think Ayako and Kyoshiro were probably killed by Mamori too. Despite that, I just can't hate her. But the current Mamori is my enemy. She came to kill me without any hesitation. If we meet again, she will probably come to kill me. What should I do then? I don't know. I really don't know. Now, I've even lost the reason to fight that I initially thought of. The people I wanted to protect are all dead, and the girl I wished to meet again appeared as my enemy. Still, I can't step down from the battlefield. If I need a reason to fight, I've found a new one in place of the one I lost. I can't forgive the Demon Lord who killed many people. I must also settle things with Mamori for the sake of my new comrades as well. I can't run away, and I can't lose. I will continue to fight as a hero. But it's still tough. The battle is full of hardships, and there are only painful things ahead. There's a part of me that wants to just give up everything and have an easy life. Why? Why has it come to this? I wished someone would tell me. I wish someone would help me. Someone, me. Yuma, wake up. At that time, I was shaken with a loud voice and pulled back from the world of dreams. This voice was Ivy-san's voice. She is one of the instructors who trained us, who had just been summoned to another world. Now, she is a member of the hero party and acts together. Such a person was waking me up with a somewhat hurried voice. Did you wake up? Sorry for forcibly waking you up while you were having a nightmare, but there's an emergency. Prepare for battle immediately. Something happened? As I said that, I put on my armor and prepared my equipment. Originally, I was sleeping in normal clothes, not pajamas, so I didn't need to change clothes. I have been training in the dungeon, Tombstone of the Demon God, managed by the Aethelid Holy Kingdom, and I am now somewhat accustomed to real combat. I have become able to switch my head from waking up to combat immediately. I don't understand well myself, but a large army of soldiers is confirmed to be rushing from the back of the fort. If that was all, they could be seen as reinforcements, but even from a distance, They seem to be unusually belligerent. Now, Emma is going to confirm, but just in case, prepare for anything. When Ivy-san said that far, there was a tremendous explosion, and the entire fort shook. Something happened. But there is no panic because I know that such a situation always comes suddenly. Ivy-san, let's go. Yes. And so, our next battle began. Chapter 97.2, The Hero and the Bitter Battle 1. When we left the room, intermittent explosive noises were already audible from various parts of the fortress. Not only that, sounds like clashing weapons, large crowds making noise, shouts, screams, and various ominous noises. As I confirmed my bad premonition, I ran and arrived outside the fortress, where the commotion was happening. What I saw there was hell. Stop it. Why are you doing this? All to exterminate our divine enemy. Just hand over the fake hero peacefully. Like we could do that. While arguing in this manner, people are killing each other everywhere. It's not against the monsters who are enemies of humanity. It's humans killing each other. What's happening? My thought process nearly stopped at the spectacle. Why, when the threat of the Demon Lord's army is right nearby, are humans, allies, killing each other? I don't know. Whose side should I take? That's not even the issue. I don't even know who's an enemy and who's an ally. I've been full of things I don't understand lately. I just want this to stop already. Die. Fake hero. Atlantis break. Huh? Look out, Yuma. Apollo/Ivy-san defended the incredible water flow attack that was naturally released on my behalf. As I was unable to move, the heat of the flame instantly evaporates the water, creating steam. But the enemy broke through the steam and approached. Sonic Lance. This time, I managed to defend myself somehow. However, I was astonished when I saw the clearly revealed enemy. Why is this person, Commander-san? Tidal wave. Whether he disliked our close combat or not, Commander-san activated his water magic at close range, riding the flow to create distance. In that moment, Ivy-san took a position to protect me. Submarine Dono. Have you lost your mind? There's no point in talking to the enemy. Water cutter. Ha. Flame sword. Commander-san continues to attack, as if it's beyond question. What's going on? Just the other day, he's like a completely different person. What should I do? I have no choice but to fight. But, how? Do I kill the people who are attacking me? No, I can't do that. In that case, there's only one thing to do, Commander-san. I'm sorry. Shine, Excalibur. To demonstrate my will to fight, I manifested my true equipment. By doing so, my status increases dramatically. Ivy-san's already activated true equipment, combined with its unique effect, Winner's Blessing, my current status is incredibly high. So high that an ordinary person wouldn't be able to cope, no matter how strong. Using that overwhelming status, I launched an attack on Commander-san. What I let loose was not a skill or an art, but a simple body blow. However, it was released with a speed and power that Commander-san could not handle. Taking that blow, Commander-san lost consciousness and fainted. Phew. Ivy-san, this is he's probably being controlled by brainwashing or something. Whether it's a strategy of the Demon Lord's army or something else. Either way, all we can do is do what we can. You're right. Well, first of all, Ivy-san was about to say something, when Shindo-sama, a familiar voice echoed from the sky. It was Emma, another member of our party, flying through the air, manifesting the wings of her true equipment. However, something seemed off. She seemed extremely flustered. Please, get out of the way. A feather storm. Before I could comprehend her sudden words, Emma cast a high-powered wind spell directed at me. Why could it be? Even Emma has been controlled? Yuma. Once again unable to react in the nick of time, I was shoved away by Ivy-san, dodging the spell, but Ivy-san took the hit in my place. Ivy-san. I immediately rushed to her, lifted her up. Then, hiding from Emma, who had started casting the next spell, I checked her injuries. They were deep. Not life-threatening, but the damage would make continuing the battle tough. Neither Ivy-san nor I can use healing magic because Emma is the one in our party who does that. I quickly had her drink the potion I had on hand, but its effects were weak compared to Emma's healing magic. with her magic power stats over 20,000. Damn it, if it had come to this, I shouldn't have prioritized boosting my combat strength. But it seems I don't even have time to regret. With Commander San and Emma absent, enemies kept coming one after another. Fake hero, I'm taking your head, it's my kill, die. You're the pest destroying our nation. People who seemed clearly out of their minds attacked one after another. Because each one of them was weak, I was able to subdue them without killing. But I don't know how long I can keep this up. When I run out of spare time, what will I do? Can I resolve myself to kill people? I feel like I'm going to break. Raw Fenrir force? But I immediately lost the leisure to ponder such thoughts. A beast-like person, enveloped in some sort of aura, charged at me. I just barely blocked the attack with Excalibur, but I was being pushed back by sheer force. This person is strong. Incredibly so. Honestly, even better than a fully fit Ivy-san. You're the hero, right? I can't answer. From the other's words, for some reason, these people are targeting me. The hero. I can't possibly announce myself as the target in this situation. If you won't answer, that's fine too. It doesn't change the fact that I'll kill you. However, even if you won't introduce yourself, I will. I am the esteemed executive of the Demon Lord's army. The Fenrir, Shiro, the name of the one who will kill you. Etch it into your heart as you die. The Demon Lord's army? They're showing up at this time. Does this mean this situation is indeed a plot by the Demon Lord's army? In that case, if I can defeat this executive in front of me, who's introducing himself, the situation might improve. A glimmer of hope. Wolf/Photon Blade. Our attacks collide. The result: my attack was stronger. New? Overpowered. The Fenrir was blown away. It seems my stats are higher. As long as I don't receive his attacks in an unstable stance like earlier, I won't lose. Probably, in a one-on-one fight, I could win easily. But, right now, die, you fake hero. Smash. Flame Lance. Volta Glance. Earth Bullet. Even when the Fenrir appears, the surrounding people continue their assault, not paying it any mind. Yes, this is a battlefield. There's no way one can fight in a one-on-one situation. I somehow block the attacks coming from all directions. Counterattack. No good. I can't kill them. Even if I try to steel myself, my body won't move against my will. At most, I can only manage to knock them unconscious. But, if I fight while being cautious not to kill, the number of enemies doesn't decrease at all. On the contrary, reinforcements keep coming one after another. Moreover, while using the controlled people as shields, even the Fenrir joins the attack, and I end up completely on the defensive. This can't go on. It's bad. Firewall, huh? At that moment, a wall of flame with tremendous momentum engulfed my surroundings. This isn't an attack on me. Rather, it's magic to protect me from other attacks. Ivy-san. I call out the name of the person who cast this magic. At the end of my line of sight, Ivy-san was standing up, albeit unsteadily. Yuma, I can still move. Leave the others to me. You target the big one. You're a lifesaver. In truth, I don't want someone who's been so badly wounded to fight. But I can't say that now. If I'm to consider Ivy-san's sake, there's only one thing I can do. That is, to end this fight as quickly as possible. I steeled myself and tried to head towards the Fenrir. Let's play. At that moment, I heard an out-of-place, high-pitched voice like that of a little girl. And then in the next moment, a sword had sprouted from my belly. Huh? What? I heard my own dumbfounded voice and Ivy-san's shocked voice. That's to be expected. I recognize the sword that's now sticking out of my belly. This is the first true equipment I saw in this world. It was Ivy-san's sword, Tilfang. Yuma? Damn it. What's happening? My body. I can't move it at will. As she yelled, Ivy-san pulled the sword out of my belly and immediately swung it at me. I barely managed to block it with Excalibur. My strength is failing because of the pain. But I was able to stop it. It was much weaker than Ivy-san's usual attacks. Yay, a new doll to play with. I heard that voice again. Ivy-san's body was flung towards the owner of that voice as if being pulled in. I turned my eyes in that direction. There was a new monster there. A girl of about 10 with the lower half of a giant spider. The very image of a monster called Arachne on Earth. Yay, yay, there are so many dolls to play with. And, around the Arachne, there were many people. People who, like Ivy-san, appeared to be deprived of their freedom, and with agonized expressions, were readying their weapons. Among them, I could see Emma. So, it's her. She was the one controlling the others. No, that's not right. That alone doesn't explain everything. Yay, yay. Nico, stop playing around and get serious. You should do the same, Shiro-san. I told you not to take actions at your own discretion, didn't I? What? The Arachne and the Fenrir were having a conversation. A character joined in the conversation. A girl leading a suspicious duo wearing hooded robes that hid their faces, followed by some people who seemed like bodyguards. Seeing this figure, my eyes widened, because that girl looked like someone I wanted to see, but also didn't want to see. We'll definitely finish the hero here. Both of you, get psyched. Yes sir. HMPH, we know. With that, she pointed her sword at me. Go. As if that was the signal, a large number of manipulated people started to attack me. Chapter 98, Battle of the Border Fort, Second Round. Over several days, an army has marched from the capital to take down the false hero. Within it are a number of my pawns, including the automata, immortal zombies, hot-blooded zombies, Ken zombies, Makey zombies, and a battalion of true equipment user zombies that served as guards for the politicians. By the way, the remaining zombies are on house-sitting duty. The grandpa zombie probably isn't suitable for a melee because of its endurance, and I can't use the goblin zombie and dragon zombie in front of the demon lord's army. The zombie sensei and the stealth zombies are also ruled out as they seem likely to be damaged by stray bullets in a melee. There's no need to mention the non-combat zombies. However, the main force this time is not the zombies, but the army to subdue the false hero. But there is a problem here. That is, this large army is not entirely under my control. Those in this army who are under my influence are the commanders I control through training, and the old dog chairman. A few other soldiers were trained in the days leading up to their departure. That's about it. The rest, I'm just indirectly controlling through those commanders and the old dog chairman. After this, they will have to fight not only the hero's party, but also their own country's soldiers who will probably try to protect them. In other words, they will be killing each other. It's doubtful whether they will kill their comrades solely for the purpose of subduing the false hero. In the worst case, there's even a possibility they could sober up and side with the enemy. So, when the border fortress came into view, I decided to use a little trick. There was someone with an interesting ability among the true equipment users on the army I got this time, so I decided to use it. By the way, here's the ability, Fragrance of the Magic Flower. It can generate a fragrance from the tip of its wand, and attack those who inhale it with any desired status abnormality. This is an amazing ability because it almost unquestionably puts the opponent in a state of abnormal status. The downside is that it doesn't work if the opponent's magic resistance status is high. Also, because it spreads the fragrance over a wide area, it attacks both allies and enemies indiscriminately. So, if you try to poison the enemy, you will inevitably poison your allies as well. Normally, this would be very difficult to handle, but since we only have inanimate monsters that are immune to status abnormalities, we can use it freely. The only ones in danger are probably my main body and Leif. I should make a gas mask. So, this time, I had that ability applied to all the members of the false hero subjugation army. The chosen status abnormalities are excitement and madness. The combination of excitement, which boosts status, on top of excitement, and madness, which blows reason away. If they're in this state, they should be able to kill their comrades without thinking too deeply, just going with the momentum. Well, roughly easier zombies' stats aren't that high, the effects will be weak, and it's not like their sanity will completely fly away, which is a concern. But then again, that means there's a little room left for them to listen to orders, so there's not too much to worry about. And so, the false hero subjugation army, now a horde of berserkers, arrived at the border fortress. Begin the battle. Unleash the magic. And so, The battle began without a word. At the command of the old dog chairman and the commanders, a rain of magic attacks was poured onto the fortress. Perhaps they were shaken by the attack from their allies, but the fortress side couldn't respond in time and many of the spells hit the fortress. However, the attack on the areas where there were many soldiers failed. A super powerful wind magic blew away the attack magic aimed at that area, and the person thought to have done it landed before the fake hero subjugation army from the sky. That equipment, it seems like the official army of the Republic of Oaldia. But what exactly is this imitation? In addition to attacking allies, if this is vandalism knowing that the hero is staying here, it will not be forgiven. The one speaking is a girl with angel-like wings. She was a woman named Emma, a member of the hero's party. Her lines might be perfectly reasonable, but at this point, they aren't a berserker legion that will stop at that. Silence. There is nothing to say to the Demon Lord's minion. Gentlemen, that is the comrade of the fake hero. Destroy it. Oh, due to the declaration of the old dog chairman who seemed unwilling to listen, our attack resumed. As soon as we fired magic, the close combat unit led by the commander began to charge. The automata, too, followed the commander with a horde of zombies. The position is, of course, where we can make a meat wall out of the commanders. What is going on? Despite her confusion, the woman named Emma, along with the guys in the fort, directed magic at us and interfered with our route, but the power seems weak somehow. It feels like magic to prevent us from getting close, not to kill. With the power of the true equipment user, we can forcibly break through this. Is there no choice? The moment I thought that, the woman named Emma entered a posture to unleash a big move in the air. There is a storm swirling around her. Apparently, she intends to attack with intent to kill. I thought she would hesitate a little more. Tornado blast, and then, a great wind magic is unleashed. Its power is far above that of the Grandpa Zombie or Makey Zombie. But, considering that it's being boosted by over 20,000 status and true equipment, it still feels weak. I think the meat wall is doing its job. I don't know if she's considering the possibility of being manipulated, doesn't want to wastefully reduce the human side's combat power, or simply hates killing people. Well, anything is fine. What's important is that we can fully defend against such a half-hearted attack with our current strength. Tidal wave, chaos impact, sky slash, hot-blooded spirit cannon, plus other things. A combined interception move by the commander and the true equipment user zombies collided with the great wind magic, completely cancelling it out. Or rather, it just cancelled it out. We're combining the power of over 20 people who are true equipment users, including those who are not good at long-range attacks, so I thought we could push back and blow it away like the dragon in the royal capital. The 12 apostles are indeed dangerous. Is this no good either? Then the woman named Emma, who had her great magic defended against, started preparing to cast a magic spell with even more power. This is not good. If it has any more power than this, there is no guarantee that we can surely defend against it. I may not want to use it, but it might be better to use the trump card for long range. But my worry was unnecessary because a huge wolf flew in from the opposite side of the fort and raised its claws towards the woman named Emma. What? Wolf slash. Caught completely off guard, a woman named Emma was able to mount only the most minimal defense. She was struck full on by the Fenrir's attack and slammed to the ground. Then, the Fenrir quickly transformed into a humanoid form and landed nearby. I'm sure I told them not to come this way because it would cause trouble. A monster has appeared. Is it infighting? It doesn't matter. Kill it. As expected, the Berserker army began to charge towards the Fenrir. Sure enough, about half of them, led by their commander, started invading the fortress while shouting, "The false hero must go first." However, it split our meat wall into two here. It's a headache. Come at me, humans. I'll slaughter you all. Then, the massacre by the Fenrir began. It's a headache. I'm sure I communicated the plan. Was it too difficult for these muscle brain types? Exclamation mark. In that moment, the woman named Emma jumped up. I think she intended to temporarily retreat to the fortress. As if I'd let that happen. Let's play, marionette. Just as I was about to order the zombie horde to pursue, a familiar voice reached my ears. As if in response to that voice, the movements of the woman named Emma stopped unnaturally. Upon close inspection, it appeared as though thin threads were wrapped around her body. "Come this way!" exclamation mark. The body of the woman named Emma descended rapidly, as if being pulled by the threads. Looking at the landing point, as expected, there was a familiar monster, a new doll. "She looks really strong." The Arachne, "You too." The executives are all ignoring my instructions and acting on their own. I wonder if this is a backlash from keeping them waiting for so many days. It's amazing that the Demon Lord can lead such a bunch. I respect her for just this moment. Anyway, since the Arachne appeared near the automata, I should call out to her, "Nico-san." "Oh, it's Big Sis." "Hi." "It's not hi. I'm sure I told you not to come this way. Didn't I?" "Did you?" "This one." "Well, it can't be helped. This much is within tolerance. I never expected to be able to control these guys perfectly. For now, please kill that one quickly." "No, just to confirm." "Why? It's not fun if the dolls aren't lively." "I don't understand." "Sadism." "No, let's not think too deeply. It just gives me a headache." "Well, she's just one of the replaceable 12 apostles. If she doesn't want to kill, that's fine too. Then, please take your doll and attack the fortress quickly." "Okay." So, the Arachne took the struggling woman named Emma and headed towards the fortress. Maybe I was able to correct the course after all. Next, I need to reach out to the Fenrir. The commander seems to have already invaded the interior of the fortress, so I need to hurry. Will this really be okay? In my heart, I was gripped by intense anxiety. Chapter 99, The Hero is Punished by Beating One. The Fenrir managed to kill about half of the force coming towards him, and I was finally able to make contact. I was able to convey the bare minimum and successfully sent the Fenrir into the fortress. Well, it's not so much that I only conveyed the bare minimum, but that the Fenrir cut off the conversation and started running as soon as he heard the essentials. Dealing with such a muscle brain is so exhausting. But, somehow, we managed to get back on track. Those who were fighting with the Fenrir also followed him and started attacking the fortress. By now, I think the inside of the fortress must be like a grand melee, akin to Super Smash Bros. We veered off course a bit, but the overall flow returned to plan. Well then, shall we go? With great anticipation, I directed the zombie horde led by the automata towards the interior of the fortress. On the way, as expected, the soldiers were engrossed in a bloody fight. As we passed, we killed as many as we could for good measure. At this point, I can't even tell which soldiers are enemies and which are allies. After all, they all have the same equipment. Well, I don't care if we've killed some of our own soldiers. They're just disposable meat shields that aren't even fully under my control. It wouldn't be a waste even if they were reduced a bit. Rather, since they turn into DP and experience points, I would encourage snacking. As we continued to press forward, we finally found Shindu, our main target for this time. He is already clashing with the Fenrir, and both the Fenrir and Shindu are being attacked by the berserkers, creating a grand melee. The Fenrir, without a care in the world, is ripping them apart and throwing them around. On the other hand, Shindu seems to be on the defensive, as if he's not ready to kill humans. This is exactly what I aimed for. For now, as a countermeasure against Shindu, I changed the automata's hair color again. I changed it back from blonde to black. I hope this will unsettle Shindu a bit. Firewall. As I reculled the automata's hair and thought about moving on, a wall of flame protected Shindu. The caster must be that woman called Ivy. It seems that their strategy is for Ivy to hunt down the small fry and for Shindu to aim for the big game. I think that's a good judgment. In that case, it might be better to crush this Ivy woman first. Fortunately, she seems to be weakened for some reason, and I should have a good chance of winning if I throw all of my true equipment choose a zombie horde at her. However, the moment I tried to implement that strategy, the woman called Ivy stabbed Shindu. Eh? What? Both the person who stabbed and the person who was stabbed were surprised. I was a little surprised too, but when I took a good look at Ivy, I quickly figured out the reason. There was a thin thread wrapped around her body. Yay, a new doll. Sure enough, the culprit who did this, the Arachne, appeared with a large number of soldiers she was controlling with her ability. I know what's causing this and how it works. It's the exclusive effect of this girl's true equipment, which I was able to appraise when I approached her earlier. True equipment, marionette, durability 5000. Effect magic power times 4. Exclusive effect, spider thread puppet show. A power manifested by the skill of the true equipment. It cannot be used by anyone other than the original owner. Spider thread puppet show. The user can control anyone entangled by the thread of the true equipment at will. In a way, this skill has a similar effect to my training. Unlike training, it seems that it can't control the mental aspect, but it is the advantage of being able to control without incapacitating the enemy. Well, if the true equipment is pulled back or torn, the control will probably be broken, and in that sense, training might be superior. However, it's a powerful ability that can't be simply called an inferior version. Now that the Arachne has controlled a woman named Ivy, a more perfect hero encirclement than originally planned has been completed. A fake hero subjugation army that can't be killed. 2 comrades who fell into the enemy's hands being controlled. A horde of true equipment users zombies who can't be distinguished from other controlled individuals. Former comrades mixed in amongst them. And an automata with my face. There are so many enemies that Shindu can't attack due to mental issues. On top of that, there are 2 monsters that are powerful enough to kill even the current Shindu. With the current military force, it's the best formation imaginable. Shindu, die here. Yay, yay. Nico, stop playing and take this seriously. That goes for you too, Shiro-san. Didn't I tell you not to act on your own, huh? I inadvertently butted in on their casual conversation. Honestly, their existence is what I'm most worried about. Somehow, I have a strong premonition that they're going to lose due to carelessness. We'll definitely finish the hero here. Both of you, get psyched. Okay. HMPH, I know. So, I made sure to warn them. I'm anxious whether they really understand, but I have no choice but to swallow that anxiety. It should be okay, I think. And then, I pointed the automata's sword at Shindu and gave an order. Go. In accordance with that command, the zombie horde all pounced on Shindu at once. At the same time, the Fenrir and the Arachne's puppet creatures also charged. Now, the battle begins. Chapter 99.1, The Hero and the Bitter Battle 2. Sonic Lance. In front of me, a spear attack approaches. It's not particularly fast or strong. Probably, if I take it head-on, it wouldn't cause much damage. But, that blow was precisely targeting my eyeballs. I certainly have to defend against that. Yuma. Dodge it, huh? The moment I deflected the spear strike with Excalibur, I heard a warning from Ivy-san directly in front. Immediately after, piercing the spear wielder's belly, Ivy-san's Stalfang was thrust out. Unable to deal with the unexpected attack, I took the blow in my side. With Ivy-san's status, she could certainly cause me damage. It's just a slight damage that would be healed by HP automatic recovery, but I can't ignore it in the current situation. Then, the person who was pierced in the stomach by Ivy-san instantly recovered the damage. Probably, this is the special effect of this person's true equipment. I see. Because of this, they made the current attack I was skillfully done in. However, there is no time to regret it. Arc, feather bullet, sunshine narrow, spinning stud, great slash, megaton press, impact knuckle. Damn it, in the moment when my movement stalled from pain, the particularly strong ones among those being manipulated launched a simultaneous attack. Probably, all these people are true equipment users, unlike the others. The lack of light in their eyes is concerning, but the attacks are too intense for me to care about that. I've taken several hits in the current rush. If this continues, I'll keep taking damage without a chance to recover, and die. Super hot-blooded punch. Spiral lance. One after another. Now attacks from Carpuxio-san and Commander-san who had somehow revived. Hit by simultaneous attacks of heat and water, I'm sent flying. Among them, Carpuxio-san is the only one who is confirmed to be a lifeless zombie. Although they were kind to me, that's just a moving corpse. So, I have to defeat it. I was prepared for that. Or at least I thought so. Photon. Trying to mow down Kapuxio-san with a sword clad in light. Midway, my body freezes. I can't do it. My body isn't listening to me. I feel a strong resistance and hesitation to the act of cutting this person. So much so, that even in this crucial moment, my body has stopped. Fake hero Sama. While I'm conflicted, the enemy won't wait. Now, the manipulated soldiers charge people with naked hostility and people manipulated by the Arachne while still sane. I can't kill either of them. But their bodies suddenly explode. Wolf tackle. Looking, the Fenrir, with his arms crossed in front of him, was charging from behind the manipulated people, as if saying they're in the way. He shredded those people while charging. What's he doing? I hastily guard against the Fenrir's charge with my left arm. But I can't completely stop the momentum and I'm sent flying. Moreover, a bad sound comes from the guarded left arm. It's not broken. I don't think so. Certainly, there must be a big crack. But this much. Wah. I firmly planted both feet on the ground, forcefully killing the momentum of being blown away. Then, I gathered strength in my legs and closed in on the Fenrir. This creature is a monster and a leader in the Demon Lord's army. A clear enemy that kills many people. For this one, I don't need to hold back. Shine strike. I launched a high-speed thrust enveloped in light at the Fenrir, whose movement was stopped by the backlash of the charge. The Fenrir hastily assumed a defensive posture. But that was a mistake. My true equipment's exclusive effect, Hero's Holy Sword, deals specialized damage to monsters. Even that dragon's scales were sliced like butter when directly struck. A simple defense cannot block this attack. I got it. The moment I thought that, a person who had been standing by Mamori's side and had their face hidden by a hood stepped in between the Fenrir and me. The person used a familiar sword they were holding to catch my sword. Counter-strike. What? That person skillfully deflected my attack. Moreover, they slashed at my back with their counter, but I was able to avoid a fatal wound by swiftly twisting my body. Because I knew this technique, this movement. After all, it's a technique I've seen and experienced many times in training since being summoned to this other world. Kyoshiro. The hood was thrown back in the exchange of attacks, and the person's face became clear. His name is Kyoshiro Ken. He's a childhood friend who has been practicing kendo since he was young, a master swordsman. In this world, too, he learned combat swordsmanship in no time, leveraging his past experiences. He's a friend I'm proud of. Elemental blast. The moment I quickly distanced myself from Kyoshiro, an exceptionally powerful magic spell was fired at me. I knew this one, too. It's a deadly attack that combines all attribute attack magic, which is extremely difficult to learn at the same time. The first time she used it, she was praised by the instructor, Randolph, and felt embarrassed. Its only weakness is that it takes some time to activate. Looking at the direction from where it came, I saw another familiar face. Another person who had been standing by Mamori's side, hiding their face with a hood. Ayaka. Her name is Maki Ayaka. Just like Kyoshiro, she's a childhood friend I've been with since we were young. Ayaka and Kyoshiro. When I arrived in this other world, these were the two people I sincerely wanted to protect. Now, they were standing before me as enemies. Were the two of them turned into zombies? Or are they just being controlled? Can they be saved? Can they not be saved? I can't decide. Hope and despair greatly disturb my heart. As a result, my movements become rough, the number of hits I take increases, and I'm driven even more into a corner. Opening. My lapse was taken advantage of, and I received a kick in the chest from the Fenrir, who has the highest attack power. I felt my ribs break. Did it damage all the way to my lungs? Blood came out of my mouth. It hurts. I was blown away by the impact and crashed into the wall of the fortress. Then, Ivy-san pounced on me. Apollo slash. It was the perfect timing. I couldn't move. I could only watch as my end drew near. But, for some reason, I felt slightly relieved. With this, it would finally be over. I would be released from the painful reality. In the fleeting moment until the attack hit, I accepted my death along with my resignation. But stop this. I couldn't die. I didn't die. The attack missed. The trajectory of Ivy-san's sword, wrapped in her flaming skill, veered off, only succeeding in slicing off my left arm. Yuma, don't give up. Ivy-san, who had come close for her attack, screams out. Her body was trembling slightly, as if resisting an absolute domination. If you give up, humanity is finished. It's not our place to say, considering you were summoned by our whims. Still, knowing it's a shame, I beg you, please, don't give up. Hero, the hope of humanity, the one who will defeat the Demon Lord and save the world. A position too heavy for a mere high school student to bear. I'm sick of it. It's hard, it's painful, it's sad. I just want it to end. I want to die and be at ease. That's my true feeling, without a lie. But you, even so, I stood up. Using Excalibur as a cane, I stood up on my trembling legs. I just want it to end. I want to die and be at ease. That's my true feeling, without a lie. But, that's not the only thing in my heart. I can't die yet. It can't end yet. There's something I've left undone. If it's going to end, if I'm going to die, I'll struggle until the very last moment. Thank you, Yuma. You've stood up well. Now, it's my turn to show some stubbornness. Ha! In front of me, Ivy-san shouts, even as her breath is faint. Then, she forcibly cuts off the control by the Arachne, piercing her own heart with her sword. Ivy-san, Yuma, I'm going to die. But, in this state, even after death, I'll be their pawn. It means laying an additional burden on you. I'm sorry. Please, with your hands, erase me without leaving a corpse. ? I was at a loss for words. At the weight of her resolve, at the weight of the life I have to carry, a rejection reaction makes my body shake. Tears overflow with sorrow. Yuma. The hero is the hope of humanity. Nobody wants to be a puppet of the Demon Lord. To harm the hero. Cut it off. Yuma. With my death, and your hesitation! ! The calm part of my mind screams, that's the only way to survive. Not my head, but my heart, my emotions, scream not to do it. But, I took up my sword with trembling hands. If I run away here, if I hesitate here, it will waste Ivy-san's desperate feelings. Whether they noticed I was trying to make up my mind or not, the others leapt at me all at once. To fend them off, I activated a certain skill, a skill that I had sealed until this moment, to avoid killing them. Holy Fighting Spirit, a skill that wraps me in a holy light aura and dramatically increases my stats. Holy Fighting Spirit, I can't hold back in this state. In that state, I swung my sword with my remaining right arm, as if to sever my hesitation. Photon stream, a torrent of light sweeps away the manipulated people, including Ivy-san, who was already on the brink of death. Thank you, Yuma. I heard such a voice at the end. And then, with tears blurring my vision, I set my sights on the remaining enemies. Chapter 100, Cut Off Hesitation. While issuing orders to the zombie horde, I continued the hero hunting. In the process, I turned the commander who had fainted and was rolling around into a zombie, as if he was no longer needed. Along the way, I added Maki Zombie and Ken Zombie to the fight. By revealing their faces, I incited further agitation in Shindu. Using small tricks, the effect was moderate. Originally, the movements that had dulled by dealing with the pawns and hostages became even duller. As a result, the Fenrir's attack landed a critical hit, sending Shindu flying and embedding him in a wall. I can't perform an appraisal because of the distance, but I think his HP has significantly decreased. Without a moment's delay, I sent a woman named Ivy, controlled by the Arachne, to charge at him. This could be the decisive moment, I thought, and for a moment I almost let my guard down. What? Incredibly, the woman named Ivy resisted the Arachne's control with all her might, diverting and stopping the trajectory of her sword. What? It's not moving? Could this be? No, the Arachne's ability isn't omnipotent. It's after all just a special effect of one true equipment. There must be loopholes. This means I can't overly rely on similar controlling effects either. Well, that's fine for now. If this woman named Ivy is no good, then I'll just deliver the final blow with other forces. Full attack. Make sure to deliver the final blow. Obeying my command, The zombie horde began to approach the dying Shindu. The fake hero subjugation army and the Fenrir did the same. Only the Arachne's puppets remained still, probably because the Arachne was focusing too much on the woman named Ivy, but it was still enough force. This time, for sure, checkmate. Air bomb! Exclamation mark. What? Just as I thought that, another unexpected event occurred. A woman named Emma, who was supposed to be under the Arachne's control, unleashed a wind magic towards the charging army. Could it be because of concentrating on the woman named Ivy? The constraints on the others loosened? Nico-san, I'm sorry, please be careful next time. Yeah, deciding that getting angry wouldn't do any good, I gave a small reprimand and refocused on the battle. Fortunately, the woman named Emma hadn't completely thrown off the control, so the magic she used just now wasn't that powerful. It bought some time, but only a few of the fake hero subjugation army's small fries dropped out. It doesn't affect the big picture. Or so, I thought. Holy fighting spirit. But in the brief time that the two women named Emma and Ivy risked their lives to buy, not even a full minute, just a very short time, the tide of battle changed. Shindu was enveloped in an aura of light. He activated a skill of Holy Fighting Spirit, one of the exclusive skills of a hero, probably a skill he hadn't used until now to avoid killing hostages and meat shields. What it means to use it at this timing, I am not the one who doesn't understand that. What? Retreat. Photon stream. Shindu swung his sword wrapped in light. Just with that, the area around Shindu was swallowed and wiped out by a stream of light, including the ones who approached to attack. The only ones who could escape were Ken Zombie, who had the speed to respond to my immediate command, and the Fenrir, who avoided with a wild instinct. Everyone else died. The woman named Ivy also died. Shindu killed her with his own hands. And Shindu, the hero, with tears in his eyes, was clearly staring at me. I wanted to settle things before it came to this. Looking at the monitor through the automata, I held my head in my hands. He had not only erased strangers, but also his comrades, with his own hands. That is to say, he's fully prepared. Until now, I had been using hostages as a shield, taking advantage of Shindu's mental weakness to maintain my advantage. Now, that advantage was lost. From here on, it will probably be a pure contest of power. Shiro-san, Nico-san, please stay focused. Don't let your guard down just because the opponent is on the verge of death. The real fight starts now. I understand. Yes. Perhaps sensing the mysterious determination emanating from Shindu now, the two muscle-brained robots responded quite honestly. At the same time, Shindu moved, raising his remaining right arm to the sky. He brought it down towards us. Photon blade. Then, a slash of light attacked the automata. Fenrir roar. Chaos impact. Sky slash. Arc. Tornado blast. Our long-range attacks intercepted it. It was the same as what we had done at the beginning of this fight against a woman named Emma. But this time, we are overwhelmingly on the defensive. Shindu's attacks are more powerful than expected. We could only divert his attack by combining everyone's power. Then, as if to use the attack itself as a distraction, Shindu started running. His target, the Arachne. Nico-san. Prepare the meat shield. Okay. Following my instructions obediently, the Arachne prepared a meat shield in Shindu's path. The one I chose was a woman named Emma to shake him mentally by using a comrade as a shield. Simply put, there was probably no other puppet capable of matching the speed of Shindu's attack except for a woman named Emma, but this is probably the best move. However, please cut me down. Shindu-sama, I'm sorry, it doesn't work against Shindu, who has made up his mind. Just before the attack, Shindu's sword is enveloped in an even stronger light. There is nothing we can do about it with the performance of the automata. And then, brave sword. Nico. Swallowed by the slashing light, the Arachne disappeared along with the woman named Emma. Well, she died inside the pseudo-dungeon territory, so I got DP and experience, but I can't be happy about it. This means Shindu is right next to the automata. To be frank, it's a desperate situation. I'll avenge you. Wolf strike. Ken, Makey, support. Perhaps to support the Fenrir, who probably rushed in without a plan. I gave instructions to Ken Zombie and Makey Zombie. Ken Zombie follows behind the Fenrir, ready to launch a continuous attack at any time. Makey Zombie releases magic on Shindu before the Fenrir's attack to distract him. However, Shindu dealt with all of that. Photon Blade. Gah! The Fenrir's thrust fist is easily wiped out by the sword wrapped in light. Cross sword. HMPH. He also calmly handled the following sword attack. He ruthlessly destroyed Ken Zombie with a counterattack. He shows no mercy, even to a former classmate. The next instant, Shindu turned toward the automata. Even through the monitor, a chill ran down my spine, and in the moment that I was intimidated, Shindu approached, blew away the Makey Zombie, and split the automata neatly in two. The speed of the automata could not keep up with Shindu's speed. As long as he wasn't mentally hesitant, this was an inevitable conclusion. Mamori, I have something to tell you. While thrusting his sword in front of the automata that had fallen to the ground, losing half of its body, Shindu started to talk. I know that you are the demon called automata right now, and I also know that this body is nothing more than a remotely controlled puppet. So he knew. Speaking of which, there was someone among the heroes who had the unique skill of appraisal. Probably, I had let him escape in the royal capital. Since he had no direct combat power, I had lowered the priority to defeat him. But that decision may have been a mistake. Even if I destroy this body here, you won't die. That's why I'm only going to say one thing now. I will definitely settle things with you. No matter what form you take, I will definitely meet you in person and settle things. This is the worst. A malicious stalker has been born. I have to kill him no matter what. I was planning to kill him from the beginning, but now I have one more reason. The priority to defeat him has increased. Let's talk about the piling up stories then. Well, see you, Mamori. While uttering such things, Shindu enveloped his sword in light, swung it back largely, and then swung it down. The monitor from the automata's perspective went dark, and I couldn't see anything. Thus, the battle with the hero ended, with the worst outcome. A thorough defeat. I lost. I pouted at the defeat and dove into bed. I kicked my legs in frustration and shouted loudly. I felt a bit better afterwards. Even so, I didn't expect to be instantly defeated. I think that level of strength is unfair. Despite being severely wounded, the moment he decided to kill, we were annihilated in a flash. The status when he approached at close range and succeeded in appraisal was easily over 100,000. In addition, due to the hero's holy sword, the compatibility was the worst. I guess the actual power difference was greater than the status difference. In any case, this incident made it clear, against monsters of that level, it's pointless no matter how many inferior beings gather. Honestly, I thought we could manage a bit better. The opponent was a monster, but it was severely wounded. On our side, we had several monsters with status over 10,000. Even if the hostages and human shields became ineffective, we had a good chance of winning. That was my view. However, when it came down to it, our monster army was instantly defeated by one severely wounded drag. The only gains we made from such a major loss were some DP and experience points. It's a loss. A defeat. A complete defeat. It's incredibly frustrating. I buried my face in the pillow and groaned. I let out various feelings with my groans and calmed down a bit. Now that I've calmed down, let's think about the reason for this defeat. The reason for this defeat, probably, it's because we challenged an overwhelmingly superior opponent with only inferiors. It's like a swarm of mice challenging a lion. No, the level difference wasn't that severe. Let's correct that. It's like a pack of medium-sized dogs challenging a wild wolf. I guess it was beneficial to realize that if there's a certain level of power difference, the power of numbers doesn't mean anything. The power of numbers only works when the abilities of both sides are close. Even if medium-sized dogs gather, they can't beat a wild wolf. We did have some strong forces like the Fenrir and the Arachne, but that's like adding a few large dogs to a pack of medium-sized dogs. They can't beat a wild wolf. So, how could we have won? Simple. We should have called the Demon Lord. This is like having a ferocious lion on our side against a wild wolf. It's a guaranteed win. But, That's the end of that. Because it turned out this way precisely because the Demon Lord couldn't come this time. The topic is how we could have one with the forces we could mobilize this time, so this conclusion is rejected. Next is using the mid-boss room or the boss room. If the dragon zombie and me inside the living armor senpai, along with a lot of traps, had joined the front line, we might have won. It would have been a power-up, like adding trained Siberian Huskies to a pack of medium-sized dogs. The Siberian Husky stops the wolf with a desperate attempt, and then a large number of medium-sized dogs and a few large dogs bite the wolf all at once. Yeah, we might have won. Well, in that case, I would have had to invite Shindu into the dungeon myself. So it's a no-go, because losing in the dungeon means my death. I'm not willing to cross such a dangerous bridge. Because I've been a hikikomori, even though I lost, I can still live like this. Losing the automata in the zombie horde hurts, but I haven't sustained a single injury. I can hold a reflection meeting while lounging in bed. Sure, I might have been able to defeat Shindu if I had taken a risk. But I might have died if I had taken a risk. So, I have no regrets about this choice. But, well, using the boss room was one option. It's a forbidden move. Still, it might be worth considering as a study. Conclusion: to defeat monsters like the hero or the demon lord, at the very least, one needs enough combat power to halt them. In that case, it becomes urgent to enhance the living armor senpai. At the current pace, it will take a little over a month for the living armor senpai to become a complete form. Let's hurry as much as possible. In parallel with that, we need to replenish the forces we lost this time. However, fortunately, if we only consider dungeon defense, there are enough forces left. Both the dragon zombie and the living armor senpai are safe. Also, the grandpa zombie and the goblin zombie. This time's loss was quite painful. However, it is not fatal. It is an urgent matter to replenish the forces, but it's not so serious that we have to spend DP in a big hurry. That's a relief. But, separate from that, let's quickly make a new automata. It's simply problematic to remain without a means to operate outside. So, I used about the same amount of DP as before and made an automata with the same performance as before. It was quite an expense, but from my current perspective, it's an amount I can afford. I have become a celebrity. By the way, I thought about changing the appearance of the automata on this occasion, but I decided not to because of some considerations. It doesn't serve as a deterrent to Shindu. Probably there's already a wanted poster circulating, and I find it uncomfortable for a doll with my face to be tampered with, so there are no benefits left to keeping the design of the automata the same as me. On the contrary, it's all disadvantages. The reason I didn't change the design is because of the members of the Republic of Awaldia. They still have some usefulness. The old dog chairman who I took to the battlefield might have died, but the other members are still trained and should still be in the capital. If so, by keeping a hold on their reins, I can still manipulate the country at will. However, the order of the trainer zombie to them is absolute obedience to the automata. If I change the design here, there's a possibility that I could lose my command over them. In that case, I just have to have the trainer zombie overwrite the order, but the number of members was quite a lot, so the work is simply bothersome. And, it wouldn't be funny if the trainer zombie, which is a worthless slug in terms of status, was taken around and destroyed. For these reasons, the design of the automata ended up staying the same. If anything changed, it's just that I changed the mask again. For now, the creation of the automata is complete. What I should do next is report to the Demon Lord. I guess reporting a defeat is heavy, but I can't stay silent about it. With a gloomy feeling, I activated the Mamori-chan doll in the communication room. Once this report is over, I will let Leif know that I'm safe. Chapter 102, Report of Defeat. Demon Lord Sama, I have a report to make. Oh, Mamori. What happened? Chaos-chan's puppet inquires with a voice intertwined with anxiety and expectation. Despite the fact that automata do not show the operator's emotions unless intended, this is an exception. It seems to be quite concerning. No, that's always the case. It seems that I'm too depressed, and my perspective on things has become negative. Still, I can't escape from the report. To put it simply, this time's hero subjugation operation failed. Nico-san was killed in battle. I don't know about Shiro-san, but the probability of his death is high. I also lost a lot of my forces. I see. Chaos-chan's puppet speaks with a low voice. But it doesn't seem angry. Is this safe for now? While inwardly trembling, I continue the report. The power of the hero was more than anticipated. We fought by taking hostages, managed to defeat 2 of the 12 apostles accompanying him, and succeeded in delivering a significant blow to the fortress's forces. However, the situation was reversed when the hero decided to abandon the hostages. From there, we were unilaterally driven back, and this is the result. At this rate, I think only Demon Lord Sama can stop him. I see. Well, you've had a hard time. The death of our brethren is indeed sad. Chaos-chan's puppet speaks in a still low voice. I feel like it wasn't like this when it was the Goblin Lord or the dragon, but I bet not say that. I'm sure that's it. With the dragon, it was so out of the blue. There was no time to grieve. The Goblin Lord, he's an exception. However, we cannot just mourn. Mamori, I also have something to tell you. Take out the map I gave you earlier. Yes, as instructed. I used the teleport function to send the map, which had been thrown into the warehouse, into the hands of the Mamori-chan puppet. Then, it is spread out between the 2 puppets. While you were conquering the Republic of Iwaldia, I and the other executives were also attacking another country. I will record the results. Saying this, Chaos-chan's puppet pulls out a pen from nowhere, and like before, begins to paint over the map with black ink. The painted over part is the destroyed country. Painting, painting, painting. It's long. In this short period, how many countries have been crushed? After that, the painting time finally ended after several minutes. It's done. Looking at the updated map, I am speechless. Finally, a route for advancement has opened up. Indeed it has. One of the blackened countries has reached just in front of the Aethelite Holy Kingdom, the final destination of the Demon Lord. Only about 2 months have passed since the fall of the Wolfus Kingdom. What a pace of advancement! Because we were concentrating on this side, we could not spare a hand even for the hero this time. However, we just managed to defeat these countries, not fully conquer them. Even with that caveat, it's astounding. But, thinking about it, it's only natural. It's been about 10 years since the Demon Lord appeared. And, about half of this map is painted black. In other words, in just 10 years, half the world has been dominated. Considering this pace, it would be easy to destroy several countries in 2 months. Also, recently, 2 of the 12 apostles have been with the hero. With their absence, the other defenses would have been thinner, making this more understandable. Well, that aside, from now on, I will stand in front of the Holy Kingdom of Aethelite, and continue to checkmate them. Then, they will have no choice but to concentrate their military power on defense. In that gap, you, with the other executives, I want you to carve out 2 or 3 more routes of advance. I understand. Afterwards, I discussed our future actions in detail with the Demon Lord. I informed her of a plan almost certain to topple the Republic of Iwaldia, and she granted me some time. In the meantime, I would bring down the Republic of Iwaldia, and the remaining executives would gather to force open other routes of advancement. After the executives finished their tasks, they would join me, and we decided on a plan to swiftly take down the 2 countries located behind the Republic of Iwaldia by combining our strengths. The biggest concern is if Shinda stays at the border fortress. If that happens, I would have to give up on capturing the Republic of Iwaldia and join the other executives. Well, I think the chances of that happening are slim. Lastly, the Demon Lord said this, Mamori, we've finally come this far. The revival of Demon God Sama and my dream of a world for demons is just a little way off. I'm expecting even more from you to fill that gap. Keep up the good work. Yes. Good. Then, farewell. Then, the Chaos-chan doll fell silent once again. For now, let's be glad that I wasn't punished despite being defeated. I'm grateful that the Demon Lord has a kind personality. The Demon Lord's plan is nearing its final stages. If everything goes smoothly from here on out, the Demon God will soon be revived. If things stay as they are, the Demon God will likely be an ally. But, Even if he is an ally, the existence of a powerful being capable of killing me is simply terrifying. I could be killed if I upset him. That's why I'm still cautious around the Demon Lord, fearing that she could suddenly kill me. Honestly, I don't want the Demon God to be revived. But opposing the Demon Lord because of that is out of the question. Now that I've managed to survive without being killed, I don't want to make myself a target. So, there's only one choice. Become strong enough to not even lose to the Demon God. If he's not hostile, that's fine. But, just in case, I need to build up the power to resist. I've always done that. Always anticipating the attack of a formidable enemy, so that no matter who the enemy is, no matter who the invader is, I won't lose, I won't be killed, my sanctuary won't be desecrated, I will become stronger, strengthening my forces and fortifying my defenses. Yes, that's what I've been doing all along. It'll be okay, I'll somehow manage, I can do it. After all, that's how I've been protecting my sanctuary all this time. Let's do our best. First, I need to finish the living armor senpai as soon as possible. Starting with what I can do, bit by bit. That accumulation will build the strongest sanctuary. Also, I should talk to Leif about various things. From here on out, it's going to be one battle after another. In other words, there's no role for Leif. So inevitably he'll be left at home all the time. And I need to make sure he understands that. With that, I directed a new automata towards Leif's room. Chapter 103, Pet. Master. The moment the automata appeared in the room, Leif approached it like an indoor dog that had been left alone for a while. He's entirely a pet. I had given him a Mamori-chan doll for communication, but it seemed he hesitated to speak to me on his own, so there was never a conversation initiated by Leif. Instead, he would hold the Mamori-chan doll tightly, as if it were a regular stuffed animal. I saw it on the monitor, and when Leif, with his pretty girl face, took that pose, it looked great in the picture. For now, the fight is over. Unfortunately, we lost, but the damage isn't too severe, so it's not a problem. Is that so? Good work. Leif really said that as if he was comforting or consoling me. Did he think I was feeling down? Well, whether it's the hero or the Demon Lord, it feels like the source of worries has finally sprouted, and my head hurts. But being comforted by Leif seemed to alleviate my headache a bit. It's cheeky for a pet to have an effect on its owner's feelings. That's audacious. I was slightly irritated, so I pinched Leif's cheek. Master? It hurts. Quiet. I did that for a while, and when I felt satisfied, I released him. Somehow, I feel like some of my stress has been relieved. So, to get to the point, since Demon Lord Sama's plan is nearing its climax, I don't think there will be opportunities to take you to work. From now on, it will probably be a series of wars, so there will be no need for someone as powerless as you. Oh, is that so? Leif looked dejected. Is he that shocked that he can't be of use to me? That's why he's a loyal dog. Then, Master, please. Huh? With that, Leif looked at the automata with sad eyes. What does he mean by please? What is he trying to say? Why is he looking at me with such sad eyes? What are you talking about? Huh? I thought since I can't be of use anymore, you would dispose of me. What? I was speechless both at Leif suggesting such a thing, and at the fact that I hadn't considered that possibility at all. But thinking about it, that's right. With the Demon Lord's plan nearing its climax, there won't be many chances to undertake infiltration operations in the human kingdoms. Even if there are, I've come to know enough about this world to move without Leif. Rather, from now on, having Leif around might be a hindrance. If you think about it, Leif's utility value is almost nil. But I hadn't even thought about disposing of him. I wonder why. Even though he's a slave pet, I hate humans. I should have been ready to dispose of Leif once he lost his value. And yet, even now that he has no utility value, I can't think of disposing of Leif. It's not just hesitation. I can't even think about doing it. It felt as if my hatred for humans, which is the core of who I am, was shaking. Master? Leif looks at the automata, which suddenly stopped moving as I was lost in thought. With an anxious gaze, reflexively, the arm of the automata strokes Leif's head. I didn't think to do that. My body moved on its own. I won't dispose of you, so you can relax. There's no gain for me in disposing of you! Exclamation mark. Next, such words were coming out of my mouth. Upon hearing that, Leif's face was dyed with joy. Despite myself, I was comforted by seeing that face. It seems that I have a greater attachment to Leif than I thought. I first thought of Leif not as a human, but as a pet. I remember it was like a self-hypnosis to distract from the discomfort of being with humans. I think that lie has somehow become truth. Indeed, I have as much attachment to Leif as I do to a pet. I wonder if it's about the same as it was for my beloved cat, Kurasuke. No, perhaps not that much. But, I'll admit it. It seems I don't dislike Leif. Instead of being stubborn about this, it would be easier to just admit it. In a situation where I'm burdened with the big problems of a hero and a demon lord, I don't want to worry about such things. Fortunately, Leif is attached to me, so there should be no problem. Moreover, Leif has a collar called a slave mark. He cannot defy me, and even if he does, the difference in strength is insurmountable. The reason I hate humans is because every single one of them projects unpleasant emotions onto me. In some cases, they take actions that hurt me, but Leif doesn't fit that definition. Also, pets are a healing for the heart. I need healing right now. After that, I petted him to my heart's content. And as I petted him, I thought, once a pet is recognized as a pet, the owner has a duty to take care of its life. Abandoning it midway is taboo. It's also taboo for it to die when there's no one to take it in. In Japan, it's a problem when elderly people die leaving their pets behind. Then, I have to survive by any means and continue to take care of Leif. I never planned to die in the first place, but now I have another reason not to. All right, I'll do my best. Even more so, looking at Leif, who is confused by the petting, I renewed my determination. Well, I still won't let him into my living space, though. Chapter 104, Nation Toppling, Second Time. The day after I officially recognized Leif as a pet, or rather, the day after the hero subjugation operation, I dispatched the automata to the capital of the Republic of Awaldia, quickly, to take complete control of this country. To avoid being discovered by untrained soldiers suddenly sent into the castle, it was transported to an inconspicuous location in the castle town. Huh? Who the hell are you? Where the hell did you come from? Blurg? Unfortunately, it was spotted by a hoodlum there, so I dealt with him appropriately and then headed to the castle. However, I was stopped in front of the castle gate. Halt! What is your business in the castle? A gatekeeper asked me that. Well, this is to be expected, if you think about it. Even though I've taken control of the top people of the country, I didn't make any moves to make them aware of the automata. Even if I did that, I thought it would just make me stand out unnecessarily. It's a ridiculous story that I can't get into the castle that should be under my control. But it's okay, there's no problem. I've thought of a countermeasure. The automata silently took something out of its waist pouch and showed it to the gatekeeper. This is? I am someone who received a special request from the country. Please relay this to one of the counselors. I understand. The gatekeeper, his face changed, ran into the castle. What the automata handed over was an S-rank adventurer card I had made earlier. With this and the chairman's story, getting into the castle is easy peasy. I'm glad I gave instructions to the chairman in advance, anticipating this possibility. We have confirmed. Please pass. A few minutes later, the gatekeeper returned and invited the automata into the castle with a salute, without knowing that it was an enemy who would destroy the country. Ignorance is a sin. Huh? Several days later, the capital of the Republic of Awaldia had turned into a pile of rubble. I made contact with the chairman, summoned all the nearby soldiers, kidnapped them to the middle boss room with the zombie sensei's teleport, and slaughtered them all. Some of them were true equipment users, so I turned them into zombies and replenished my forces. With the replenished zombie unit and the Golem and Gargoyle army, I trampled the defenseless capital at will. Of course, I gathered as many inhabitants as possible in one place and killed them within the automata's pseudo-dungeon area or threw them into the middle boss room with the zombie sensei's teleport, where they were dealt with by the dragon zombie left behind, securing DP and experience points. There were quite a few who escaped because it was the capital and had a large population, but that can't be helped. Instead, I made sure to kill those who seemed to have a lot of experience points, like the high-quality ones, first and carefully. Like the soldiers who didn't respond to the summons for various reasons, or the adventurers who were staying in the capital. Because of that, it took about 3 days to completely destroy the capital. Once that's done, I'll set out for the towns and villages around the capital. I repeated the same destructive activities there, securing manpower, supplies, DP, and experience points. Next, I repeat the same thing in the settlement close to my current location. This country was said to be made up of various races, so the destroyed settlements were in the middle of forests, mountains, and even the bottom of lakes, which made it take a lot of time due to the needless variation. After about a month of destruction, the Republic of Oaldia was almost completely destroyed. The results of the battle are splendid. When you crush an entire nation, it's quite profitable indeed. My level has also increased, and finally, my level has reached 3 digits. It seems that he went to the Demon Lord's direction, and there was no interference from Shindu, whom I was concerned about, and on the contrary, it seems like I have already crushed the country's major forces in the battles so far, and it feels like I was able to annihilate them very smoothly. Of course, even if Shindu slips out, I easily conquered the border fort that became a shell. Also, in this 1 month, the living armor senpai has finally been completed, made entirely of god metal, probably the only armor in the world. In other words, a unique monster. Whether because of that, the moment it was completed, it was a pleasant miscalculation that it was equipped with unexpected performance. While toppling countries, the preparations for the decisive battle I was advancing were completed around that time. It seems the other executives, who had said they were attacking other countries, were also settled, and a few days later, a message came in from the Demon Lord to merge with us. Chapter 105, Gathering of Executives. The day of the rendezvous with the Demon Lord's executive team. I dispatched the Automata, Golem, and Gargoyle legions to a town located at the border of the Awarudia Republic and the next country, to be exact, the site of a town, and brought together monsters, the Demon Lord's army, gathered from other places. There, I placed the Chaos Chandol I had retrieved from a town on the border of the Wolfus Kingdom and the Awarudia Republic, which was previously occupied by a dragon, and waited for the executives to be teleported in. And not long after, the time arrived. Everyone seems ready. Then, let's proceed. Right after the Chaos Chandol said so, the space around the Chaos Chandol slightly distorted. It's a unique phenomenon when using the teleportation function. That phenomenon settled down in a few seconds, and various sizes of monsters appeared in the place where the space had been distorted. About 20 in number. And all of them look strong. Rather, they are strong. I can tell because I can appraise them. It's terrifying. Well, let's get along. Saying so, the Chaos Chandol fell silent. I made the automata bow its head. Welcome, everyone. I am the new executive of the Demon Lord's army, Mamori. Who is your colleague? I look forward to working with you. Huh? You're the new executive? Aren't you just a human female? Suddenly, a seemingly foolish one started to meddle. It's a creature that feels like a big, black, horned goblin. At this point, my likability for this guy is negative. Die and come back. By the way, when I appraised this guy, he turned out to be an ogre king. His status is physically biased and a little less than 10,000. He's on the weaker side among the executives. Hey, are you listening? Human female, I can hear you, but please change the way you address me. I'm not a human, and it's offensive in the first place. You're insolent. Die. The ogre king suddenly raised his fist. He's too quick-tempered. Doesn't he remember the Demon Lord told him to get along? But the blow was stopped by the mithril golem, who was accompanying me as a guard, before it reached the automata. Huh? I had made a few because the creation zombie's hands were free after completing the living armor senpai, and it's undeniable that the decision was correct. Indeed, as usual, handling the executives of the Demon Lord's army is difficult. Especially this guy, he's the type I hate. I want to kill him right now. Don't get in the way. Die, Anamayu. Then, he even started to use true equipment. A huge black club appears in the Ogre King's hand. What? Does he have to go that far? Aurora. Anirush. Mithril Golem. What a thing. The Mithril Golem was easily destroyed by the Ogre King's continuous attacks. Unforgivable. For now, I'll have to discipline him once. Hey, die. I let the grandpa zombie, who was also accompanying me as a guard, release the true equipment, and at the same time, I gave orders to numerous mithril golems. You're the one who's going to die. Stop, huh? However, there was someone who stopped such a dangerous fight. A white figure stepped between me and the Ogre King, effortlessly catching his club. Seeing that, I cancelled my orders to my subordinates. In the meantime, I collected the wreckage of the broken mithril golem and stuffed it into the golem maker. This one is useful. Besides, Demon Lord Sama has ordered us to get along. I won't allow anyone to defy her intentions. Understanding the difference in strength, the Ogre King was intimidated by the intruder's murderous aura. How pathetic. Laughable, indeed. Then, the intruder turned towards the automaton. Are you okay, Mamori? Yes, there's no problem. Rather, I'm glad to see you're safe, Shiro-san. Indeed. This white intruder was none other than the muscle-brained Fenrir who fought alongside me in the previous battle. I thought he had been hunted down by Shindu, but he seemed to be in high spirits. Apparently, he had managed to escape from that battle. A tough one, he is. For me, it's strange to see you living as if nothing had happened. I'm sure I saw the moment of your death with my own eyes. I am such a creature. I see. I'm convinced. I wonder how much of a muscle brain he is to be convinced by this. Well, it's easier this way, at least for now. The loser who ran away after losing to the hero should not get cocky. Hey, pork, vamp, help me. It's a human woman you guys love. Despite telling not to get carried away, the Ogre King sought help from the other executives. How pathetic. However, the two executives who were named directly, the Plum Pork King who is like a pig, and the Vampire Lord, a man with fangs and wings, did not move. For some reason, I am not excited at all about that young lady, so I will refrain this time. I also don't find that woman attractive. Besides, I don't have any obligation to listen to you, you guys. He even got refused. But those two are quite unpleasant too. Orcs, like goblins, have a habit of violating human women, and vampires like maiden's blood. So even if they don't react to an automata that can't reproduce and doesn't have flowing blood, they might attack the main body. I want to get rid of them as a priority. I'll do it by myself. Better not. You can't handle these two. What did you say, old man? This time a bipedal turtle stopped the Ogre King. The executives are too unique. Could you back off for me, Tankun? It would be troublesome for you to deal with me, wouldn't it? PFFT, the name, Tankun, I knew from the appraisal, but it's even more laughable when you hear it from someone else's mouth. Probably it's the Demon Lord's naming, but it fits too well. What? You're joining them too? Of course, the Lady Demon Lord told us to get along. If I defy, I might get killed. TCH. Whether that word worked or not, the Ogre King reluctantly backed down, and in the place where he backed down, he was made fun of by the other executives and snapped. A brawl started. Hey, well, sorry about that, Mamori-chan. No, I don't mind. Yes, I don't mind. If there's a chance, I'll assassinate him as a top priority. That's all I'm thinking about. So, aren't we going to stop that? What are you talking about? It's the usual stuff. With that power difference, Tankun will likely get beaten up. Don't worry, they won't kill him. They could kill him for all I care. Well then, let's promptly move on to crushing these humans. This time, I will fulfill my role. Saying that, the Fenrir proceeds alone, stomping forward. He's not keeping the promise he made last time at all. Well, it's not like he's under my command this time, so I won't complain. Next, the executives who had finished pummeling the Ogre King also followed the Fenrir. That Ogre King, battered and beaten, was dragged away by the Orc King. Such rough treatment. Well, he deserves it, I suppose. Behind those executives, the horde of golems and gargoyles under my command, along with a swarm of monsters, continued on. making for a large party heading towards the next kingdom. I only have one thought. As expected, I find the Demon Lord's executives difficult to handle and unpleasant. Chapter 106. Isn't our army overwhelming? Well, there's only one thing to do once the leaders of the Demon Lord's army have assembled: attack a nation. These mustards are impatient, so as soon as they were teleported, they headed for the next country. But because the teleportation spot was designated near a border town, they reached the fortress guarding the border that same day, and the siege began. There's no strategy. There's no strategy. I said it twice because it's important. In the previous battle, I had devised a strategy to corner the hero, so the Demon Lord gave me command over 2 leaders, but this time it's different. Annoyances like the hero and the 12 apostles seem to be focusing on the Demon Lord, so the other nations probably only have their elites left. On the other hand, we have a significant force gathered from almost all of our leaders. The rest are guarding the Demon Lord and defending other advance routes. Unless we trip each other up, there's no way we can lose. That was the Demon Lord's judgment. So, there's no strategy this time. The order given by the Demon Lord was a single phrase: get along with each other. All we have to do is obey that and rampage as we please. There are limits to being a mustarad. I think the Demon Lord, who devised such a plan, is quite a mustarad herself. Or perhaps she got tired of holding the reins of these mustarads and let go. It's possible. Is it really going to be okay? My anxiety was blown away the moment the siege began. The fortress is in sight. Well then, let this old man lead the charge. With that, the bipedal turtle transformed into a size larger than a mountain in a blink of an eye. He had undone his humanoid form. The name of this turtle's species is mountain turtle. The name truly represents the body. The turtle, using its huge body as a weapon, charged in alone. It looks like it's moving incredibly slowly, but its strides are so large that it's surprisingly fast. Intercepted. Against this turtle, a rain of arrows and magic poured down from the fortress, but the turtle continued to move straight ahead, completely unfazed. Even though there were powerful spells probably cast by true equipment users among the incoming attacks, it paid no mind. After all, this turtle's defense and magic resistance stats are over 50,000. In exchange, its other stats, especially speed, are fatally low, but its hardness more than makes up for that. Moreover, it hasn't even used its true equipment yet. If this turtle gets serious, I wonder if it could withstand attacks from the Demon Lord and the hero for a while. I'd like to turn it into a zombie. I'm going through. While I was contemplating unsettling things inwardly, the turtle flattened the fortress with its huge body. Impressive. It's like a siege weapon. This turtle's massive body and stats are just too perfect for crushing bases like fortresses. Maybe we could just use this guy. Let's go. I'm pissed off right now. Die and vent my frustration, humans. Let's go on a rampage. I hope there are attractive women. As always, they're noisy. Can't they kill with some grace like me? Even though one turtle was overkill, the other leaders charged to kill those who had abandoned the fortress to engage in field battle. The Ogre King must produced mincemeat. The Fenrir built a mountain of mangled corpses. The Orc King selected women, and after the Vampire Lord ravaged with magic, he sucked their blood. Others, like the Cerberus, Phoenix, Chimera, Basilisk, Dalakan, Demon, Salamander, and so on, a variety of leaders were each wreaking their own brand of havoc. The executives are each worth 1,000 men. They easily scatter ordinary soldiers, and even deal with bothersome true equipment users with ease. If there were only 1 or 2 of them, perhaps the true equipment users could have surrounded and defeated them, but they seem incapable of doing so with this many. On top of that, the monsters they've brought with them, and the army of golems and gargoyles are all attacking in large numbers, leaving their opponents overwhelmed and defeated one by one. Our forces are overwhelmingly superior. I see, this is why the Demon Lord makes such brutish decisions. It's too one-sided. It doesn't even qualify as a fight. This is nothing more than a trampling. Strategies are unnecessary for trampling. Unlike in the war, I stopped thinking too much about it, and made the most of it by using my automata and mithril golem troops. In the meantime, the enemy was completely annihilated without much effort. Even those who tried to flee were killed by the angry Ogre King, leading to a literal total annihilation. The only survivors are female soldiers who became prey to the Orc King. It was a complete victory. After capturing the fortress, the Demon Lord's army marched through the unmanned wilderness, destroying villages and towns along the advance route, and the country quickly fell. The next country also fell swiftly, and the advance route to the Holy Kingdom of Aifle was opened without much difficulty. And through that advance route, a huge horde of monsters poured in from the Demon Lord's dominion. Just a quick look around and there seemed to be more than 1 million monsters, and this number is still set to increase. According to the Demon Lord, she's calling in the entire Demon Lord's army using all the open advance routes, so the final number may exceed 1 billion. How terrifying. Leading such a large army, the executives and I invaded the Holy Kingdom of Aiflit. After several months from the day the executives gathered, we finally reached the capital and joined up with the Demon Lord. Chapter 107, Final Mission. Everyone, I'm glad you all gathered. The Demon Lord speaks to the whole Demon Lord's army gathered below. However, I think only the intelligent executives really understand her words. At last, we have gathered here. The only target left is the final barrier, the capital of the Holy Kingdom of Aiflit. If we can take this place and resurrect demon gods armor sealed in this land, our world of demons will finally begin. The Demon Lord is unusually passionate, perhaps affected by her heat. Many monsters raise a war cry, and several executives raise their fists in unison. Me? I'm feeling pretty deflated on the inside. Why do you ask? We've come so far. Demons have always been oppressed and hunted by humans, and then we died. Such times will soon end. No, we will end them. It's time to march. Our destination is the center of the capital. The dungeon, Demon God's graveyard, under the building called the Cathedral. That's where Demon God Sama, who was once defeated by the goddess, is sealed. I will break into there and release the seal of Demon God Sama. You all do your best and clear my way! Exclamation mark. The monsters raised an even more intense war cry than before. Some officers are also raising war cries, especially the Fenrir. Speaking of which, he did say I am a faithful servant of Demon Lord Sama. When he introduced himself, he might have as much loyalty as Leif. And then, let's go. Start the assault. The final battle between mankind and the Demon Lord's army began at the Demon Lord's command. This time there is a plan, to attack from many directions. So some executives and the following crowd of monsters will spread out to surround the vast capital and its defensive walls. The reason why the muscle-brained Demon Lord's army came up with such a strategy is simple. Simply because it was impossible to concentrate the crowd of demons, almost 1 billion, in one place. That would just cause a massive traffic jam. Hence the siege strategy. This way the traffic jam will be resolved, and the enemy's forces will also scatter to intercept. We win if only the Demon Lord reaches the destination, so it's a surprisingly rational strategy to disperse the enemy for that purpose. By the way, my motivation for this strategy is quite high. Of course, not to cooperate with the Demon Lord, but to gain the benefit of the fisherman with all my might. Foo. Well then, let's go. While I was thinking about such things, the turtle undid its human form and started walking towards the defense wall. Following that, the remaining officers and miscellaneous demons at this place started rushing. A huge light magic flew towards that turtle. This power, is it Shindu? He's even stronger than before. That's dangerous. Cover diamond. In response, the turtle activated its true equipment to deal with it. The diamond-like shell covered the entire body of the turtle, making its already hard body even harder. As a result, the turtle's defensive power repelled the hero's magic. That hurt quite a bit. It's hard on my old bones. Even you. It's hard to take several shots of the hero's magic. While the turtle and the Demon Lord on its head were talking, magic attacks other than the hero came flying. Among them, there are moderately powerful ones and extremely powerful ones. The moderately powerful ones are probably true equipment users. The extremely powerful ones are probably the magic of the 12 apostles. Other magic is not particularly weak, and the demons hit by it are dying. As expected, it won't be easy. Well, they must know that they have no other options, and they have concentrated their forces here. So it's obvious, and in the midst of it all, the hero's ultimate magic comes flying again. This time, leave it to me. Darkness Ray. In response, the Demon Lord dealt with it using her dark magic. Light and darkness collide head-on, neutralizing each other. Neutralization. The Demon Lord hasn't used her true equipment yet. Is she saving it? However, for a moment, seeing the Demon Lord's body enveloped in a dark aura, it seems that she used the status enhancement skill Dark Fighting Spirit. His magic, in this state, neutralizes. Moreover, he shot the magic from such a distance. Shindu, truly troublesome. But, the Demon Lord's forces are not just being defeated. We also have monsters that can attack from a distance. The attack doesn't reach because it is blocked by a barrier, but it was able to neutralize the opponent's magic to some extent. By doing this, the damage was minimized and the Demon Lord's forces continued to advance. And finally, the turtle approached right near the barrier. Well, let's go wild. Come forth from hell, Satan. At that timing, the Demon Lord activated her true equipment. Grasping the appeared jet black large sword, she took the lead and climbed onto the barrier. Following her, executives who don't care about the barrier continue. The foot soldier monsters. They bother the hands of the enemy's foot soldiers, and I also moved my automata, leading my subordinates and started on the barrier. Demon Lord, we meet again, hero. There, just then, the battle between the hero and the Demon Lord had begun. The hero's holy sword and the Demon Lord's demonic sword collide, causing a tremendous shockwave to blow around, and thus, the final battle officially began. Chapter 108, Great Battle. Brave Sword, Disaster Blade. The Demon Lord and the hero, this time, clash their skills. The shockwave alone wipes out the lesser demons and soldiers. However, even the rank-and-file soldiers seem to be elite, as none of them were killed by this level of damage. The same goes for our executives. It might have been dangerous if the automata hadn't prepared countermeasures. Be exposed to death, Anamayu. Feast gluttony, kneel Lord Whip. Then, following the Demon Lord, the executives unleash their true equipment and charge at Shindu. However, there was a group that formed to obstruct them. They were a bunch of strong-looking guys wearing white armor. Their armor closely resembled what a woman named Amar wore when I saw her before. In other words, they are likely the 12 apostles. Raw Jaw Mungandr. Raise your sword, Lancelot. Guide us, Orpheus. Bless us, Michael. The 12 apostles also release their true equipment and counterattack the executives. There seem to be 8 apostle-like people here. Most likely, the remaining 4 have gone to defend other areas. Apparently, the dispersion of forces was successful. Still, 8 of the 12 apostles is a lot. There are 20 executives on our side, but we can't break through the 12 apostles who are fewer in number. It's a difference in technique and coordination. The fruits of human effort are juggling the demons who are superior in number and status. In fact, the executives are too simple-minded and don't even think about supporting the Demon Lord. They seem to only have attacking the enemy in front of them in mind. Taking advantage of this, the apostles are drawing the attacks to themselves and leading them away to prevent them from interfering with Shindu. And yet, the apostles still have some leeway to support Shindu. We're completely being played. This is why I hate muscle brains. Gwah. The Ogre King got slashed. He doesn't seem to be dead, but he might die if there's a follow-up attack. I should get closer to retrieve him, but there were those who got in the way of such automata's movement. Guillotine slash. A man with a large scythe attacks the automata. I managed to dodge by retreating. As a result, I couldn't retrieve the Ogre King. But since I saw him revive at the edge of my vision, it seemed impossible anyway. That's fine, but the problem is the man in front of me. According to the appraisal, that scythe is true equipment, and his status with the true equipment is about 5,000. He's quite a formidable enemy. Moreover, 3 more who seem to be on the same level have arrived. They each hold a large sword, dual swords, and a short sword. It means the enemy is not just the hero and the 12 apostles. On the other hand, our forces consist of the automata and 3 mithril golems as escorts. The status of the mithril golems is about 5,000. Well, I don't think they'll lose that easily. By the way, I left the other forces in the dungeon because I didn't want to lose them in the melee. From your appearance, you must be Honjo Mamori, the mastermind behind the attack on the hero, right? Your atrocities against the hero, who is a messenger of the goddess, deserve 1,000 deaths. We, the holy knights of the goddess's church, will annihilate you. Prepare to die here. A group of 4 true equipment users attacked. I directed my mithril golem to hold off 3 of them. The status of these guys and the mithril golem is almost equivalent. However, considering their combat skills and the unique effects of the true equipment, I think they have an edge. I can't win with this alone. Die. Death waltz. And then, the last one of them, a man wielding a scythe, who was not stopped by the number of mithril golems, assaulted the automata. The automata's status is 1,500. Even though it can fight to some extent, it does not have the power to beat him. Well, not exactly. What? I manually operated the automata like the living armor senpai, and smoothly parried the scythe attack with the shield in my left hand. I lashed out in retaliation, thrusting the sword in my right hand at the scythe-wielding man. Whether it was because the speed exceeded the man's expectations, or because his stance was disrupted when his attack was parried, I severed the man's left arm. Gwar? Not missing the moment he stiffened from pain, I counterattacked, kicked him up and destroyed the man's symbol R. And then, I decapitated the man whose movements had finally stopped completely. By killing the true equipment user, a considerable amount of DP and experience points came in. By the way, I sent the body to the dungeon and had it turned into a zombie. What the hell? What's going on? Wasn't her combat power supposed to be low? The remaining guys were agitated, seeing the scythe-wielding man easily killed. I see. This easy kill happened because they had let their guard down due to previous information. That was very lucky. The reason why the automata has become so strong, it's because the automatu is armed. The current automatu is equipped with orichalcum armor on both arms and legs, or to be more precise, wearing orichalcum-made living armor. In addition to that, an orichalcum sword and shield. With these, the status of the automata has dramatically increased. Only an idiot would think to send such a low-level force into the midst of a battlefield full of monsters. At the very least, it's been strengthened enough to snatch up the spoils of war. By the way, this orichalcum was a leftover, something I was able to recover from the treasury of the Awardia Republic. The production power of the creation zombies is dedicated to mass-producing mithril golems. That's why it was barely secure enough for both hands and legs. Well, that doesn't matter now. Now the priority is to annihilate the enemy. I directed the automata to charge at the remaining 3 people. She's coming from the front. Don't underestimate us. If it weren't for our first encounter, we wouldn't be lagging behind the likes of you. What? Against the trio causing a commotion, I used the skills of parallel thinking and arithmetic ability, and responded by switching the mithril golems to manual operation. Suddenly their movements improved, and they showed an unbelievable cooperation for monsters, causing the trio to panic. This gap was fatal. Immediately, with one strike from the automata, one person's head was cut off. Nick, you bastard. 2 more to go. If we've come this far, the rest is easy. The remaining 2 were thrown into confusion by the fluid cooperation of the mithril golems, who now outnumbered them. Then, like an assassin, I used the automata to swiftly inflict a fatal wound. Darn it, goddess, I'm sorry. I collected the bodies of the 3 who died, and just like the scythe-wielding man, I sent them to the dungeon to become zombies. Good, everything is going smoothly. I'm getting the spoils of war quite smoothly. Let's keep this up. The battle continues. Chapter 109, Hero vs Demon Lord Army Executives. The battle between the hero and the Demon Lord continues, centered around their fierce clash. While I've been steadily taking advantage of the situation, a change has been observed on the main battlefield. Photon Blade. The Demon Lord appears to be slightly overpowered by Shindu. That Demon Lord. Honestly, it's hard to believe. But on closer observation, the reason became clear. The combat skills of the Demon Lord and Shindu are nearly equal. The Demon Lord is superior in terms of basic specifications. Conversely, Shindu has the advantage in compatibility. However, it's not enough to completely bridge the gap in innate strength with the Demon Lord. In terms of overall strength, the Demon Lord is still superior. So, why is the Demon Lord struggling? The answer is simple. It's nothing but the difference in allies. Angel's smile. It continuously and rapidly recovers the HP of a targeted ally. Hero of the Sword. Greatly increases the attack power of one's own and allies' swords. Guiding Magician. Greatly increases the effects of one's own and allies' magic. Among the 12 apostles' true equipment successfully appraised, some possess such unfair effects, others enhancing type of true equipment. And there are multiple of them. I know because I've killed many true equipment users, but this type of true equipment is actually quite rare. So far, I've only seen the goblin zombie, a woman called Ivy, and a woman called Emma. Only these three. I think it's genuinely rare, as I've only encountered these even after crushing multiple countries, and yet, here come 3 new ones. Furthermore, their effects are overlapping and causing a great deal of trouble. This is the scariest part of the others enhancing type. To make matters worse, these guys are purely strong, even without the effective true equipment. Even now, there are a few who are supporting Shindu while dealing with the executives. I believe this is solely due to their skilled teamwork. In contrast, the Demon Lord's army lacks such talented individuals. All of the executives' true equipment is self-enhancing. Also, their teamwork is practically non-existent. They're at a level where they're hindering their allies. The Ogre King's race club struck the Orc King's head, who was behind him. Perhaps the true equipment reflects the owner's personality. At any rate, I've come to understand that it's unwise to gather these guys and have them fight together. Don't mix. It's dangerous. But, it seems that not all executives are incompetent. In an attempt to break this situation, there were a couple who took action. Fenrir kick turtle guard. In front of the struggling Demon Lord and Shindu, a transformed human-shaped turtle, kicked away by the Fenrir, intercepted and blocked Shindu's attack instead of the Demon Lord. The sacred sword of monster slaying was slammed against the turtle. However, the turtle managed to withstand it, with only a slight damage to its true equipment shell. True equipment, diamond, durability 70,000. Effect defense x4 magic defense x4. Unique effect, diamond turtle shell. The power manifested by the skill of the true equipment. It cannot be used by anyone other than the original owner. Diamond turtle shell greatly increases defense and magic defense statuses. This is the ability of the true equipment of the turtle, successfully appraised. It's a defense monster. As expected, it seems to be able to withstand the attack of a hero. Ho ho ho, Lady Demon Lord, leave this to us and go ahead. But what's the matter? As long as the demon god resurrects, it's our victory, right? Fortunately, buying time is my specialty. So, go ahead without worry. Thank you, Tortoise. I'm indebted to you. The Demon Lord has changed her move. She leaves the scene and flies straight to the center of the city. For me, it's not a favorable turn of events, but the risk of getting in the way is too high. I have no choice but to watch. Wait. I won't let you go. We won't let you interfere with the Demon Lord's armor. The turtle and the Fenrir restrain Shindu, who tried to hinder the Demon Lord. Last time, I compared the fight with Shindu to a pack of medium-sized dogs challenging a wild wolf. And then, I concluded that to fight monsters like heroes and demon lords, at the very least, you need the strength to stop the monster. That's exactly the situation now. The turtle cancels its humanoid form, becomes a giant like a mountain again, and literally blocks Shindu's way like a wall. While using that turtle as a shield, the Fenrir toyed with him for an impromptu. It's a remarkable combination. They don't seem like muscled executives, and the other executives, perhaps feeling a primal sense of crisis at the departure of the Demon Lord, have begun to prioritize attacking Shindu over the 12 apostles in front of them. As a result, they can fight against the hero and the 12 apostles even without the Demon Lord. The fact that Shindu's movements have become sloppy due to the rush to chase the Demon Lord is significant. Originally, the Demon Lord's army has the advantage in numbers, so it's not impossible to do it. Well, I should do some work too. Using the mithril golem as a wall, I charge the automata. If I play it right, I should be able to restrain at least one of the 12 apostles. J.R. Shindu beheaded the Ogre King. As expected, things don't go so smoothly, and it doesn't look like it'll last long. But I will do what I can do. That's all, for now. Let's retrieve the Ogre King's corpse. Chapter 110, Detention. Photon Blade Turtle Guard. Darn, it's tough. It's been only a few minutes since the Demon Lord left this scene. Our desperate stalling tactic was yielding moderate results. Shindu was still unable to defeat the turtle, unable to pursue the Demon Lord. The 12 apostles, who were trying to provide some support, were fully occupied, being pushed by the executives who had started a little coordination due to their survival instincts. As a result, the stalemate continued. Squeal! But a cost was incurred. Even now, the Orc Lord had his lower body blown off by Shindu. That one is beyond saving, therefore, I secretly euthanized it and sent the body to the dungeon. In this way, the Demon Lord's army was greatly exhausted. Despite only a few minutes having passed, already 5 of the executives were killed. Numerous mithril golems were destroyed, and new ones were transported. Well, I collected the wreckage and dumped it into the golem maker. On the other hand, there were almost no casualties on the other side. To be precise, I was able to kill several true equipment users and one of the 12 apostles, but one of the true equipment users quickly became a new apostle. Moreover, the one I could kill was not someone who strengthens others. Their damage is minimal. Conversely, I think the Demon Lord's army will be wiped out in about 10 more minutes. Just as I was calculating the time limit to our defeat, boom, a tremendous explosion occurred, and a huge building at the center of the city collapsed. The cathedral. Several of the enemies screamed at the sight, and the next moment, they became corpses. That's what happens when you're distracted in this situation. Anyway, it seems that the Demon Lord is doing well. There must have been some defense forces in the cathedral, but they were apparently not enough to stop the Demon Lord. Now, if we can hold out until the Demon Lord completes the dungeon that she said is underneath, it's a win for the Demon Lord's army. No, even if the Demon Lord's army is annihilated, if the Demon Lord achieves her goal, it's a win. Ho ho ho. Lady Demon Lord seems to be doing well. It's worth all the effort. Photon impact. Whoops. Shindu fired light magic at the turtle. The power is great, but the magic feels distorted. Probably, he is in a rush and the activation is not going well. If that's the case, the power of the magic will decrease. Indeed, the turtle was able to withstand it with ease. Ho ho ho. You're so young to be disturbed by this. Look, here's your chance. Finish it. Fenrir Roar. Bloody Rain. Melody of Destruction. Phoenix Flare. Sky Slash. Done. Taking advantage of his panic, the executives, who had shaken off the 12 apostles and freed their hands, all unleashed long-range attacks at once. The damage itself is not that much. In fact, it is instantly recovered by the effect of Angel's Smile, so it is virtually no damage. Even so, it certainly serves as a hindrance. Hero, calm down. The more you rush, the more you fall into their trap. Yes. Told by one of the 12 apostles, Shindu's movements change. He seems to have regained some calmness. Annoying. However, it is a fact that it's not good as it is. I can't help it. I didn't want to use it because it affects the people and the soldiers. One of the 12 apostles mutters and jumps down the defensive wall into a place crowded with a horde of monsters. If it was a suicide, I'd be happy, but that's not likely. I've appraised that guy's true equipment ability. I can predict what he's going to do. Let's go. Demons, taste my forbidden power. Create giant golem. Such a voice echoed from below. At the same time, the ground outside the barrier swelled, forming a supergiant golem. Its size was larger than a mountain, and much bigger than a turtle. Master of the Earth. Significantly increases the power of earth magic. Just by the explanation, it has a simple effect similar to the true equipment of the Grandpa Zombie or Hot-Blooded Zombie. Even so, when executed with the monstrous status of the 12 apostles, the scale of the magic is different. But after all, it's a golem made of dirt. No matter how large it is, It's not that strong. It's already beginning to crumble from the attacks of the lower rank demons below. Do it. But, before it completely crumbles, the giant golem took action. It extended its huge arms and grabbed the shell of the turtle. And then, it threw it as it was. Hat? The turtle, astonished, flew away, overturned and caused a huge destruction in the city. Moreover, it cannot get up just by fluttering its limbs. Turn into a humanoid. Don't you even know that? You must learn. And then, the giant golem that had fulfilled its role crumbled away. Debris rained down on the city and fortress. But with this, the turtle that had been blocking Shindu has temporarily withdrawn from the front line. In other words, now's the time, hero. Yes. Shindu, having lost his deterrent, chases after the demon lord with the other power-enhancing 12 apostles. The obstructing executives were slashed down in one stroke. As expected, it can't be stopped without the turtle. And then, Shindu and the others ran away at a great speed, and the remaining officers and the 12 apostles resumed their battle. Some executives, including the Fenrir, chased after Shindu and the others. As a result, the number of the 12 apostles and executives left on the scene was almost equal. A dogfight is expected. But, my prediction was off. Less than a minute after Shindu and the others ran away, probably around the time they should be arriving at the remains of the cathedral, the phenomenon occurred. From the ruins of the cathedral, a pillar of black light rises towards the sky. Afterwards, the black light spread and dyed the sky, engulfing the world in darkness like the night. I know even without looking directly. An instinctual part tells me that at the base of that pillar of black light, there is something with immense power. I understood that the demon god has been revived. As if drawn to it, both the executives and the 12 apostles stopped their fighting and started running towards the black light, probably the monsters instinctively, and the 12 apostles thinking about their priorities while chasing those monsters. I, too, operated the automata and made it run towards the scene, feeling a sense of impatience as if I had to do so for some reason. Chapter 111, Demon God Resurrection. Arriving at the base of a towering pillar of black light where destructive energy swirled around it, a vast crater formed, with the pillar at the center. A storm of black winds raged, rejecting all intrusion. Neither the 12 apostles, nor the demon lord's top brass, nor the apparent hero who arrived earlier, dared to approach recklessly. In time, the black light faded away, and there stood two figures where the light had disappeared. One was a demon lord, kneeling. Her face was weary, possibly exhausted from the battle with Shindu and the unsealing, but at the same time, she had a refreshing look, as if she had accomplished her mission. The other was a young man with black hair, dressed in a luxurious black robe. He looked like an ordinary boy, about my age, but I could feel his overwhelming power, even through the screen. There's no need for an appraisal. I understand it instinctively. He is different, superior as a being. It's like comparing an ant to an elephant. I couldn't envision any possibility of winning. This was a demon god. It seemed I made the right decision to show submission rather than hostility. Congratulations on your revival, demon god Sama, said the kneeling demon lord. The demon god responded with a gentle smile. Yes, thank you. Thanks to you, I was able to break the seal. Choosing you as the demon lord that day was not a mistake, it seems. You really did well. I am unworthy of such praise. The demon lord bowed her head as if moved. The demon god averted his gaze from the demon lord and looked around. The hero, the 12 apostles, and the monsters. The demon god looked at them one by one. During that time, everyone was as still as a frog stared down by a snake. The eyes of the demon god lingered on the automata. His eyes widened a bit in surprise. In that instant, I felt an intense chill through the screen. It's not that he looked at me with a sexual gaze, he just seemed a little interested in me. That interest vanished the next moment as he averted his gaze. Nevertheless, even so, I didn't feel alive. What was this feeling? The demon god was supposed to be an ally. After looking around, the demon god brought his gaze back to the front, resting his hand on his chin. Yes, a hero, apostles, and monsters. A colorful gathering. So, let's try a little test. Administration. The demon god used some sort of skill. At that moment, A black light emanated from the bodies of the monsters, including the automata, but that light disappeared in an instant. It didn't look like anything had changed. What just happened? Demon God Sama? Oh, I anticipated it, but it seems to be no good after all. Whether it's due to the continued sealing, disconnecting the link, or the cause of too many generations. Either way, it seems like you monsters are no longer under my control. I just heard some disturbing news. I remember the Demon Lord once telling me that the Demon God is the progenitor of all monsters. So, like a dungeon that spawns and controls monsters, it wouldn't be surprising if he could control all monsters. This is bad. I had forgotten about that possibility. I've been too focused on guarding against the Demon Lord in front of me. I can't laugh at the muscleheads now. Well, it seems that concern was unnecessary after all. That was a good thing, right? Well, it doesn't really matter. I've achieved my goal of creating monsters, and the rest is up to them to live freely. Although, I don't suppose they will have much time left to live. The Demon God speaks of something more unsettling. What does it mean, not being able to lead a long life? Demon God Sama. Yes, before that, I think I'll take back the power I lent to the Demon Castle. With that said, Demon God Black Spear creates a pitch black spear with magic, akin to darkness itself. Thank you for your hard work. You've done well until now, and impales the Demon Lord with that black spear. A massive hole appears in the Demon Lord's body, a clearly fatal wound upon a single glance. Most likely, most of her organs have been blown away. It's a wound that probably can't be healed, even with healing magic or automatic HP recovery. Before such an abrupt tragedy, I was, unable to comprehend, and could only let out a foolish cry. Chapter 112, The Purpose of the Demon God. Demon Lord Sama, the first to regain consciousness, was the highly loyal Fenrir. It recklessly attacks the Demon God. In response, the Demon God simply swings its arm lightly. A gust of wind draws from just that movement, causing the upper body of the Fenrir to disappear. Next to act was the turtle. The turtle, seemingly concerned about the Demon Lord, moved into a position where it could become a shield for the fallen Demon Lord. Later, I also came to my senses. Despite the confusion, I instantly think about what I can do now, and run the automaton under the Demon Lord. At the same time, I did not forget to collect the lower half of the Fenrir that was rolling nearby. Demon God Sama. Why, you're still alive? I'm sorry I couldn't kill you instantly. It seems I've weakened quite a bit while I was sealed. The black spear didn't have much power either. While glancing at the fallen Demon Lord, but without showing much concern, the Demon God was leisurely self-analyzing. It's creepy. Just now, it tried to kill the Demon Lord, yet its facial expression and voice haven't changed at all. Even I, in the moment of taking a life, feel some kind of emotional shake. Normally, when you kill someone, you feel some sort of emotion like murderous intent or hostility, but the Demon God doesn't have that. It behaves as if nothing happened, very naturally. That is incredibly eerie and terrifying. It feels like it thinks of us as nothing more than bugs or something. Why? Well, let's see. It's not exactly a gift from the underworld, but since you've been working for me so far, I guess I can at least tell you my purpose. With that, the Demon God began to speak about its so-called purpose. The others too were overwhelmed by the Demon God's immense intimidation, unable to do anything but listen in silence. I had cast a suggestion on you. No, all monsters. A suggestion to antagonize humans. A suggestion to resurrect the Demon God. And a suggestion that the Demon God is a god who loves monsters, and that the resurrection of the Demon God will mark the beginning of a new world by monsters. Especially to you, the Demon Lord. I made sure to do it thoroughly through the dungeon core of the Demon Lord's castle. But you see, that was a lie. I don't really care about monsters at all. The reason I created monsters was because I wanted a military force to free me from the seal placed by the goddess. That's all. Now that it has been accomplished, you are all disposable. Hearing those words, I was astonished, but at the same time, I was somehow convinced. I should have understood the danger of the Demon God when I heard its story from the Demon Lord. Yet, I didn't interfere with the resurrection of the Demon God. I should have been able to, if I had tried and braved the danger. Of course, it's true that I strongly didn't want to risk opposing the demon lord or demon god and failing, but I can accept that the effect of the demon god's suggestion was part of that. After all, my current race is the Dungeon Master, an unmistakable monster. It wouldn't be strange if I was influenced by the demon god. And so, my purpose, it is to destroy this world. To destroy the world, kill the guardian deity of the planet, and seize its energy. To put it in terms you folks can understand, it's like leveling up, or perhaps similar to eating. That was my sole purpose when I arrived in this world a long time ago. Gods like me who don't possess a host must steal energy from other gods, or else their energy will eventually run out and they'll vanish. Fortunately, the goddess was weakened more than enough in our last battle. Unable to fight on her own, she can barely grant subtle blessings to humans, and must rely on unstable powers from other realms. Now, I can kill her easily. And if the world loses its guardian deity, which is its core, it will be destroyed. Destroy the world? I don't understand this business about killing the guardian deity of the planet and taking energy, but I do understand that it's the demon god's aim to destroy the world. That's not acceptable. Absolutely incompatible with me. I don't know specifically what will happen if the world is destroyed, but I can't imagine that any environment where life can survive would remain. If that happens, strengthening and fortifying dungeons would be pointless. It's like saying the house you're holed up in will be destroyed in a major disaster. To prevent that, there's no choice but to defeat the demon god. I can't plead for mercy by falling under his subordinates like in the demon lord's time. There's no choice but to fight. To survive, I have to fight and win, against this seemingly unbeatable monster. No, a genuine god. Then, there's only one thing for me to do. First, increase the chances of victory, even if it's just by 1%. I activated the automata and removed the dying demon lord from the front lines. Huh? It's futile, you know? I don't think that girl can be saved anymore. The moment the demon god made such a declaration, there was a roar from behind. Taking a quick glance back, it seems the turtle had reverted to human form and attacked the demon god. The automata, or rather, the demon lord's retreat was being assisted, it seems. Don't joke with me. I didn't join the demon lord's forces for such a thing. If the world is destroyed, won't we die? I don't want to die. The immortal me dying. That's unacceptable. A world for monsters. You dare trample on the dream of demon lord Sama. The other executives, too, having heard the conversation, seemed to have declared the demon god a complete enemy and began their attack with an air of desperation. Begin the attack. Subjugate the demon god, the enemy of goddess Sama. I never thought I'd be collaborating with monsters. It's a situation we can't help it. As for the 12 apostles, since they've already recognized him as an enemy, they charge at the demon god without hesitation. Humans and demons have temporarily joined forces against a common enemy. Right now, that's a relief. If it buys some time, it'll wear down the demon god. In the midst of the retreat, I caught eyes with Shindu, who was heading towards the demon god like the others. It's unpleasant, but right now there's no other option but to rely on him. His true equipment's unique effect, Hero's Holy Sword, is specialized in dealing damage to demonic beings. If I'm optimistic, it should work against the demon god. Right now, the only option is to use him to wear down the demon god. So I, through the mouth of the automata, spoke words I didn't want to say. Good luck. I don't know if my words reached him. Without confirming their effect, I turned my gaze away from Shindu and made the automata run. The destination is outside the demon god's attack range. There, I'll summon the zombie sensei and get things in order. If my words motivated Shindu even a little, it's a gain. With that thought, I simply ran the automata. Chapter 113, The Demise of the Demon Lord. Mamori. In the midst of fleeing from the demon god, the demon lord muttered in a raspy voice. Ignoring her, I continued to rush forward, but the demon lord, seemingly unbothered, continued to speak in a voice close to death. I, indeed, am the child born between a demon father and a human mother. In other words, I am half human. So it was. I wasn't interested in the demon lord's background, but I was slightly surprised by her confession. My father probably impregnated my mother in jest. Such acts are common among demons. The probability of a half-blood being born is low, though. With every word, the demon lord grows weaker. Yet, she did not stop speaking, and my mother, who escaped with me from my father's grasp, loved me despite me being a child of a demon. She tried to raise me as a normal human. Fortunately, my appearance was close enough to human to be convincing if told I was of such race. My mother told me that I was different from others and sternly warned me never to reveal it, but honestly, I couldn't understand the difference between myself and others back then. While dodging stray bullets flying from behind, I lend a slight ear to the demon lord's story. That's all I can do right now. One day, an event that changed my fate occurred. A friend at the time brought an appraisal stone. Not knowing where he got it from, still young and knowing nothing, I used the appraisal stone in the spur of the moment, and my non-human identity was exposed. The news spread from loose-lipped children to adults and quickly became known throughout the town. The demon lord gives a bitter smile. In her eyes, it seemed to me, was a deep sense of regret. Do you know the doctrine of the goddess religion? Their advocated doctrine is the complete eradication of demons. Thinking back, it was probably a measure to prevent the resurrection of demon god Sama, but the treatment I received wasn't so easy to accept. Even with such reasons, I was almost disposed of as a demon. The people who were kind to me just a few days ago turned their backs and wished for my death. I still see that scene in my dreams. It's my trauma. Perhaps reminiscing about that time, the demon lord looked distant. Facing such a demon lord, I had no words to offer. My mother too, was killed as a traitor. Just before her death, she exchanged her life to help me escape, and at that moment, I realized something. There's no place for me in the world of humans. Stray bullets are flying from behind. One hit the demon lord. With what would usually be a minor blow, the demon lord let out a cry of agony. By now, the demon lord was that weak. Her HP was on the brink of depletion. Yet, the demon lord did not stop speaking. Having barely escaped the town with my life, I was at a loss. I was young and had no power, and there was no one I could rely on. Rage and resentment towards humans, unbearable loneliness, guilt towards my mother, fear of an uncertain future. With these negative feelings, I wandered in a forest where no humans were present. One day, I heard the voice of demon god Sama. The number of stray bullets flying from behind is decreasing. Just a bit more. Alone. I suppressed my voice and cried. The voice of demon god Sama echoed gently to me. Driven to my limits by that voice, which proclaimed itself the god of demons, I clung to it. After that, I was led as instructed, to the demon lord's castle. There, I touched the dungeon core of the demon lord's castle, became the dungeon master, and the demon lord. To me, who became the demon lord, demon god Sama said, "If you have no place in the human world, create a world of monsters. You're sure to find your place there." That sounded like a voice of salvation to me. I have fought to this point believing in that, but the result is this. At the point when I judged that I had sufficiently distanced myself from the demon god, I transferred the zombie sensei from the dungeon. Immediately, with the teleportation of the zombie sensei, I sent the demon lord into the dungeon. Surprised by the phenomenon, the demon lord slightly widened his eyes. But that was just it. The place where I transferred the demon lord was the boss room, the bottommost layer of the dungeon. There, my main body, clad in the completed living armor senpai in case of an emergency, was waiting. I silently approached the demon lord, supported by the automata. "Mamori, do you intend to kill me?" Suddenly, my movements stopped. It was because she hit the nail on the head, and yet, understanding that, the demon lord quietly laughed. "I don't mind. I knew that you were not fond of me. After all, our meeting was what it was. I dragged you, who live here peacefully, out into the battlefield. I can't complain even if you hold a grudge. Now, go ahead and kill me." Despite being on the brink of death, she's way too dignified. Indeed, the only one in this world to whom I sincerely bow my head. With a hint of respect for the demon lord, I raised my sword. I'm glad I could talk about what's in my heart to someone at the end. So, farewell. The sword swung down, beheading the demon lord. With that, I gained an unprecedented amount of DP and experience. And now, the demon lord's experience won't go to the demon god. I don't know if the logic of this world applies to the demon god too. Then, I silently operated the menu and, as usual, chose to create a high zombie. I immediately zombified the demon lord's corpse. The demon lord's zombie silently rises. I have obtained the strongest force. Well, I'll avenge you. Before I knew it, I was naturally saying such a thing to the demon lord zombie. Chapter 113.1 Hero vs Demon God 1. A young man, standing at ease, swings his sword towards me. To anyone with even a bit of combat knowledge, his stance is full of openings. Perhaps the demon god has no martial arts experience, but in exchange, the demon god has this veil of darkness. A dark magic invoked by the demon god, a thin barrier, like a veil, blocks my sword. I know that their hero's holy sword is not only effective against monsters themselves but also against the magic they cast. I realized it when it neutralized the magic of the demon lord and saved me from instant death in the capital of the Wolfus kingdom. Despite this, the holy sword of exorcism can't even slice through this thin darkness. The reason is simple. This magic contains an enormous amount of magic power, enough to override any compatibility difference. Despite its thinness, an overwhelming magic power that makes even that demon lord look dim. Truly the power of a god. But I still have to win. The demon god's purpose is the collapse of the world. If I can't defeat him, there's no future. I will defeat him and fulfill my mission as a hero. So far, I've moved forward, sacrificing important people and abandoning my comrades. I won't let those sacrifices be in vain. I refuse to accept that. Photon blade. With that thought, I clad Excalibur with the power of holy magic and forcibly tear through the veil of darkness. I close the distance and slash at the demon god. Oops. What? Demon god easily stopped my attack with his bare hand, just like the demon lord when we first met, and I had no choice but to feel the huge difference in power between the demon god and me. There's a power gap between me and the demon god, the same or even more than there was between me and the demon lord at that time. I've realized it. Ouch. As expected, the hero's attack hurts a bit. It's indeed the power of another world. Even in desperation, the goddess did well to summon you. I've been made to taste bitterness by the hero many times before. Considering that, let's get a bit serious. Saying so, the demon god grabs Excalibur with one hand and points the other at me. An intense chill runs through my body. Following that sensation, I let go of Excalibur in an instant and leap diagonally forward. Judgment of the Dark God. A super high output wave of darkness was released from the demon god's palm. The dragon's breath that destroyed the Wolfus kingdom's capital, and the magic of the demon lord that almost killed me even though I defended with Excalibur. The power is incomparable to them. The attack destroyed everything in its path and even wiped out the horizon. But I'm still alive. I survived thanks to my immediate leap diagonally forward to escape from the palm aimed at me. If I had run sideways or backwards, I would have been killed instantly. Compared to that, the fact that my right half was blown away because I couldn't completely dodge it is a trifle. The injuries also quickly recovered due to the effect of the true equipment, Angel's Smile, of Miranda-san, one of the 12 apostles. It's not recovering. Miranda-san, could it be because of the attack just now? Oh, you managed to dodge. You're pretty good for a human. As expected of a hero. Demon God announces this with a casual voice. The attack was avoided because Demon God's actions were crude and his aim was transparent. Yet, even such careless attacks resulted in the deaths of many. Additionally, I, the most powerful one in this scenario, am severely wounded, and Miranda-san, who was essential for healing, has died in battle. In haste, I cast healing magic on myself, but the recovery rate is too slow compared to Angel's Smile. To make matters worse, I also let go of Excalibur. I only hope Demon God crushes that Excalibur with one hand. True equipment can be redeployed even if destroyed. However, that takes some time. Moreover, just healing my wounds will take a few minutes. During that time, I certainly can't fight. Is this The end of everything? Turtle press. Oh dear. When I had such negative thoughts, a giant turtle attacked the demon god in front of me. It was a stepping attack with its huge legs. At this distance, I will also be involved. Bound whip. Whoa! As I was thinking, a whip flew in from somewhere, wrapping around my body and rescuing me from the range of the turtle's attack. Looking at the user of the whip, I see a vampire lord, one of the demon lord's executives. Could it be he saved me? Before my surprised eyes, the turtle's stepping attack exploded. However, the attack was caught with one hand by the demon god. Still, against the momentarily immobile demon god, the executives of the demon lord's army launched a simultaneous attack. At the same time, the vampire lord began to speak to me. Hero. Indeed, it's regrettable, but without demon lord's armor, we can't beat him. If there's a chance to defeat him here, it's only you. So, heal your wounds quickly. We'll buy you that much time. Having said that, the vampire lord also charges towards the demon god. We'll defeat the demon god. Charge. Oh. Then, the people of the 12 apostles, the holy knights and soldiers who joined from the defense wall, and even the horde of demons who should have been fighting them, all bared their fangs at the demon god simultaneously. Originally, the city's evacuation guidance was almost complete for this decisive battle. They must have judged that there is no meaning in protecting the defensive wall now that the demon god has been resurrected, so they decided to join us. Still, I never thought that even unintelligent demons would turn against demon god. Perhaps they instinctively understand the threat of demon god. Thus, what is likely a historical first, a human-demon coalition was completed here. The enemy is demon god, the root of all evil. To defeat it, humans and demons have temporarily joined hands. Then, I will do what I can do. I left the fight to them and devoted myself to healing my wounds. Believing that this is the best action to take. Chapter 113.2, Hero vs Demon God 2. Hero, what a grievous wound. We must administer immediate medical attention. I was discovered by the Holy Knights, fallen and beaten. They aided me in receiving medical treatment. Several of them used healing magic on me. I am grateful. Thanks to this, the time until my resurrection has been shortened a bit. But, in the meantime, the battle rages on. Black Spear. The demon god has activated magic, the spear of darkness that pierced the demon lord. It is now being released towards the massive turtle that is the easiest target in this field. But the great turtle managed to avoid it by rapidly shrinking its body. Perhaps it is utilizing the humanizing power employed by high-ranking demons. Having been defeated right before my eyes, I can personally attest to the trouble caused by that maneuver. The spear of darkness that missed its target flies towards the distant sky. Good move. A horde of monsters, seemingly impressed by the demon god, charge at him in large numbers. It doesn't seem very effective, but at least it could cause some disturbance. Upon closer inspection, mixed in with the horde of monsters, members of the demon lord's army and the 12 apostles were also launching an attack. It's a surprise attack, using the horde of monsters as a smokescreen. Clever. How annoying. In response, the demon god narrows his eyes slightly, snaps his fingers. In that instant, a countless number of dark spears materialize in the sky. Seeing this, I break out in a cold sweat because the number is not ordinary. This is just like Black Spear Rain. True to its name, a lethal assault raining down on the entire area like a downpour. Many demons and humans are pierced and meet their end. Among the executives and 12 apostles, about half couldn't avoid it and perished. Even the remaining half are by no means unscathed. After all, even a mere scratch inflicts severe damage. I am also in a precarious situation. Being immobilized, I am an easy prey. Holy Lance. In desperation, I cast a holy magic spell, hoping to somehow counter the attack. The result is half successful. I couldn't neutralize it, but I was able to deflect its path and avoid a direct hit. But the path I could deflect was just a tiny bit. I wasn't able to protect the people who were healing me around me. Everyone. Even so, they continued to cast healing magic on me until their final moment without fleeing. Thanks to them, My body has recovered enough to move. I won't let their sacrifices be in vain. More survived than I thought. Impressive. Shine, Excalibur. I force my still aching body to move with sheer will, reactivate my resurrected true equipment, and charge towards the demon god. There is no strategy. There's no time for such things. I must hold him back. If I don't, nothing will start. You're still alive. You're persistent. Well, no help for it. I didn't want to use up too much energy, but I'll give you another gift. The demon god points his palm towards me. The same magic is coming again, but considering the range of that attack, there's no way I can avoid it from this position. So, there's only one thing I can do. Get inside the demon god's guard before that magic is released. Let me make it in time. Too slow. Dark gods. Damn. I won't make it. Grand quake. Huh? At that moment, the ground shook violently. No. More accurately, it was only the ground around the demon god. This was the power of Algar-sans, master of earth. By this, the demon god lost his balance. Still, it did not stop the invocation of magic. Clever. Vampire whip. The whip, a true equipment of a vampire, was swung towards the demon god who had lost his balance. An intense blow from below knocked the demon god's arm upwards, and then, the grand magic spell he was casting earlier flew into the sky, hitting nobody. Oh, you did it. Now, hero, I know. I will not waste this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Oh, brave sword, my most powerful close combat technique. With a sword adorned with the most intense light, I slashed at the demon god with all my might. For the first time, a deep wound was carved into the body of the demon god. With the momentum of the slash, the demon god was sent flying. Don't let this opportunity slip away. All-out attack. Phoenix strike. Algar-sans command. In response, first of all, the phoenix, clothed in flame, tackled the demon god. Melody of destruction. Full power slash. Next came the sonic attack by the siren, followed by a powerful slash by the Delacan. Sword impact. Chaos impact. Furthermore, a combined attack of sword and magics burst forth from Gillis-san, the wielder of the hero of the sword, and Luna-san, the wielder of the guiding sorcerer. Vampty Lord. Meteor Gaia. As if to deliver the final blow, the vampire's ultimate attack, coupled with a gigantic rock produced by Algar-san's earth magic, crushed the demon god. Turtle press, and then, as the finishing blow, a giant turtle crushed the demon god along with the rock. Such a sequence of attacks, they must have had an effect. But, I don't think we've finished him off yet. The power I felt from the demon god was that overwhelming. That's why I ran towards the demon god again. I wish you wouldn't get so carried away. With such a voice, the leg of the giant turtle, which had been crushing the demon god, vanished due to a dark magic spell cast from below. And sure enough, he was there. Standing firm, the demon god was still up, but it's not like he's unscathed. The luxurious black robe he wore was tattered, and he was bleeding from all over his body. Our attacks were not in vain. The demon god is definitely weakening. In that case, we can win. Brave sword. Believing that, I swung my greatest attack once again. It's unpleasant, really, to think that lower beings like you would dare to defy me, a god. Truly unpleasant. If that's the case, I'll fight you seriously. You might as well despair. The demon god raised his hand to the void. In that movement, I had an extremely bad feeling. Because, I've seen that movement before. It can't be. Surely, it's not. Fall into darkness. In the demon god's hand, a pitch-black sword, clad in darkness, appeared. A sword that was as beautiful as a work of art, yet emitted a horribly ominous aura. Without a doubt, it was the demon god's true equipment. The ebony sword easily deflected my strongest strike. Darkness devoured the light. Moreover, the damage we dealt in such desperation was rapidly healed right before my eyes. It was a truly despairing sight. True equipment, a technique to unleash the true power sleeping within oneself, exponentially boosting one's combat power. This isn't a power exclusive to this world, though the names may differ. There are numerous worlds that employ similar techniques. Naturally, there's no reason I, who have destroyed many such worlds, couldn't use it. How do you feel? despairing, aren't you? Wow. Just after the attack, seizing the opportunity of my stiffening due to shock, the demon god's sword slashed both of my arms. I was then kicked in the abdomen and sent flying dramatically. Groaning in pain, I somehow lifted my face, only to see the demon god touching the ground with one hand. Fade to black. With that phrase, the ground began to darken. It's over now. Then, darkness erupted from the ground. I intuitively knew it to be a magic that would swallow everything and lead to annihilation. But just as everything was about to disappear, that moment, suddenly, the scenery around me changed, from the streets of the holy kingdom of Aphlit, to an unknown dark place. Pitch black, with nothing visible. Yet, from the sensation felt on the ground, I could tell this wasn't the darkness unleashed by the demon god. Switch. Right after, a voice was heard, a voice that could not be mistaken, the voice of the girl I once loved, now turned enemy, whom I had sworn to settle things with. The moment I heard her voice, I felt a shock at the nape of my neck, and my consciousness sank into the darkness. Chapter 114, Final Battle Begins. Immediately after turning the demon lord into a zombie, I teleported the automata, the zombie sensei, and the stealthy zombie to the holy kingdom of Aphlit through the zombie sensei's teleportation. We then rushed straight to the scene where the demon god was rampaging, counting heavily on the stealthy zombie's spirited away to time our moves correctly. The strategy I was about to implement was my last resort. I couldn't afford to mistime it. In the process, I panicked when the demon god launched a massive spell that could destroy everything up to the horizon, and a rain of dark magic was scattered. The huge magic didn't come towards us, and we somehow managed to avoid the rain of dark magic with Orichalcum living armor and the zombie sensei's power. But the extra use of the zombie sensei's MP hurt. Well, zombie injuries and wear can be recovered with DP, so it's not a huge problem. I was glad I had saved DP. In the meantime, the demon god was beaten up in a rush centered around Shindu, and then quickly turned the tables by pulling out the true equipment. That was not acceptable. I thought it was a joke. It's too much of a cheat, isn't it? Shindu stood no chance against such a cheat demon god. He had both arms cut off and was kicked away, tumbling to the ground. The others were also badly wounded and I doubted they could fight properly. It's about time to set the trap. Darkness, it's over. The moment I thought that, the demon god activated a new spell. A darkness that quickly eroded the ground. Super wide range attack. I was convinced that if this was unleashed, it would be over. That's why I activated my trump card before everything ended. Floor teleport. Huh? The one I used was the zombie sensei's special move. It was a magic of wide-range indiscriminate displacement, which had previously kidnapped an entire unit led by a commander. This magic, which became an undetectable attack due to the effect of spirited away, was used to kidnap everyone on the spot to the dungeon's boss room, just like before and during the trial run. Switch. And then, I pierced the neck of the now useless Shindu with my fully completed living armor senpai me inside, sword and finished him off. It wasn't as much as when I killed the demon lord, but I was still able to gain quite a bit of DP and experience. I immediately turned Shindu into a zombie as well. At the same time, I activated all the traps in the boss room. I started slaughtering the raggedy people who had been kidnapped along with targeting the demon god. Jaya. The remaining people were all elites who had managed to survive the demon god's attack by hook or by crook. They were weak, so I could kill them easily, but the yield for the effort was enormous. Collectively, they provided as much DP and experience as Shindu. Among them, I turned the promising ones into zombies and immediately recycled the bodies of the rest. Even more DP was saved. In the end, the only ones left were the demon god, the zombie army I just killed, and the elite forces I've collected so far. With this, the preparation for the final battle was complete. You do some interesting things. I never thought you would kill all your allies in this situation. The demon god, who had been observing with interest without interrupting so far, started talking. His demeanor was filled with composure. I countered the words of such a demon god. I'm not exactly on your side. Oh, is that so? And so? What do you plan to do by surrounding me like this? No need to ask. We're going to kill you. PFFT. Ha 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 ha. The moment I said that, the demon god laughed, clutching his stomach. What's so funny? Kill me, huh? Just like those guys before. You all sure love to do pointless things. I'm a god, you know? A superior god at that, who has killed many other gods. There's no way you guys could possibly win, right? Smirking and laughing. That's what the demon god says. Negligence, arrogance. From the demon god. That's the only vibe you get. He's completely underestimating me. But, that's convenient. Demon god LV. Name? State, true equipment activated. HP? MP? Attack? Defense? Magical power? Magic resistance? Speed? Unique skill? Question mark. Skill? Question mark. Title? Question mark. True equipment, darkness, durability. Effect? Exclusive effect? Even appraisal can't measure the immeasurable power of the demon god. But, no matter how powerful you are, if you're careless, you'll get tripped up. That's where my opportunity to win lies. I'll believe in that. It's okay. I've become stronger too. Living armor LV. HP, 4,500,000 4,500,000. MP, 00. Attack, 1,800,000. Defense, 3,600,000. Magical power, 0. Magic resistance, 3,600,000. Speed, 1,500,000. Unique skill, 1 god body true equipment. Skill, none. Monotheistic unity. Can add own stats to the wearer's stats. Dungeon Master LV 165. Name, Honjo Mamori. State, God armor equipped. HP, 4,550,000 4,550,000. MP, 5 million 5 million. Attack, 1,820,000. Defense, 3,615,000. Magical power, 4,522,000. Magic resistance, 3,618,800. Speed, 1,516,000. Unique skill, Grand Magic True Equipment. Skill, MP Auto Recovery, LV 150 Swordsmanship, LV 35 Shield Art, LV 35 Lightning Magic, LV 100 Healing Magic, LV 90 Parallel Thinking, LV 100 Arithmetic Ability, LV 100 Leadership, LV 75. Title: Hero Otherworld Immerse Transfer. This is my current power, a status that far surpasses even the Demon Lord. But, it's doubtful if it reaches the Demon God. Rather, probably, it doesn't reach. Even so, I want to believe that there is a chance of victory. And so, to defeat an unprecedentedly strong enemy, I deployed my true equipment. Protect the Sanctuary, Guardian. My true equipment that I have never used in actual combat until now. A sturdy shield with elegant decorations appears and equips itself to my left arm. Furthermore, I raised my right hand towards the void. Behold, Deus Ex Machina. Then, in my right hand, a simply designed sword appeared. This is the true equipment of the Living Armor Senpai. Normally, only the original owner should be able to use the true equipment, but thanks to the Living Armor Senpai's unique skill, monotheistic unity, I, the wearer, am able to handle it. Possibly, the only one in this world to carry two pieces of true equipment. Of course, their effects are cumulative. With this power, I will defeat the Demon God. And so, I raised my sword towards the Demon God. True equipment, Guardian, durability 100,000. Effect defense, magic resistance status X3 defense, all other status X2. Exclusive effect, Sanctuary Guardian. The power manifested by the skill of true equipment. It cannot be used by anyone other than the original owner. Sanctuary Guardian significantly increases the status of oneself and subordinates within one's own dungeon. True equipment, Deus Ex Machina, durability 50,000. Effect all status X2. Exclusive effect, Mechanical sword. The power manifested by the skill of true equipment. It cannot be used by anyone other than the original owner. Mechanical sword. It is possible to copy the exclusive effects of others' true equipment. Chapter 115, Kill God 1. Zeus the lightning. I strike the first blow, not holding back, against the demon god who was confidently waiting for my move. I'm going all out right from the start. No holding back, no testing the waters. Yet, the demon god was still confident, trying to block it with one hand. That hand disappears in a surge of intense electricity. Ouch! The demon god lets out a scream, seemingly caught off guard. Damage has definitely been inflicted. The demon god stared at me with a shocked expression. The blow I just delivered was thanks to the effect of mechanical sword, which copied Shindu's hero's holy sword. It would have been better if I could copy the demon god's true equipment, but I can't copy abilities that even appraisal can't understand. Even so, this is enough. An attack with hero's holy sword is effective against the demon god. And my current status is far superior to Shindu's. I can do this. I can win. Don't underestimate me. The moment I thought that, the demon god's vanished arm immediately reformed. Healing magic, or rather, super fast regeneration reminiscent of immortal hero. But it wasn't like he was recovering without any cost. Healing consumes MP corresponding to their recovery. Probably, the demon god is the same. The demon god's goal is to kill the goddess and steal her energy. If that's true, then the demon god is also bound by the concept of energy. If so, keep attacking, and someday, his energy will run out. If that's not possible, just keep rushing him to the point he can't recover in time. It's okay, my chance of winning hasn't vanished. It's too early to despair. Laser beam. Next, I unleash one of the super-enhanced boss room traps by DP. The laser beam. Its power is even greater than Zeus the lightning. Feel its power firsthand. Annoying. The demon god faces his palm towards me, as if to intercept the laser beam. Oh, that's bad. Demon god's judgment. As expected, the demon god releases that massive magic which blew me away to the horizon. The darkness easily swallows the laser beam, eliminating several of my elite units. But I have my own countermeasures. Take this, my trump card for long distance, Dimension Gate. What? I distort the path of the darkness using the zombie sensei's unique skill, spatial magic. The darkness that was supposed to annihilate us gets swallowed by the distortion in space and rains down on the demon god's head. Its power is tremendous, creating a large crater in the supposedly indestructible dungeon. Thanks to that, the floor trap I had set in that area was wasted, but what's more important is that I managed to deal a significant blow to the demon god. It's not about defeating a god with godly power, but even if you're hit with your own powerful move, you should take significant damage. I was worried that he might destroy the entire space, but that didn't happen. Well, I did manage to block the Spear of Darkness earlier using this method, so I figured it would probably work. I watched the zombie sensei, who has done such a remarkable job. Adorned in living armor, created with orichalcum stolen from the Republic of Hawardia, and strengthened by the Sanctuary Guardian, the zombie sensei has become powerful enough to take on a demon god in battle. Indeed, using the orichalcum to enhance the zombie sensei wasn't a mistake, and we won't waste the opportunity created by the zombie sensei. We'll beat the demon god while we can. All-out attack. Zeus the lightning. Photon stream. Dark stream. Dragon breath. The Fenrir roar. Icicle nova. I give the orders, and we keep on unleashing as many long-range attacks as we can. The magic-wielding zombies, the elite mithril gargoyle army stationed here, they all shower the demon god with a rain of magic. Of course, all of these are being boosted by the effect of Sanctuary Guardian. The enhancement rate surpasses even the once considered unfair Winner's Blessing. Plus, with the effect of the true equipment, Guide Magician, of the zombies I just included, it's an even bigger boost. Even the demon god should take damage from this. Keep firing. Due to the rain of magic, I can't see the demon god, but my senses as a dungeon master have firmly captured the demon god. The demon god is using dark magic to guard against this carpet bombing. but it can't fully guard. The guard is broken by the powerful magic of Demon Lord Zombie and Shinto Zombie. And then my magic, timed to match, and other magic that coincidentally matches, hit directly, tearing its body to shreds. The damage seems to be healing as soon as it's inflicted, and for some reason, even its clothes are regenerating, but its face is filled with agony. It's working. We'll keep chipping away until it's defeated. So annoying. How dare such inferior beings irritate me? While screaming, the demon god stops guarding and starts preparing to cast magic. It's preparing an attack spell. Dark Realm. Turtle Zombie. Turtle Guard. The demon god's magic expands in a circle, a wide-range attack. Even the zombie sensei can't defend against it. I respond by undoing the humanization of the turtle zombie and creating a huge wall. There isn't enough space in this boss room, which I've made larger than before for positioning the elite troops, to accommodate the original size of the turtle zombie. But that turned out to be a good thing. The turtle zombie, after having its humanization undone in a position overwhelming the demon god, becomes a gigantic wall with no gaps, defending against the demon god's magic. Change, Sanctuary Guardian. At the same time, I copy the effect of Sanctuary Guardian, using Mechanical Sword, preparing for the shock with double enhancement. On top of that, I use replaceable mithril golems as a wall for the others, and I position those with high defensive power behind them. I built the best formation I could think of in an instant, and met the demon god's magic head-on. Still, the demon god's magic is terrifying. The turtle zombie disappears, the mithril golems disappear, and there are many casualties behind them. But, we endured. We survived the first hit. You endured it? Me, a god. And you withstood the magic I launched with the intent to kill? Don't mess with me. 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 I won't accept it. 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 Inferior creatures, do not trouble the hand of a god. The demon god screams hysterically. As such, he places his hand on the ground. Is this the magic he used against Shindu and the others earlier? Darken. I won't let you. Before the demon god can cast his magic, the trap in the ceiling above the demon god is activated. The guillotine, launched at ultra-high speed, captures the demon god at his neck. Chapter 116, Kill God 2. Wah! The guillotine bit into the nape of the demon god, who was fully concentrating on casting his magic, pinning the demon god to the ground with its momentum. The damage itself was minimal. However, the moment of immobility was significant, and the shock disrupted the activation of his magic. Another opportunity, naturally. I wouldn't let it pass. Change. Hero's Holy Sword. Zeus the Lightning. Again, I changed the copy destination of Deus Ex Machina to Hero's Holy Sword, and unleashed Zeus the Lightning. Then, I used it as a diversion to get closer. Following my charge, the close combat team continues. This time, the magic team was casting spells mainly to support that. If we could have whittled it down with long-range attacks alone, that would have been ideal. But in the last bout, we found out that Demon God can still cast high-level magic while being bombarded with magic. With the turtle zombie taken out and the number of mithril golems reduced, I think it would be tough if that situation happened again. In that case, the only choice is to press in close combat and not give him a chance to use high-level magic. Luckily, most of those who can handle close combat are still mostly intact. The Demon Lord Zombie, the Shinto Zombie, the Dragon Zombie, and the Pharaoh Zombie are all here. We should be able to pull it off. Thunder Sword. Prepare for attack. Wrap the sword in lightning magic, and then full power slash. Wow! I used the next heart, and swung it with all my might. That blow cleaved the demon god, who hadn't fully recovered yet, in two. Moreover, the wound was burned to a degree where it was carbonized by electric heat. Did I kill it? Do not dare mate me. The upper half of the demon god screamed that, quickly recovered from the damage, and raised his sword. Damn, I guess it's not possible at this level. Slash. Huh? So, I decided to cut off the arm holding the sword. This demon god, when it comes to combat skills, seems to be just like a beginner. I think until now, he's probably just been pushing through with the difference in specs. That's why he couldn't avoid the guillotine earlier and why I was able to cut off his arm so easily. This is a happy miscalculation. And with this, the enhancement from the true equipment should be temporarily gone. In other words, it's a chance for a full-on beatdown. Cross sword. I sliced the demon god's body into 4 pieces in the shape of a cross. The face of the demon god, split vertically, glared at me with a face of rage. But I don't let that anger lead to action. Brave sword, disaster blade. Following me, 2 of the fastest zombies from the close combat team. The Shinto zombie and the demon lord zombie arrived a little later at the demon god's location and launched further attacks. The slash of light and the slash of darkness attacked demon god from behind and slashed his body in the shape of an X. This makes 8 pieces. Don't mess. Laser beam. This time, I aimed a narrow-range laser beam at a pinpoint, and the demon god's body was swallowed by the light. Did I kill it this time? Don't get cocky. It's still alive. And again, it regenerated its body instantly and made a complete comeback. Persistent. Strike sword. Don't think you can hit me that many times. The ultra-fast thrust I unleashed in pursuit was blocked by an arm serving as a shield. My sword impaled the arm, destroying it from within with a spark, but such injuries would regenerate instantly. Black spear. Then, taking advantage of the pause in my attack, the demon god launched a spear of darkness. Somehow I managed to block it with my shield, but the impact sent me flying backward. I was forcefully slammed against the wall of the boss room. Despite having guarded, I suffered considerable damage, even through the living armor senpai. I immediately used DP to recover the damage to the living armor senpai and healing magic to recover my damage. But the power of a single attack is this strong. He's definitely powerful. The difference in specs is too large. You've really done it. This is payback. The demon god kicks the ground and leaps into the air. Just like that, he begins to prepare his magic, as if I'd let him do that so easily. Before me, the magic troops with a certain degree of self-judgment ability launch counterattack magic. But its power is completely insufficient and doesn't affect him. That's why I must take action myself. Change. Angel wings. Thanks to mechanical sword, I copied the exclusive effect, Angel Wings, of the true equipment once used by a woman named Emma. Its effect is to increase the speed and grant flight ability to myself and several allies. By doing so, I boost the speed of the Demon Lord Zombie, Shinto Zombie, and myself, and we charge before the demon god can cast his magic. Naive. Black Wind. Damn. Yet, the demon god was quicker to unleash his magic. A black wind raged, sweeping away our charging party. In addition, the magic of the magic troops was also swept away. Fortunately, he seems to have chosen casting speed over power, so the damage was minor. But it created an opening where we couldn't counterattack. This is the end. Aiming for the moment the demon god finished casting his magic, an arrow is launched from the wall. The trap arrow that once caused a lot of trouble. Boosted by DP. The attack is now fired at a speed faster than a bullet. That arrow lodged itself in the left eye of the demon god. Ouch. You thought you could stop me with this? I didn't think so. That's why, this is a diversion. The real deal is this. Dragon Claw. Fenrir Claw. What? The demon god was shot down to the ground by a combination attack from the dragon zombie and the Fenrir zombie, who had taken position above his head. The number of people that can be enhanced at the same time with Angel Wings is not 3, it's 6. There was 1 slot left due to the space problem of hitting the demon god, but that's another matter. Anyway, I utilized that this time. I used my top combat forces like myself, the Demon Lord Zombie, and Shinto Zombie as bait to get the demon god to counterattack, cause confusion with magic, drew his attention with an arrow, and used the Dragon Zombie and the Fenrir Zombie, who had activated Angel Wings, as the main attackers. Moreover, as a bonus, I had the stealthy zombie nearby cast Spirited Away. The strategy was successful. The demon god fell near the melee combat squad and was being pummeled. Of course, that alone won't deal the final blow. So, we quickly reorganized with angel wings, and headed to the scene. We will finish him off next time. Enough. In that instant, such a voice was heard. An icy voice, as if devoid of emotion. The moment I heard that voice, my spine chilled. Enough. It's enough. Stop worrying about wearing yourself out and fight. You just have to kill the goddess before your energy runs out. From here on, I'm going to kill you with everything I've got. The body of the demon god who made such a declaration was enveloped in a dark red magic. The intimidation felt from the demon god abruptly increases. What is this? Dark Fighting Spirit. This was a skill used by the demon lord. Dark Fighting Spirit, a skill that significantly enhances your status and allows you to continuously launch dark attribute attacks. The moment I recognized this, the demon god disappeared from my field of vision. Disappeared at such a super speed that it felt like an illusion. I couldn't follow him with my eyes. My senses as a dungeon master barely managed to grasp the demon god's current position. Following those senses, I spontaneously threw my body sideways. Immediately after, a slashing attack that would have bisected my body had I done nothing passed through. Had he somehow retrieved his true equipment, or had he reactivated it using some technique unknown to me? It was a slash from the demon god, gripping a black sword in his hand, while severing my right arm from its base. Chapter 117, Kill God 3. A tremendous pain comes from my severed right arm. It makes my body stiff. However, there's no time to pause. The demon god has already moved on to the next attack. I have to move, even if it's by force. Shield parry, not with my own body, but by manually controlling the living armor senpai. I divert the attack of the demon god with a shield. I've never been so grateful for this style before. This way, I can ignore everything, even the pain. But, the demon god is too fast. It's incomparable to just a moment ago. The amplification rate of the dark fighting spirit is on a different scale than the demon lord. I think it's probably because it's forcefully increasing its output by pouring a tremendous amount of magic power into the dark fighting spirit. Every day, I infuse magic into the dungeon core, and now that I have become familiar with magic by learning it myself, I have a rough idea of the amount of magic used in magic and skills. If I trust that sense, the amount of magic power used in the dark fighting spirit that envelops the demon god's body is more than massive. Every second, a level of magic power that would even return change from all of my MP is being consumed. No, it's not just the dark fighting spirit. Even for just a single black spear, I think it's easily using about 100,000 in terms of MP. Despite using that much magic power, there's no sign of it bottoming out. This is the demon god. This is the power of a god. It's really no joke. This time, my side was grazed. It easily destroyed the complete form of the living armor senpai. The current demon god is pouring out an enormous amount of magic power without a second thought, and is fully investing in body enhancement. Of course, it's strong. Rather, it's amazing that I can withstand a serious god. But, I can't hold out for long like this. I fully utilize parallel thinking to use healing magic and perform temporary hemostasis. I don't grow an arm. There's no point in having a flesh and blood arm against the demon god. It's a waste of MP. Furthermore, I use DP to repair the living armor senpai. It certainly doesn't recover as quickly as healing magic. The damage to my side is healed, but the cost of using super metal like god metal makes it impossible to regenerate the arm with DP repair. If it's such a large part, it can't be reproduced with DP. Then, I have no choice but to retrieve my right arm that flew away. Besides, if I have the Deus Ex Machina, which flew off with my right arm, the situation should improve a little. Shield bash. What? Somehow finding an opening, I repel the demon god with a shield strike. No matter how fast it's become, the demon god's swordsmanship is still like a novice's. Then, if I watch closely with a do-or-die attitude, I can counter it. Go for it. Then, I sent the elite zombie army against the demon god, whose movement was slightly disrupted by my attack. The goal is to buy time. The demon lord zombie, the Shinto zombie, the dragon zombie, and the Fenrir zombie, who can barely keep up with the current offense and defense, unleash their attacks. The damage is minimal, but it further disrupts the demon god's posture. Next, the other zombie army charge at the demon god. I hope they can at least serve as a meat shield. Taking advantage of the opportunity, I activated a trap beneath my severed right arm. The rising floor carried my right arm into the air, and arrows fired from the wall struck it. The impact sent my right arm spinning towards me. Yes, just as calculated. Thanks, arithmetic ability. Get out of my way. What? Just as my right arm docked onto my right shoulder, the demon god unleashed his magic. The darkness sweeping across, easily tore through the elite zombie army. Then, the demon god, having repelled the zombie army, approached me again, but it won't go as easily as before. Change, Sanctuary Guardian. Shield parry. What? Using the Deus Ex Machina to copy Sanctuary Guardian, I deflected Demon God's attack again with double the enhancement. I've gotten quite used to its super speed. I can still fight. And then, I activated a trap beneath the Demon God, the most primitive, yet incredibly useful trap. Yes, I activated a pitfall. The Demon God stumbled due to the pitfall. He managed to escape danger with some floating like magic, but if he wants to attack, that moment of distraction is more than enough. Full power Naturally, I had neither the time to use magic nor to change to Hero's Holy Sword, so I simply used a sword dart to slash and blow him away. The damage is, well, minimal, but that's not the main point. My goal is to send the demon god flying to a predetermined spot. In the place where the demon god flew, I activated the next trap. The rising floor became a pillar, and the flying demon god was slammed into it. Immediately after, the other rising floors I had set up around activated simultaneously, creating a circular wall trapping the demon god, and then detonate. A large number of explosive traps attached to the side of the pillar simultaneously detonated, assaulting the demon god trapped inside the circle. When the explosive force is focused in one place with no escape, its power dramatically increases. Combined with the enhancement from DP, its power was incomparable to when I used it against the grandpa zombie and the hot-blooded zombie in the past. Damn it. Still, it was not enough to defeat the demon god. The demon god, whose language had become quite vulgar compared to the beginning, launched another assault. He's clearly lost his cool. The fact he's barely using any magic is proof enough. If it's like this, At that moment, a part of my shield cracked from Demon God's blow. It was nearing its durability limit, but that wasn't the only issue. Faster than before? The Demon God's attack was faster than before. It was heavier, stronger. Looking closely, the amount of magic power being expended by his dark fighting spirit had increased even further. Die, 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 die. There was no composure on the Demon God's face. He's coming to kill me without caring about appearances. With this level of desperation, he might be nearing his limit. The demon god is surely becoming exhausted. Not just from battling me, also from fighting with Shindu and others. Or even more, from the ancient battle with the goddess. The demon god likened the killing of gods to a meal. So, the demon god, who has been sealed for such a long time since the ancient past, has been fasting for that long. Having fought and exhausted with the goddess, being sealed and exhausted, fighting with Shindu and others and being exhausted, and fighting with me and getting exhausted. Even for the demon god with vast energy, it would not be strange if the limit comes after all this exhaustion. If so, if I can endure this rush, I might be able to win. The impact coming from the shield hurts. The shock that couldn't be completely deflected with the sword hurts. My arm was cut. My leg was cut. My face was cut. I keep preparing these damages with the DP I have accumulated so far. My own healing is minimal. As long as I am alive, the living armor senpai will move my body for me. While I was somehow enduring, that moment finally came. Unable to withstand the sword attack of the demon god, my guardian broke. Shit. Gotcha. The demon god's sword is closing in on my heart. I can't dodge. I can't take it. I can't block it. All I can do is endure. Can I live if my heart is pierced? No, it'll be okay. If I copy, immortal hero. Immediately after getting hit, I can manage. But, even if I can recover, what about after that? The Guardian has been shattered. It takes time to redeploy it. Can I survive just with the Deus Ex Machina during that time? No, there's no point in thinking about it. Now, I just need to endure. The moment I thought so, a small figure stepped in between me and the demon god. What? The demon god raises a voice of astonishment. That small figure, the demon lord zombie, used the true equipment greatsword as a shield, and further used its body as a shield to stop the demon god's attack. The greatsword was shattered, the body was pierced, but certainly the demon god's attack was stopped. Don't screw with me. Take that, demon god. Pierced by the demon lord, you discarded yourself. Holy chain. What? What is this? In addition, pure white chains that appeared from somewhere behind the body of the demon god. What is this? No, these chains are coming from the bodies of the zombified 12 apostles, which means goddess. Sure enough, this is the power of the goddess. Whether she changed the power of her blessing, or she gathered her last strength, it doesn't matter. The help was a lifesaver. For now, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Change. Hero's holy sword. Stop. I copy there. Hero's holy sword, and wrap the sword in thunder. Then, while the chains of the goddess hold down the demon god, I spend a few seconds charging, increasing the density of the thunder. I mix it with the demon-breaking power of the Hero's holy sword. I don't have the Sanctuary Guardian right now. Without doing this much, I can't inflict damage on the demon god. While preparing for that, the demon god was struggling with all his might. Struggling, wriggling, cracks appear in the chains. Still, the chains do not let go of the demon god. The completion of my magic was quicker than the chains breaking. And so, I swung the sword, imbued with the completed magic, at the defenseless demon god. Heaven's lightning. The lightning strike meant to vanquish the demon sliced through the demon god. The remnants of the demon god, with most of its body obliterated by the single strike, rolled on the boss room floor. The chains of the goddess were now gone. However, the demon god would not attack me because it no longer had the strength to do so. Healing. Why? My body is falling apart. I don't have enough energy, not enough magic power. The severed head of the remaining demon god shouted, trying to heal itself. Magic power was being concentrated at the cross-section of the neck repeatedly, but it failed to take shape. Apparently, it really had exhausted its magic power. It was over now. I raised my sword again. No way. Ridiculous. I'm at such a place. And so, I swung down the sword without hesitation. As always, I don't want to disappear. I don't want to disappear. I don't want to disappear. Bear. The copied Hero's holy sword impaled the severed head of the demon god. After a short while, whether due to the infusion of the demon banishing power, the severed head of the demon god gradually vanished, leaving not a speck of dust behind. An amount of experience and DP flowed into me and the dungeon core, so vast that it couldn't be expressed with words. And so, the battle was over. Chapter 118. After finishing the battle, the demon god has fallen. The battle is over. First, I healed my wounds with healing magic. Then, using DP, I repaired the heavily damaged boss room before crawling into bed. And in bed, I pulled the covers over my head, hugging my body and trembling. I was scared. It hurt. The battle just now wasn't like the ones before where I was in a safe zone. I felt genuinely threatened for my life. For the first time in a long time, death was looming. Now that the battle is over and the tension has subsided, the delayed fear torments me. At this rate, it might traumatize me. If that happens, I won't be able to fight if something like this happens again. That's unacceptable. Absolutely unacceptable. I need to urgently take care of my mental state. Using the transfer function, I transported myself to a room on the first level. Master. Master? What happened to you? What's with that look? I had arrived in the room I had given to Leif. Leif, who had been staying there, saw my appearance, screamed, rushed over and started using healing magic. It's pointless because I've already healed my injuries. My current appearance is as it was during the battle with the demon god. I didn't have the energy to change clothes, so I left them as they were, and in that battle, I took a considerable amount of damage. I was hit with attacks that penetrated the living armor senpai and damaged my inner core. My right arm was slashed, my side was gouged, and in the final defense, I was cut all over. In other words, my current outfit is in a terrible state, tattered and bloody. I understand why Leif is panicking, but I don't have the energy to worry about Leif right now. Silently, I hugged Leif tightly. Ignoring Leif's confusion, I held him tightly. I felt somewhat calmer. Ouch! Leif screamed. Speaking of which, after defeating the demon god, my level has significantly increased, and my physical status is considerably higher. If I hug him with all my strength, Leif would be crushed. I have to be careful. Heal. For now, I cast healing magic on Leif and continued to hold him. This time, I didn't just feel like it. I felt my wounded heart healing. Animal therapy is great. Back when I was in Japan, I often found comfort in hugging my cat Kurisuke when times were tough. Master. Before I knew it, I was crying. Tears kept flowing. While holding Leif, I sobbed and cried. When was the last time I clung to someone like this and let my emotions out? The last time I did this was probably when I was in the lower grades of elementary school, when I was bullied at school and cried to Mama. As I grew up, I couldn't easily rely on my parents, and after becoming a hikikomori, they tried to make me quit being a hikikomori at every turn, so I became even less dependent. Apart from my parents, the only one I could depend on was Kurisuke. And Kurisuke, too, had died of old age before I became a hikikomori, and since then, I had been alone. Maybe I was more longing for human contact than I thought. Maybe I was lonely. As I hugged Leif and cried, it felt as if not only the fear of the battle but also such long-standing emotions were being released. I don't quite understand, but good job, Master. Leif merely said that, quietly rubbing my back. Somehow, it was incredibly warm. As I surrendered myself to that warmth, I gradually grew sleepier. I just want to sleep now. No, I will sleep. Regardless of being in front of a man, even if he's just a pet, or being in the first layer of the dungeon, which isn't exactly the safest place. I don't want to think about any of that right now. After all, Leif can't defy me, and even if he could, with his status, he can't inflict a single wound on me. Right now, this basic level of safety and this warmth is all I need. Not many minutes later, worn out from crying, I fell asleep. Chapter 119, Epilogue. Several years have passed since the battle with the demon god. Since then, my life has been nothing but peaceful. Following that, I used the massive amount of DP I obtained from defeating the demon god to remodel the dungeon into a super large-scale dungeon with hundreds of layers. Thanks to that, the chances of invaders reaching the deepest part of the dungeon have completely vanished. Even if anyone managed to reach the end, I doubt there are many who could win against the final guardian, the completed living armor senpai. Unless the opponent is a demon lord or a hero, there would be no need for me to even intervene, and even if the opponent is a demon lord or a hero, I could easily win if I were to intervene. I'm at ease. In fact, invaders hardly ever come. Occasionally, stray monsters arrive, only to be hunted by the miscellaneous Skilum troops. Humans don't come. After all, humans lost half of the world in the war with the Demon Lord's army and lost the Aephilit Holy Kingdom, which was the leader of each country, due to the demon god, so they're fully occupied with reconstruction work. I think it will be at least another decade before they can reach the old Wolfus Kingdom territory where the dungeon is located. Well, if they reach out, I'll just crush them, but I don't worry much about that either. Around the dungeon, I've reforested, including plant-based monsters, an area about the size of the entire old Wolfus Kingdom, and tamed and released the remnants of the Demon Lord's army and wild monsters. And they have built up an ecosystem in just a few years. As a result, the old Wolfus Kingdom has become a forest of demons, an extremely dangerous zone. In the center of such a super dangerous zone is the dungeon. I doubt there would be any daredevils who would try to invade this far, and if there are, they'll die, Unless there are true equipment users in droves, they'll die before reaching the dungeon. I'm at ease. Still, one cannot underestimate humans. I don't know when their civilization will advance, and they might create something like modern weaponry or an item to seal the dungeon, as one can tell from the fact that the Demon Lord was a little girl despite having been at war for 10 years. Dungeon masters don't age. I don't even know if there's something like a lifespan. So, I need to think and act with the far future in mind. For that reason, I have tamed the upper echelons of several countries and continue to collect information by regularly releasing multiple automatons and Leif. While I'm at it, I also take Leif for walks. Lately, Leif is an indoor pet in my living space, but unless you're a hardcore recluse like me, it's probably not healthy to not get sunlight from time to time. In any case, my surveillance of the humans is perfect. Another thing to be wary of, I think, is the gods. I don't know when a kindred spirit of the demon god might invade again. And there is also a goddess, albeit weakened. Well, I don't think there's any problem with the goddess because I'm not in opposition to her. Unlike the demon god, I don't have the slightest intention of destroying the world. Having assisted in the battle against the demon god, the goddess must understand that. If that's the case, as long as I don't do anything too extreme, there's no reason for her to be antagonistic. She, too, wouldn't want to fight with me, who defeated the demon god, in a state where she can barely fight. In fact, there has been no interference from the goddess in these past few years. I thought controlling a nation through taming would be pushing it, but as of now, I have no intention of using that to destroy the country and am only using it for information manipulation, so it might have been deemed safe. So, after all, the biggest issue is the likes of the demon god. As for this, there's really no possible way to come up with countermeasures, so I believe it's just a matter of fighting it out as it comes. At best, the only thing we can do is not to neglect strengthening our own forces, but still, with the experience I've gained from defeating the demon god, I've become incredibly powerful. With this status, I feel like I might be stepping into the realm of the gods. I won't go down that easily. I was able to replenish the forces that were cut down by the demon god, so I'm ready for whatever comes next. Though, it would be better if nothing happened. With that said, even while leaving behind a slight unease, I managed to secure a peaceful life. Master. What? And now, I was lying down in my living space, using Leif as a body pillow. Since the day I touched Leif directly with this hand, I've somehow been unable to let go of this warmth. My current trend is to play with the elf's distinctive pointed ears. Ugh, it's embarrassing. Leif's face turns bright red with embarrassment. I've recently started to find such behavior quite adorable. Is this proof that the wounds of my heart are healing? Well, it doesn't matter either way. As I think about such things, I gradually become sleepy, within the safety of my home, guarded by an ironclad security, cuddling my cute pet, and indulging in a good night's sleep like this. This is exactly the luxurious and happy hikikomori, reclusive, lifestyle I envisioned. This is the ultimate state of hikikomori. Finally, I have mastered the way of the hikikomori. It's been a long journey. Repelling intruders, eliminating dangers, and even killing a god in the end. I am now fully savoring the happiness I finally gained after all of that, and I will strive to keep this life going. Good night, Leif. Why, yes, good night, Master. With renewed determination, I went into a peaceful sleep to prepare for the next day. Chapter 120, A Future Witnessed by a Certain Former Hero. Time sure flies. Has it already been this long? Suddenly, as I stared at the calendar at my workspace, I muttered to myself, it has been several decades since I was summoned to this world with my classmates. Back then, I was a lively high school boy, but now I have become just an ordinary old man, or rather a nice middle-aged man. Strangely enough, as so much time has passed, the memories that once seemed like a nightmare are fading, and they are now just memories I can recall. Now, I am working as an appraisal dealer at the Adventurers Guild. My unique skill, appraisal, is a heroic cheat that can provide precise information that far surpasses any ordinary appraisal dealer or appraisal stone. I use this to undertake the appraisal of items brought to the Adventurers Guild. Honestly, I think this is my true calling. I use my long-standing skill of observing people to maintain good relationships at the workplace and earn income by utilizing my unique skill. Most importantly, there is no danger to my life in this job, which is the best part. I feel happy spending such peaceful days. I feel value in the fact that I am alive. It might be heartless, but since that time, when I descended from the battlefield with the Demon Lord, I have started to feel a bit glad that I survived, just me. It would be great if I had a wife now, but at this age, being single is self-explanatory. Hey, Kenji-san. And so, when I was reminiscing about the past and daydreaming, I heard the voice of a boy calling me, and my consciousness returned to reality. Damn. I got lost in my thoughts during work. I have to get serious before the guild master gets angry. Oh, it's you, Locke. What's up? I've come to your place, obviously to bring an item. I figured as much. Well, I knew that even without asking, but it's a formality to ask. Immediately after that, the boy in front of me shouted, "Here it is," and took an item out of his bag and put it on the buyback counter. This guy's name is Locke. He's a novice adventurer who's diving into the relatively easy dungeon nearby with his party members. From the look on his face, it seems like he got his hands on an item he's quite confident in today. Let's see. Oh, you found something good. Let's see. Endorphin staff durability 4000. Effect magic power plus 900. A staff found in a dungeon. It contains high magic power. You've hit the jackpot. Good job, Locke. This is worth at least 100 gold coins. Really? Yes. Now I can escape from my life of poverty. Locke raised both hands in joy. Well, most novice adventurers are poor. After all, those who have money don't become adventurers. They would probably choose a more stable job with no risk to their lives. Like me. Even as a former hero, I'm strong enough to handle novice adventurers with one hand. But I never think about becoming an adventurer or diving into dungeons. Especially dungeons, they're nothing but bad memories for me. Well, I've never actually dived into one, but all my trauma, from the Demon Lord to Honjo-san, is dungeon related. So, it's already this late. By the time I finished processing the purchase of the staff that Locke had brought in, it was already getting dark outside the guild. It's about time to end my shift. Lately, there's no sudden work, so I don't have to go help other guild staff members. I can leave on time. Long live a white company. Well, in return, when it's a war zone, it's hard enough to seriously consider changing jobs. The last time, when the lord of this town and the guild master were trying to establish a unit to investigate the demon forest against the opposition of the country, it was tough. I was even called out to help and nearly worked myself to death. Before I turn into that workaholic again, let's enjoy my life of leaving work on time. Let's do that. Well, take care. Thank you for your hard work. Good work. After greeting the other employees, I left the guild and headed home. I have to buy something for dinner on the way back. Living alone is hard. I walked down the main street, aiming for a store that sells food. Then, at that moment, I noticed two girls walking from the opposite direction. They were two beautiful elf girls. One looked about elementary school age, and the other looked about high school age. Both are quite beautiful, but nothing particularly noteworthy. There shouldn't be. Yet, I sensed something unknown from these two. I used appraisal towards the two girls on the spur of the moment. This is almost a conditioned reflex. Anything that is not clear, appraisal immediately. This is the key to avoiding danger and living long. At least, that's what I think. However, the next moment, I regretted using appraisal. Automata LV. Condition, equipped with magic armor. HP, 1500 1500. MP, 200 Attack, 10,000 1500. Defense, 11,000 1500. Magical power, 200. Magic resistance, 11,000 1500. Speed, 9,000 1500. Skills, acquisition information transmission, LV, pseudo dungeon area creation, LV1. Half-elf LV35. Name, Leif. Abnormal status, slave to the evil god. HP, 10,211 10,211. MP, 11,005 11,005. Attack, 10,165. Defense, 10,147. Magical power, 11,450. Magic resistance, 10,404. Speed, 10,322. Unique skill, Evil Divine Protection. Skills, MP Auto Recovery, LV2 Wind Magic, LV15 Healing Magic, LV30. Evil Divine Protection. Power granted by the evil god. All status plus 10,000. Stopping aging. What? I desperately suppressed the astonishment that was about to burst out. I saw it, in the precise appraisal results of the automata. A sentence, Manufacturer Honjo Mamori. Honestly, there are many things to question about this status. Like what's an evil god, or the status is too high. But I don't have time to worry about such things. I must run. I have to disappear from Honjo-san's sight as soon as possible, or I'll be killed. Fortunately, or perhaps not, the skill, Pseudo-Dungeon Area Creation, LV1, has an effective range of the radius of 10 meters, as appraisal informed me. If I can get out of that range with a casual step while hiding my astonishment and fear, I might be saved. Stay calm. Keep calm. Move naturally, but quickly away. Master, is it okay to leave this town be? It's quite close to our place, isn't it? There's no problem. They haven't made it into the demon forest yet, so it's not a big enough deal to crush. So, for now, it's enough just to put the lords and other power holders in their place. For now, at least. I could hear a disturbing conversation. Pretend you didn't hear. Pretend you didn't hear. And then, I'll request a transfer tomorrow. I'll spend the rest of my life in the country farthest from the demon forest. While desperately distancing myself from the center of the storm, I could no longer see the automatons. I'm saved. Cold sweat comes out late. My breath is disrupted with fear, and my knees start to laugh shakily. I did well, me. Anyway. Let's go home for today. Go home and prepare to move, and write a transfer request. And so, in order to cherish the life I picked up by luck once again, I left the place as if I were running away. End of Volume 2. Story completed.